Good morning, everyone. It's November 20th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. The first item this morning is adoption of resolutions. We have 4, the Zion Road Bridge over the Hollings River Forest Conservation Plan, the Friendship Commons Geico Preliminary Plan Amendment, the 500 Valley Brook Drive Administrative Subdivision Plan, and the 500 Valley Brook Drive Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval of these?
Mr. Chair, may I just, before we approve, I wanted to make a quick note on the record.
Okay.
Ally Myers with the Office of General Counsel. The board received a memo regarding the Friendship Commons Geico Preliminary Plan Amendment, so I just wanted to confirm that between the time of the approval and this resolution, there's been no change to the substance of the amendment, but we realized one additional condition that needed to be updated, so that has been updated in the resolution.
Okay, thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you so much. So do I have an adoption of these 4 resolutions this morning?
I move to approve the adoptions of these resolutions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it 5-0. And this morning, we also have approval of minutes. We have one for October 30th, 2025. Do I have a motion for approval of the October 30th amendment minutes?
I move to approve the minutes of October 30th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, 5-0. The next, we have regulatory extension request. There's one this morning, the Primrose, it's 16550 Georgia Avenue, preliminary plan, regulatory extension request number 5. To have a motion for approval of this extension request.
I move to approve the regulatory extension request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Next, we have our roundtable discussion by our planning director, Jason Sartori. Welcome, Director Sartori.
Thank you. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, and I know we have a very busy day ahead of us, so we'll try to be efficient with our report this morning, but also looking forward to tackling all of the items that we have on our agenda today. So this morning, we're going to give a quick look ahead of what's coming up. We're going to talk about the Community Planning Academy and give some quick personnel updates. Okay, so looking ahead, we have 3 things that we wanted to call your attention to. Obviously, next week, on Thursday, we have Thanksgiving, so we wish you all a happy Thanksgiving, but just want to note you don't have to come in. We don't have a board meeting that day. It's almost more a message to the rest of our team, too. So. On December 1st, we will officially launch the Community Planning Academy, which we are really excited about, and we're going to talk most of this morning's report about that. So we'll come back to that. And then on December 4th, we will be hosting once again here in our auditorium, the Montgomery County delegation. One of their 2 hearings on the local bills that are potentially going to be introduced this upcoming legislative session. So we welcome you to come to that too. All right. So let's talk about the Community Planning Academy. This is truly an exciting moment for Montgomery Planning. The Community Planning Academy has been years in the making, and we're thrilled to finally launch a program that invites residents into the planning process in a meaningful way. We want to update you on the progress of the Academy and announce again that we will be officially launching the program on December 1st. I'm so proud to report that Montgomery Planning celebrated a major milestone, the graduation of our first ever cohort of the Community Planning Academy. We hosted the graduation ceremony here in our auditorium on October 23rd to recognize the 48 county residents comprising the summer 2025 class who completed then the 8-module course, gaining practical knowledge about zoning, master plans, permitting, climate resilience, and how to shape the future of their neighborhoods. Their enthusiasm and engagement was inspiring, and the event was a powerful reminder of how planning can empower communities. First, I want to thank the Planning Board for your continued support and enthusiasm for this initiative. Your backing has been essential in bringing the Community Planning Academy to life. We will share some updates on the summer of 2025 class, and then I'll turn it over to the team to talk more about the December 1st launch. So here are a few more photos from the graduation ceremony. We were lucky enough to have Council President Stewart Maryland State Delegate Leslie Lopez, and representatives from Council Member Joando's and Sales's offices, as well as Planning Board members Pedawim and Bartley. Also, Deputy Director of DPS Hassan Modazetti was in attendance as well, and we were honored to have Chair Harris as our keynote speaker at the event. So this first summer cohort played a really important role in the development of the course. Throughout their journey, we asked them to provide feedback on the curriculum and their experience with the academy. Their response was overwhelmingly positive. So you see some of it here. 91% of participants said that they were satisfied or very satisfied with the course. 98% rated the content as excellent or good. And 98% said they were more likely to engage in future planning-related activities, which is really what we wanted to see out of this. And so now we have a video where you can hear directly from some of our graduates, so I'm going to ask Isaac to go ahead and play that.
And it's been a great learning experience. If you're interested, do it. One, it's a great learning opportunity if you love to learn, if you're curious about the planning process in general, or if you want to get involved with your community. I highly recommend it.
I had a small business, and I had to get it on the permit. So my idea of getting permit was just in one department, and I submit an application and get it done. But that's not it. There is a whole lot more involved behind the scene, and there are many departments that we don't even understand how they come to play. So I think it was very, very eye-opener for someone like me, even though I had a little bit of experience getting the permit done. But somebody who doesn't have any experience, it is exceptionally educational. In a single word, get involved. It's free. Get involved, understand the process.
It was a great class, and I highly recommend it for anybody who wants to have a bigger say.
Learning about how long a plan takes to create and how thoughtful the planners are to include a community has been really inspiring to see. It's really great to learn how to be involved in your community, but also just to learn how places are being thought of from our higher ups. And to just, to learn something new.
Thank you, Isaac. Are we back? There we go. Okay. So I wanted to just—
Can I ask you
sure.
a question about
Absolutely.
this? I think that's a great venue for people to learn. I know that this first cohort was to get feedback. That how you could improve and enhance the future modules. Can you share with us a couple of or top highlights, some highlights of what was some of the things, major things that you learned from this group to improve the future modules?
Definitely. So Bridget is going to talk to some of those things and highlight some of the changes that we've already made before the December 1st launch. So
Okay.
we'll get to that in a couple minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I did want to talk a little bit more about that first cohort. The purpose of the Community Planning Academy is to help demystify planning for communities and residents who have traditionally not participated in the planning process. And so to that end, it was important to us that, just generally, that we are reaching a diverse set of stakeholders, and it was no less important with this first cohort. We really wanted to make sure we were getting feedback from an appropriate mix of participants, and you can see from the stats on this slide that we were quite effective in our selection process, in the selection of the summer participants in achieving the balance that we wanted to get. And on the next slide, you can see kind of the geographic distribution of where people who participated in it live, from pretty much all ends of the county.
Hi, Bridget Breuer, Deputy Director. Wanted to share a little bit more as a reminder to the board and those watching at home on what the Planning Academy is all about. And it's an online learning curriculum about the process, offering a Planning 101 level of understanding about zoning, master planning, development review, and how to engage with the board, county council, where to get involved as a resident. We're offering the course in English, Spanish, and Mandarin. It's online, it's on demand, it's available for people to do at their own pace, with the goal, as Director Sartori mentioned, to ensure as many people as possible have access to the information about the planning process. And we shared some of this the last time we were here talking about the Planning Academy, but just as a reminder, the goal really is to provide a deeper understanding about the process, to foster greater resident participation, strengthen those connections between participants and our staff, and encourage community leaders who will inspire others to engage in the process. And we really are being thoughtful and intentional about increasing engagement from those who have been historically underserved in our community. So here are the modules that we are going forward with for the official launch, December 1st. That summer cohort, they participated in 8 modules. We added transportation planning and planning for schools. We worked to produce those so it'll be ready for the full launch. So we're really excited about this. And to get to Commissioner Pedoweem's question, we're going to go into a little bit about those refinements we made to those modules because we got excellent feedback from the participants. But before we get there, I just wanted to also mention, the question is, well, how do you know this is going to work? How do you know you're hitting the target? And we have a few ways that we'll be measuring success, and that includes we have access to the learning management system, the back-end metrics, to see how long is it taking participants to get through the content, how fast are they doing, how are they doing on those learning checks, or is the content really hitting the mark? Also, we'll be measuring, are we seeing more people at our master plan community visioning sessions? Are we seeing more people sign up to testify? We're working with the chair's office to ask people when they sign up to testify, did you go through the Community Planning Academy process? So those are some of the ways we'll be looking at success. And this is the first time we're doing something like this countywide at this scale and level. And so we'll be flexible and make sure to pivot if we need to, but making sure that we're hitting the mark is a huge part of this. Go next. Thanks. So some of the feedback highlights, we had asked the module, after each module, before and after, questions in the form of a survey, and we got some great feedback. As Director Sartori mentioned, we had high satisfaction across the board, and we got feedback on things that we needed to make tweaks on. So some helpful suggestions for refinements. And we can go to the next one. So some of the things that we heard from the participants, we've already made these changes for the official launch, but there was a desire to have simpler language and to define acronyms. We wanted to make sure there was a request to make sure that there was easier access to glossaries, and you know what I'm talking about in terms of the jargon and all the acronyms that we deal with. There was a request for more real-world examples and local case studies that came through as a theme. And also, participants were seeking clearer guidance on how and when to engage, when to jump into the process, so we tightened that piece up. We had requests for more knowledge checks, because as it was over the summer, it was just at the end, there was a request to have a couple more intermittent learning checks. There was also a request for additional detail on deeper coverage of rezoning, appeals, commercial zoning. So that's sort of getting into the weeds, but providing, if people wanted to learn more, how could they do that? What are other resources to get there? There was a request for more visual aids in the form of maps and diagrams and flow charts. And then also this long-term accountability piece, the desire for transparency on how plans are monitored and evaluated, that came through. And then technical consistency, feedback on layout and making sure all links were working. So it was, I can't stress enough how helpful it was to have this beta cohort over the summer to make sure we got it right before the official launch. We can go to the next slide.
Can I ask one question on the
Please.
feedback? Were there any comments on like accessibility related concerns or issues? I imagine, I think we talked about it at some point. I know that was like factored in at various points kind of throughout the development, but any feedback on that side?
On the ADA accessibility side of things, we have our consultant on the virtual call, Victoria Kane, and I don't think that came through, Victoria, because the system is inherently accessible. Is that right?
Right, that's right. Yep, we had a lot of positive feedback about how accessible it was, just that the platform was really user-friendly and the online experience just made it really easy for folks to be able to take it at their own pace and stop and start as necessary. So we really didn't receive much feedback regarding accessibility.
That's great. Thank you.
And just to continue on some of the enhancements we've made for that official launch, we have the glossary integration. Actually, the accessibility enhancements, there was one thing, Commissioner Linden, and that was providing written transcripts for all modules. So we had that, and we just need to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So that was one thing. Forgive me on that. And then design consistency, making sure that we had a unified design style across all modules, standardizing text treatments, that sort of thing. And then also making sure all the links were functional. So those were the pieces that we were able to tighten up and work through based off of, one other item, the resource library. This is something that's everyone's really excited about, I can tell you, staff-wise, because for each module, we have a one-sheeter that's everything you ever wanted to know about zoning in one sheet of paper. Sometimes it's front and back. Everything you wanted to know about zoning. So for each of those modules, we have a one-sheeter, and you put them all together, and it's our textbook for the academy. We're making that available no matter what online. You don't have to take the academy to get that content. And I can tell you some of our master planners are really excited about that because we've never had curated content like that before. It's sort of at a glance, a 101 level of understanding. So that's a key piece that's going to be a part of, that's an element of the academy that's a great deliverable. So I wanted to mention that. I'm going to the next
Can you
slide.
share that textbook link with us?
Yes.
I'm very interested to look into that. And I was hoping to hear what you said. I think simplicity, because jargon and abbreviations has always been my challenge. Yeah. And I know that a lot of people, English may be their second language. For me, it's now starting getting to be the first language because most of my life I have been here, but still I'm challenged with these abbreviations and the jargon that the planner use. And I should be honest, when I'm reading the documents, that staff documents for every Thursday, many times I have to go back to ChatGPT and figure out or to find out that what this thing means. Because it's not clear to me, we have transportation planners, you have the planning, and each time it's so many expert language that you have to learn. So those are very helpful. And the resource library, planning department has an amazing website. I know that for a fact because I go, and you have so much information in there. It's unbelievable, especially for GIS. If someone is visual like me, that I'm visual, GIS has been extremely helpful, the resource atlas, the MC atlas that you're using. I think those are good. Somehow you have a list or just have something available that the people know the amount and the resource of information that could be available on the website that you have provided.
Thank you so much for that feedback. I just wanted to mention our coordination across county agencies. It's been remarkable and exciting and really collaborative. We've worked very closely with DPS, MCDOT, MCPS. We've learned a lot from our sister department, Prince George's County Planning Department, with their Neighborhood Planning Academy, their award-winning program. And also we've worked with the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank key staff members. Khalid Afzal has been MVP of this program. He's on virtually. Chris Pfeiffer, Chief of Communications, has been amazing with his team and supporting us. Larissa Clevin has been excellent on the content side. And then we've had a ton of staff participate in this, in curating the content, reviewing the content, giving us feedback. And so it really has been an all-department effort. We go to the next one. So next steps, we'll be launching December 1st. We'll provide you with language about the Academy so you can tell your friends and neighbors about this great program. And we're working with all of our agency partners and their public affairs divisions to make sure they have the information to spread out to their channels. So we're excited about that. So that includes, we'll be having an online campaign, that agency toolkit about the elements that go into the campaign so they can talk about it to their channels. We have a blog post we'll just show you here in a moment. We'll be pushing everything out on our e-letters. And then Khalid and I will be hitting the virtual roadshow circuit with our regional services centers. And also we have plans for a program expansion, and it's in our budget to add more modules. We'd like to do a module on planning for parks and also for historic preservation. And then we have more even in the works on other modules that we think would be a good fit for the Academy.
One of them is transportation planning. I would take that.
Yep, we have transportation planning in there, and it's a good one, I have to tell you. We just posted this last night. It's a blog post about the Planning Academy, and we'll be pushing that out on social media channels. There's a QR code if you want to take a look at that now, but we can also send it to you separately. That's up. And then one other mention, we were really excited to be featured in the ULI Urban Land print magazine. We thought we were definitely going to be featured in the online publication, but we got a copy of the magazine, and there we are in the magazine about the Planning Academy. So even more distribution and eyes on the program. There's Chair Harris in a great photo. So that wraps up the information on the Planning Academy. I'll turn it back to Director Sartori.
Thank you. Yeah, and that magazine goes out to ULI's members across the country and internationally, I would imagine. So that was great. And I also wanted to acknowledge, she chimed in briefly, but I also want to thank Victoria Kane and our partners at the Hatcher Group. They've helped navigate this entire process for us and have been great partners, and we're really looking forward to continue to work with them on making this, expanding this and making it great. So thank you, Victoria. So just a couple of real quick personnel updates. Rebecca Ballo, you all know her quite well. She is the new, officially, Division Chief of the Historic Preservation Division. She brings deep expertise and a strong regional track record to the role. She was most recently the Historic Preservation Office Supervisor. Rebecca has served as a preservation planner for multiple local governments since 2002, including the City of Alexandria, Prince George's County, and Arlington County. Her appointment reflects our commitment to protecting and celebrating the county's rich cultural and architectural heritage, and her leadership comes at a time when historic preservation is increasingly intersecting with equity, sustainability, and placemaking goals. And so congratulations to Rebecca. Is she here? She's not. Okay. But I do see our next person here. Another staff promotion to announce. Katie Macarini is the new East County Division's planning supervisor. Katie has nearly 20 years of planning experience across multiple jobs and jurisdictions. That includes over 8 years here with the former Down County Planning Division as a transportation planner and lead reviewer, and just under 1 year with the Up County Planning Division. Prior to working for the commission, Katie worked in the private sector for Tool Design Group and in the Public Works Department of the City of Rockville. Congratulations to Katie on her promotion. And that's it. Any other questions?
Well, amazing. Thank you. The Community Planning Academy is just absolutely wonderful, and I love that your first cohort was such diverse in many ways, and geography, income, race, and so and I really, really encourage you, which you are. You're such a great your communications team and pushing it out there. I want this to be mainstream. I want to reach as many people as possible, so that, as you said, it demystify the planning process, and we want people to get engaged. They're a part of the growing their community, and we want always wants their input. And so thank you so much for doing that. I'm really, really excited about all you've done. It was a heavy lift, and you guys hit it out of the box. So thank you on that, and congratulations to Rebecca and Katie for their promotion. So wonderful. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, all right, thank you so much. We're going to take just a 2-minute break and start with our next item, which is item 5, approval of fiscal year 27 operating budgets from both the Commission's Office, the Planning, and CAS. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 5, approval of fiscal year 27 operating budgets for the Commission's Office, Planning, and CES. We've completed parks during our last meeting. So first we have the Commission's Office, and we have Alana Branda, the Chief of Staff. Okay.
Good morning. For the record, Alana Branta, presenting the Commissioner's Office FY27 budget request. It has remained mostly unchanged from the draft request that I presented last month. We did get final salaries, benefits, and pension numbers in, so this is updated to reflect that slight change. So in total, we are requesting a 6.3% increase over our FY26 adopted and adjusted budget. And as you can see, primarily that is from salaries and benefits. A very small increase for supplies and services, and our legal chargebacks is for our technical writers and assistants from the legal office. So that increase is also mostly related to salary and benefit changes from those offices. We are not requesting any new initiatives this year. So it's a total of $84,217 in base budget changes for a total FY27 proposed budget of $1,424,744. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions or request approval to move forward with submitting this budget.
Are there any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion? So should we do them all at the end, or we'll do them one at a time?
You could do one at a time,
Okay,
I think, for
okay.
each budget
All
proposed.
right, so do I have a motion to approve the Commissioner's Office fiscal year 27 budget?
I move to approve the Commissioner's Office budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Excuse me.
Okay, we have 5 ayes here. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we'll go to Planning, Montgomery Planning. Please start when you're ready.
Hi, good morning. Karen Warnick, Management Services Chief. We're here today seeking your approval for the FY27 operating budget for the Planning Department. There's a number of different sections within the department, the budget. So today it's the operating budget, it's the lapse, staffing levels, administrative fund revenues, water quality protection fund, special revenue fund, capital equipment fund, then the proposed master plan project schedule. We'll walk through each one of those for you today. This is our third work session with the board. The first one was on October 24th, where you did get to see our new projects, our proposed new initiatives, including 10 new positions, and our base budget, including our major known commitments. So this is not the first time that you're seeing this. This is really going to be a review of what you've already seen. We followed that session up with a second work session on November 6th, where we took into consideration your recommendations regarding the number of positions that we hit in our request, and we provided a revised recommendation for 5 positions with 1 alternate. We were pleased that you agreed with our alternate position and agreed to support 6 positions. And that's what's included in today's memo. We also briefed you at that time on the status of the Water Quality Protection Fund and the Development Review Special Revenue Fund. Some changes that have occurred since that November 6th meeting, about a $151,000 decrease. So we're happy with that. It's for the actuarial report came back for the pension cost reduced by our number by $119,000. The CIO reduced their chargeback by $12,000. And we had found some existing funds that we felt we could reallocate to digital outreach so that we could remove that from our major known commitments, $20,000. Okay. With these changes, the proposed budget is $30,185,873. This is an increase of 8.5% over the FY26 adopted budget. And as a note, this 8.5%, while it's a little bit high. It's not at all unusual for the last several years. In FY25, we had an 8.3% request, and in FY24, we had a 7.5% request. So these are in the ballpark range of where we've been requesting. The charts in section 3, attachments A and B, will show our budget request in two forms. The budget summary chart with the new initiatives, which you've seen before, and then also an expenditure by budget by division, which is new this time for you. Our staffing and labs, we are seeking your approval to continue our labs at 5.5%, which is the same that we've had for the last 2 fiscal years. And a staffing level, 154 is our FY26 level, plus the 6 new positions. So we're asking for 160 proposed positions in work years in FY27. For revenue, we have an administrative fund revenue. We have some, the majority of our budget is tax supported through the admin fund, but there are also some revenues received through charges for services, fees for materials, and established special revenue funds. The department anticipates $287,000 in service charges and other program fees for FY27.
Can I ask a question here? Are we planning to look at the fees to see if they matches with the actual, because we are very low in the revenue and we keep bringing from admin fund to cover. Is there any plan? Maybe you can refresh my memory what we discussed. I don't remember.
The FY26 estimated, we extrapolated out, and so that's the middle column on this slide. We estimated that we'll bring in about $290,000 in administrative fund revenues. These go into the administrative fund. They become part of the fund balance. These aren't special revenue funds, so we cannot use them for specific purposes, such as we can with a special revenue fund.
Yeah, but that was not my question. My question is that, do we have any plan to increase the revenue?
So,
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Robert Cronenberg for the record. The board did ask us to take a look at this, and we've started evaluating the fees that we currently charge right now, and then kind of what would be anticipated to come back to the board, we're hoping in January, to look at a fee increases for many of the applications that we do.
And for the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, I would just note the distinction. The fees that we talked about last time and that Robert was talking about are the ones that go into our Development Review Special Revenue Fund. We are going to look at those here. This is something different. This is the administrative fund revenue, which this does include Forest Conservation Plan fees, which we'll take a look at as well. But so this is a slight, we'll get to that Development Review Special Revenue Fund conversation in a couple of slides too.
So this is not the development review. So what are these revenues then? Just for forest conservation and okay, so these are something different.
Correct.
Okay, got it. But you answered my question.
Okay. Next, the Water Quality Protection Fund. We discussed this at our board meeting on the November 6th. These are costs to offset the costs that will be incurred in FY27 to provide specific activities consistent with the 2019 MOU between the Commission and the county. Previously, the planning used an outdated formula to calculate the request each year and did not adequately capture the work performed by planning under the fund. So with our new proposed funding model, we will align with the county departments and the Montgomery Parks to calculate it by work years. We have 18 staff members totaling 15.5 work years performing water quality eligible work. And the proposed budget for these work years is $2,588,004. We did meet with representatives from DEP and OMB last week and plan to meet with council staff in the next week or so to discuss our request. In the meantime, we ask that you for your approval to include the new funding model in our FY27 proposed budget. We are providing these Water Quality Protection Fund activities in accordance with the MOU, and we should be reimbursed appropriately. Although appropriate payment has not been pursued previously for these activities, it does not change the fact that we've performed and will continue to perform them, and accordingly, compensation should be provided in accordance with the terms of the MOU.
Okay, in this one, I do support the, your request. I just want to make sure that that doesn't take away from the Parks Department. And I'm happy to see that you have already discussed that. As much as I'm familiar with this fund, it's a specific amount of the fund that is divvied up between the agencies. And so if one agency wants to have more, some other agency has to take less, I think. So,
It can be some combination. It could be also that the taxes increased to, per residence. And, we are open to the idea of a phased-in approach.
so I just want to make sure that Parks Department is participating in your
Yes, we
meetings.
met with them as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, the special revenue fund budgets. We have 3 special revenue funds, the Development Review Special Revenue Fund, which we discussed 2 weeks ago. We also have Forest Conservation Fund and Environmental Forest Conservation Penalty Funds. These accounts are account for the proceeds from specific revenue sources restricted for designated purposes. Some special revenue funds do come and go. A recent example is the closing of the Traffic Mitigation Special Revenue Fund when the responsibility for collecting the traffic mitigation fees was transferred to MCDOT. The largest or most notable is the Development Review Special Revenue Fund, which we provided a briefing on. Going forward, for the Special Revenue Fund, thank you. We've said that no increase in the compensation for COLA or merit would be included in the chargeback, in planning's chargeback for FY27. So that would leave the chargeback at $3,888,284, which is the same as FY25 and FY26. Other department.
It's a different order than the pop-ups.
Okay, well,
I'll highlight them for you.
which is your pop-up?
So I went FY26, so.
Okay, sorry.
So, you rearrange it, never mind, okay, we're all good.
Sorry. Other departments, legal, the CIO, and finance also have chargebacks in the Development Review Special Revenue Fund, and they've increased those slightly for FY27. That's the slight $8,000 increase there. Chargebacks do remain pretty consistent over the years and only generally increase based on compensation increases. So the total proposed chargeback for the Development Review Special Revenue Fund for FY27 is $4,198,421. With this lack of compensation increase, the Planning Department proposes to reduce the work years charged back commensurate both in FY26 estimated and FY27 proposed by 1.1 work years, which is commensurate with the same $194,000 charge that we would have increased. Since we didn't increase it, we're reducing the chargebacks. So that would bring our work years in FY27 to 21.5 work years for this fund. The proposed fees.
Here. It's off.
It's off?
Yeah.
Totally off, okay. But the proposed fees for FY26 estimated with the, we will bring the proposed fee increases to the Planning Board in early 2026, and with those proposed fee increases, we are proposing $1.4 million in FY26 estimated revenues. We also, in FY26, I'm just going to go down 26 line. We also, in FY26, are proposing to save $600,000 in our operating budget to use to reduce the chargeback in FY26. This combined savings plan and the revenues leaves a fund balance of $3,409. This is significantly below the $1.2 million minimum fund balance approved by the Planning Board in 2017. For FY27, we are proposing revenues at $1.5 million. It'll be a full year of the new fees. And then to balance out, we are increasing the transfer to the admin fund from 1.5 million to 3.9 million in FY27 in order to achieve the fund balance of 1.2 million, which again was approved by the board in 2017.
Can I ask you a question here?
Yes.
You know that I had said I'm a little bit concerned because I think it's just not sustainable to have that much money to be transferred from the admin fund. And also, you are already charging some of them to the operating fund that you already have. And also, you're reducing the chargebacks. I don't know how you're reducing it. Is it reducing it, you're charging somewhere else? Or if you're reducing by streamlining the process. So I have a request. When you look at the fees, I think there are a few ways that we could work with this. One is that to look at if the fees are equitable. The other one is that to streamline the process, to see that if there are ways that by streamlining the process, and again, I'm going to say, I know you may not agree, but I think that technology can help in streamlining some of, at least the document preparation. I'm not saying that everything is by technology, but you can have the technology to help. Still, you have the resources available to confirm if they are correct. This is happening in the outside world. I know it is happening. I know it. So we should be able to use that. So we should look at to make the fees, and also we should look at to see if we could streamline the process by reducing the cost that is being charged to this fund, that we could bring it to a place that we don't need to transfer that much money from admin fund to the review development process. It's just not right.
So I would say, streamlining the process has been something that we hear practically every single day for the past several years. Yes, yeah, and it's something. It's a conversation that we're having with our partners, with the council, with the development industry on a weekly basis. And so we're constantly looking at ways that we can streamline the development and review process very formally and very informally. And we've instituted a number of things, especially coming out of the development and review process work group, some recommendations from there that have helped make the process more efficient. We will continue to do that, and we'll see. And some of the things are outside of our control in terms of the overall process. We're relying on other participants, partners in the process. There's also a lot of regulation. There's a lot of laws and rules that get added on and added on and added on that require us to...
Yeah, you need to work on that also. I
Yeah,
agree
well,
that we should make less regulations
it's
to
not
make
us.
it. I know.
We don't make those rules. The state does.
I
The county council
totally
does.
agree.
So we have to work within that world. And so, but we will continue to look for ways to be able to reduce this. We agree that this is not a good situation. We don't want to be making these transfers. But if you look back historically with this fund, it's something that has happened, I think, 15 out of the last 20 years.
But then not to that much.
No,
I
but
look at that.
From
yeah.
an inflation adjusted, this is somewhat consistent. It's a little bit more. It is more. And we don't want to be doing this, but it's also highly dependent on what the market is. And so our hope is that we actually don't need to transfer. And when we get to the county council with this, we'll have a better sense of how much revenue we're going to be bringing in this year. We might be able to better project what our revenue will be in the future. And we may be able to make an adjustment to this request. The other thing I would point out is that this idea of, I can't get but the $1.2 million is what our target has been to be able to get to that. The council may decide you don't need to hit that number. You can just hit 500,000, and they could reduce the amount that transfers to. So there is some play here that the council will be able to have.
When you look at the fee, the target for the fund balance helps for the fluctuation in the market. So that balance is there for the bad years. And then the years that it is good, we get the balance up. And that's what that has to go in the calculation of determining the fee. Actually, we did that when I was at the director of DPS for their fees, permit fees. And that's supposed to be reviewed every 4 or 5 years for the same reason and from a fluctuation that it's happening. And when you look at, I totally agree that there are some things that is outside our control, but we should focus on the things that is our control. And when we are talking about streaming the process, we are not just talking about the permitting. We could look at the, not permitting, development review. We could look at also the operation. And that's why what I'm saying, that the technology could help, that we have less staff charges.
So let me just say this, all good points, and I think, big picture, I think, which you're also saying, we need a plan B, right? Because, and we'll know in January, you know, once you will submit our budget, the county exec will provide their recommendations, but I think when you come back with the fees, you know, what do you think you can do in terms of raising fees? Maybe have also a plan B, because there's also this things, what if we don't get the water quality protection increase? What if we don't? I think this is what we have in front of us today, but let's see if we can get, Commissioner Petto, get this, something approved today, and then, but we know we have some, it's not sustainable, and we need to do something else. And let's come back in January, February with our, see what we are on the fees, and also we may need a plan B and a plan C, so. Okay.
Yeah, and I would just add that, you know, all of these changes, some of them, you know, they take time, and we don't want to be overwhelming all of our entire, you know, system here with change everywhere. So we've gone through a lot of transformation and change in this past year, and we're going to continue to be looking at ways that we can make improvements and continue talking with you all on all of that.
Okay, we have 2 other special revenue funds. The Forest Conservation Fund, which was created in response to the implementation of the Montgomery County Forest Conservation Law. This allows developers to pay into a fund in lieu of finding an off-site location to meet their forest planting requirements. And the Environmental Forest Conservation Penalty Fund, which collects funds from property owners that have received administrative citations and civil penalties. And by laws, the money collected for that fund must be used to administer that program. So you can see the chart here shows you all 3 of the special revenue funds, and the bottom line on the bottom right shows that the overall balance proposed for the special revenue fund is $1.7 million. A synopsis of all these special revenue items can be found in Attachment D in the memo. For the Capital Equipment Service Fund, we have, this fund was established as an economical method of handling large equipment purchases. The fund spreads the cost of an asset over its useful life instead of burdening any one fiscal year with the expense. And we can use this to purchase equipment having a useful life of at least 6 years. So this year for FY27, Montgomery Planning is proposing to purchase $520,000 in equipment. $150,000 is to replace vehicles model 2016 years or older, so anything that will be 10 years or older. We do have 12 vehicles that fit that category. Over the next few years, Planning Department will work with the Parks Fleet Manager to determine which vehicles need to be replaced and in what kind of a priority order. We will also look to, at this point, still purchase hybrid vehicles because the EVs don't have the infrastructure in place, but over the next few years, we will be transitioning to EV vehicles. We have sufficient funds in the ISF fund that have carried over from previous years to pay for this $150,000 purchase, so we're just asking for the approval to spend those funds rather than requesting to finance those purchases. $370,000 is requested to replace servers and other IT equipment that reached the end of the useful life. This will be financed over the 6 years and is split 50-50 with Montgomery Parks. You approved that purchase last week for Montgomery Parks. And you approved that purchase for us by approving our debt service, which is in part of our operating budget. Attachment E shows our master plan and major project schedule. This was presented to you in October. As a reminder, we have one new area master plan, the Damascus Main Street Sector Plan Amendment, and 2 new projects. On the next page, which is the Climate's Resilience Functional Plan and Diversifying the Economy, Assessing the Future Needs for Industrial Land. And those are included to start in FY27. That's the end of our presentation. I'd be happy to provide any additional information if you need.
So thank you for your very detailed presentation. As you said, this is the 3rd time coming to the board. You know, we very deliberative in working through this, and I'm in support of moving this forward. I want a question. We know we have to do some work. You know, there's some pieces that we need to see how they're going to play out in the next couple of years. And you talked about reviewing your fees, and maybe there are some other things we may need to do to sort of try to get back in balance there to make sure we have money, reasonable amount of money in our funds at the bottom line. But I know you will do that. So if there are any other questions or comments from the board members. You're good? Okay, great. So do I have a motion to approve planning's fiscal year 27 proposed budget?
I move to approve Planning Department budget for FY27.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have 5-0. So thank you. Next, we'll end the budget discussion with the Central Administrative Services. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Charles.
Good morning. Again, for the record, Terry Bacot-Charles, Corporate Budget Director. Today, I'm before you to present and ask your approval for both the final CAS FY27 proposed budgets and the internal service funds. Beginning with CAS, and as submitted and part of your package, each department has provided an updated final memo that outlines their requests for the necessary resources to continue to deliver effective services for the Commission. As shown here, the request, when aggregated, now totals $28.99 million. That is down from the $29.6 million that we presented to you during the October work session. As the other departments have indicated, much work has occurred between October and where we are today. For us, CAS in total has reduced nearly $610,000 due to the guidance provided by this board. Some of that guidance included removal of the ADA items in the corporate IT, the removal of the new vendor relations specialist from the finance department's budget, the agreement in use of term contracts for the ERP-related program enhancements, and all of those, and if you'll recall, there were 8 positions that were requested, and all of those will be funded through the ERP project. Also resulting in reductions since October was the fact that some of the actions taken at the corporate IT level created a reduction, a cascading reduction in OCIO charges that, of course, impact the CAS departments as well as the other departments. And then lastly, as you've already heard, we also got the final pension numbers, which were positive, was a positive downward adjustment as well from the earlier estimates. So again, as a result of these adjustments, CAS request is now down from the 3.4% to an even more modest 1.2% above the FY26 adjusted adopted, and that represents nearly $351,000 in additional funds. And the Montgomery County share, as noted here, is $13.7 million, and it is up year over year by nearly $170,000. So you can also see, and we previously presented the fact that there's a wide range of need within the CAS departments, and we have our merit board, the smallest budget, as a result of its base adjustments needing 11.8% increase. And we also have, on the other end of the spectrum, the fact that we have scrubbed the CAS support budget and actually have been able, given the change in the market rate for the executive office building, to actually reduce that budget expectation by 17%. And again, just to recap, at a very high level, each department's approach was to provide for their baseline adjustments, where possible, reduce operating commitments. Legal, merit, and CAS support clearly fall in that category. The Office of Inspector General, I'll just remind you, they have just baseline adjustments as well, with the one exception that they have added $9,000 in one-time operating funds to support their scheduled peer review that's occurring during FY27. And then also, just as a reminder, the corporate IT and finance budgets did restore reductions made in FY26. For finance, it was the restoration of $33,000 so that they could support their mandated reporting. And for the corporate IT, it was the resumption of the capital equipment contribution, which you will see listed in the capital equipment internal service fund. And again, for corporate IT, it's to support the continuing maintenance and updating of the firewall. And that's a total of $225,000 that's split 50-50 between the two counties. And then the only other reminder is the fact that you also, at the last session, allowed corporate IT to maintain the funds that they had placed in their budget for inflationary increases in computer equipment and hardware and maintenance support. Now we'll move on to the internal service funds. Shown here in summary are the 6 funds. I do need to acknowledge an error on the very first line, CIO. Unfortunately, we did not properly update the first column, the October column. That column should be reading $7.7 million. That was their original request, and it included $2.4 million for operational support and $5.3 million for subscription license. Now what is before you to be approved, of course, is a lower number. It's lower by almost $246,000. And again, that lower number reflects that they came in alignment with the planning board's guidance. And as a result of that, they reduced their operational support from 2.4 to 2.1, roughly 2.1. The subscription support remained unchanged between October and November, but they did remove, again, the personnel and some of the other expense associated with the ADA, which was included.
Could you explain the percentage in the 2 column, percentage October and percentage November? What are these percentages represent? Are they the percentage drop from FY26?
Yes, ma'am.
For both of them?
Yes. Yes, and
Okay.
again, the first one, of course, is showing a 56% change, which is really where we are in November. In October, it was not a 56% change. But both percentages are based on the change year over year.
Over
FY '26
FY20.
to what would be the FY '27.
Yeah, so like if I want to be looking at that, you're saying that the capital equipment, it was reduced by 54.8% over 26. They showed that, no,
Oh,
that increased.
that's an increase,
I'm sorry,
yes.
the EOB was reduced by 24.7
Correct.
over
Correct.
FY26.
And as we go through the slides, you'll see that group insurance year over year is an increase of 6.7%. So yes, that
Okay,
is
so
how
all
you,
of this percentage is over fiscal
FY
year
26,
26. Okay,
correct.
thank you.
And then for CWIT, as you can see here, there has been no change between the October and November memo. I just again wanted to remind you that this is where the 8 positions associated with ERP implementation will be shown in the budget book. And the fact that, again, those are 8-term contract positions with an expected term ending early in FY '29. Moving to the risk management fund, as you can see here, commission-wide, the budget will be $7.8 million. But for Montgomery County, it is an $809,800 increase, bringing the need in FY '27 of $4 million. What's driving that, of course, as you can see to the right in the fund summary, is the fact that claims are anticipated to increase year over year by 14.6%. Again, that's an estimate. We can hope that we do better, but based on the fund analysis, it was determined that we should prepare for almost $2.5 million. And couple that with the fact that the external administrative expense, our participation in the fund, is expected to increase 5.8%. As was the case in the past couple of years, we are continuing to use fund balance as well to help reduce the annual contributions. And so at this point, the FY '27 proposed has the use of a little over $400,000 planned at this point. In terms of the capital equipment, you've heard both departments present within their presentations their asks of the capital equipment fund, and our apologies, capital is spelled wrong. We do know how to spell it better. But listed here is what the fund summary will look in the proposed book. Again, the request overall is for $2.9 million in equipment, with, again, planning asking for the $520,000, Montgomery Parks $2.2 million, and then corporate IT $225,000, of which, again, you share 50-50 split with Prince George's County. And as was just explained by Karen, portions of this will come from fund balance, and portions of it will be financed as well. Our group health insurance request, the requested budget for FY '27 is $93.3 million. That's a 6.7% increase. When you dig into the fund summary to the right a little bit, you can see that both employee and employer contributions are expected to rise year over year by 5%. For the commission, the employer portion, that's $3.6 million above the current year. Also of good news is the fact that the federal subsidy, at least as represented and expected by our consultant, has said that we can anticipate almost a nearly additional $1 million during FY '27. So There was at one point in time some concern that we were not going to see an increase, but they feel more comfortable that we will see that increase. And then the revenues, of course, will help us to continue to offset the anticipated expense in claims and premiums. The detail behind the claims and premiums is basically this estimate assumes that claims are going to increase between 8 and 10%, and that the premiums for our commercial pieces will similarly experience increases of 8 to 10%. So that is what is driving the overall 93.3 million requests. And the only other thing I would call your attention to is if you're looking towards the bottom where it speaks to the fund balance, you can see that with time, as you're well aware of, we've been using fund balance to help mitigate the increases to the employees. And as you can see, we're at a point where that will not be sustainable moving forward. So just pointing that out. And then our last internal service fund is, of course, for the executive office building. And again, you're well aware of it via the conversation about our cash support budget. The lease rates were updated to reflect the current market value and the building's current needs, including their anticipated plans for FY27 and the actual positioning of the fund, meaning it has a strong fund balance, allows us to feel quite comfortable that they can operate within this proposed 1.27 million budget, which is, of course, nearly a 25% drop. That concludes the presentation. Again, I'm available to answer your questions, and we thank you for your support of both the CAS and the internal service funds.
So thank you so much. Thanks for all your hard work. I know working to put this together from 2 different jurisdictions can be time-consuming and tedious. So thank you for implementing our comments, and thank you for working on this. So just a couple questions. I see on this CIO Internal Services Fund, you show the term contracts that would have to be, and you show their costs. But I didn't see, I think if this is going to go in the book, it would be nice to also have on the, I think it's on the, in Mr. Gavin's budget, the 3-term contract positions there, it's mentioned them, but they don't show the costs. I mean, like, maybe I missed it. So but I just want to know what, you don't have to tell me what they, but you showed the positions, but if you can just highlight the costs in your book. And
so what I will say is very much what will be displayed in the book is going to mirror and match what is in the internal service fund memo.
Right. Okay.
And that does list all of the positions, and we'll put the amounts associated with it. So literally, what you see displayed in that memo, which was part of your package, is going to be what will appear on the pages associated with the CWIP.
Also, we had requested, I know on the ERP, that those were going to be sort of short-term positions. And if you could at least put the approximate time limit. And remember, we were saying it's a 2 to 3, one,
Right.
just so it's stated.
We will denote that, and as you're now in possession of that 3-year funding plan, we will make sure that there's language that speaks to the term of the positions as well.
Okay, thank you. Great. Are there any other comments or questions from? Yeah, okay, great. So seeing no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve the CAS proposed fiscal year 27 operating budget?
I move to approve CAS proposed FY27 budget. What?
Add internal service funds too.
And internal revenue service funds.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it 5-0. Thanks for all the divisions for your presenting your budgets and for all your hard work in presenting them. Okay, thank you so much. We'll just take a 5-minute break and we'll go to our next item, which is the public hearing draft of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan Work Session number 6. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, public hearing draft of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan Work Session number 6. With staff is recommending to, ideally today, we would finish up this plan. We're going to go over some of the outstanding issues or where the board has asked for the staff to come back, and then we'll take it from there. But it's, we've enjoyed every session, and this is a big, major master plan, and we look forward to completing it, hopefully today, okay? So we have Clark Larson leading the discussion. Welcome, and we look forward to your leading this discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Harris and Commissioners. We are before you, as you said, to return with some new information, cover some items that may not have been fully fleshed out before, and also provide some suggestions for proposed revisions to various plan recommendations and have some options at the end. So this shows a bit of what we've already covered in previous work sessions. And it's possible that you may feel comfortable with the changes after this meeting to ask us to transmit a next draft version to the council. So to lay out the topics that we're prepared to discuss today, really the first 4 are for your information. You can ask questions if you like, but it's really bringing back for review and information so it can inform the upcoming items of proposed revisions. So we have a lot of red lines and ideas for you to consider to make changes to the draft plan. Finally, the last 3, really, we expect to have a little bit more discussion, so there's some options, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, that we're proposing to you, and so we hope to have enough time at the end to get through those as you see fit. So first off with subject review, we wanted to give you an opportunity to go back and look at the neighborhood recommendations. And I'll be summarizing each of these. Really, honestly, we've been covering some of their recommendations in bringing testimony to you. Our approach in the work sessions has been really to highlight the areas of the draft plan and the recommendations that received testimony. So we focused on that in our presentation, and you've brought to us other ideas and comments for the rest of the plan. But we wanted to give you an opportunity to raise any other comments or questions that you have, and I think it'll lead us into the topics coming up as well. So the first neighborhood to concentrate on is the Gateway Center neighborhood. It comprises multiple properties on Gateway Center Drive, just south of Clarksburg Road. The plan anticipates that there would be a continuation of employment-oriented uses, including what's already there with some light industrial, research and development, and commercial uses, but also supports potential new development with compatible mixed-use development that might be comprised of housing, retail, amenities, new parks and public spaces, and transit. And this is reflected in the plan's recommendation to replace the EOF zone today with CR, commercial residential. Uses that are in place today would continue to be supported and allowed, as well as newly established, but it would also open up more opportunities for redevelopment. I do want to point out that the plan identifies, the draft plan today identifies that future residential or commercial development should be compatible with the existing light industrial and employment uses. So we're recognizing that it's possible that sometimes there's compatibility questions, and so both the design of proposed development as well as how the existing uses are operating, as things start to get mixed together, potentially, that there should be a special consideration for how these uses move together with noise, light, landscaping, and so on. So it's a potential mixed-use district in the future, but we want to make sure that as that transitions, if it does, that there's compatibility going forward. Also, more summarizing the neighborhood recommendations, the plan supports a more pedestrian-friendly, activated streetscape with new building frontages brought closer to Gateway Center Drive, so an attempt to influence the built environment here, and also suggests that the reconfiguration of Gateway Center Drive should accommodate a future corridor connector as Observation Drive Extended is established and a bus line runs up through here, that Gateway Center Drive should realize how the plan's cross-section and street design is recommending Gateway Center Drive to be reconfigured. So any other topics or questions you have about Gateway Center Drive, this neighborhood here? Okay. The next is the ComSat neighborhood. Really, this is primarily the property of the former ComSat Laboratories property. And so the plan generally envisions a range of development types with a portion of the property occupied primarily by residential uses. This is sort of thinking about if there's different stages or elements or partitions of the property, that there might be an area that's primarily residential and a portion, wherever that may be, potentially at the intersection of Little Seneca Parkway and Observation Drive, really being home to more of a compact mixed-use activity center with a variety of uses. We've covered a number of recommendations that are covered in this neighborhood as we discuss the plan-wide topics. And so here's a list here of some of those. And I might just highlight a few others that it talks to concentrating taller buildings where they exist and where they're established along I-270, providing that bit of a buffer between the highway and any lower scale or residential development to the east of the highway. Orienting buildings and commercial uses along a planned Street A. That's what we're envisioning as sort of a central main street there that could be established on the property. And encouraging compatible development blocks and street connections with the adjacent Linthicum family property and a shared responsibility for the alignment of Observation Drive. And this recommendation is included both in this neighborhood as well as the Linthicum neighborhood. And we're going to get into, we have a few more topics to cover on the alignment of observations. So we can talk about that now, or you can wait until later if you wish. Also, the last item I wanted to highlight is that the plan recommends establishing publicly accessible open spaces as third spaces that would be accommodating future gathering and cultural spaces, just a way to anticipate some of those private open spaces and try to encourage that their design and development is incorporated into the development and is open to all for gathering. It's something we would expect, but we're trying to just set the bar and make sure that there's attention to it as staff are reading through it, community members, as well as future development.
So you're going to talk about those parks and open space later on?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, each of these bullets we have slides on and we'll bring up at a later date, as well as I wanted to say we have covered this previously and we're coming back to you. So thanks for pointing that out.
So we ask questions then.
You can, yeah. Excuse me. The Linthicum neighborhood is envisioned primarily for new residential development with a mix of housing types and densities. And we think there is opportunity to establish neighborhood scale commercial development. The draft plan in the neighborhood section identifies the area near West of Baltimore Road or Little Seneca Parkway as it's close to Observation Drive as ideal for that, where it's anticipated more of an active commercial mixed-use area, but it doesn't dictate where that may be or if commercial uses would be established at all. It's really more of a vision. And so you'll see here, we've also covered topics that are recommended and more specified in this neighborhood from the Observation Drive typical cross-section and right-of-way. We're going to get into that coming up. Forest preservation recommendations and the concept of the Gateway Local Park and how that might influence this neighborhood. I'm just looking at my notes to see if there's anything else. Yeah, I think I've covered that. That's kind of a summary of the recommendations in this neighborhood. So any further thoughts or questions about the Linthicum neighborhood? Okay. And finally, we've identified an area within the sector plan area that we believe has some future development potential along the Upper Coolbrook tributary area. So we're calling it Upper Coolbrook. It's really between Frederick Road, 355, and Observation Drive, a segment of Observation Drive that's been established. And it's comprised of, right now, all detached homes. There's a lot of vacant lots, and there's a stream valley running through it. But we've heard interest, and we think it's appropriate to consider future residential development and infill here in a compatible, responsible way. And so the neighborhood recommendations identify that it's in support of new residential development with a mix of housing types and densities, possibly a neighborhood scale commercial development, especially along Frederick Road. It also speaks to implementing environmental site design and best management practices to ensure that as development occurs, it's going to back up inevitably to the Cool Brook tributary. We want to make sure that it's responsible, low impact, and is processing the stormwater and has a low impact on the environment there. So we think that can happen in the upland areas while preserving the natural areas downhill and near the streams. And the neighborhood recommendation, one neighborhood recommendation also says that property owners should approach the Parks Department and consider whether portions of this stream valley could be an extension of the park system that we're hoping to establish along Cool Brook. So whether it becomes parkland or might just be reserved in easement, conservation easement, private open space, we're kind of leaving that open to the future, but it's a suggestion we think should be considered at the time. And I would say also that that park would be primarily for conservation purposes, not active recreation. It would be to preserve the environment there.
Yeah, my question is that I'm not really familiar with this area. Is there that many potential, or do you have any prospect for development there? And is it a big piece of land, or is it just infill? Because if it is just infill, it's going to be hard to get, private park or stream valley dedicated. I don't know, but what do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. We have heard some interest in developing some of the larger, really, there's some detached properties, detached housing properties that extend all the way from Frederick all the way across the stream valley. So they're quite wide and long, and they have potential outside of the stream valley area in the forested area along the stream valley. They have potential to accommodate maybe 50 to 100 housing units, depending on the density and housing types that come in. So that would be mostly fronting onto Frederick Road, and then you would have natural areas between, and I think Observation Drive also has potential for maybe some attached housing. So we've seen some concepts from some of the property owners and prospective developers here, while also some of the properties may continue to be housing as exists today. To the south of the yellow neighborhood area, there's some smaller lots that we're already seeing being purchased and could be consolidated. To the northern area, they're really larger lots that have potential for more housing units. Yeah.
Those larger areas are vacant and ready to be developed? Or
Some of them are, yeah.
Okay,
Not all of them are.
that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I think you're aware that Clarksburg Church is located here, and they have some interest in expanding their amenities and opportunities for providing more community destinations, possibly even some new development on a portion of their property. So that's part of the equation. All right, I'm going to transition away from neighborhoods now, and then we'll get into some of those topics coming up. But we're bringing back for your information, this is a reprise of a slide that we covered some of the testimony expressing concern about the layers and multiple recommendations that was seen as excessive and constraining of development. So we have a table after this slide that really is new math as we understand it. We've taken out, you'll see some of the strikeouts towards the bottom. We've taken out specific acreages for Constellation Park, for upland forest preservation. We're just not sure that that is going to be the case anymore, so these are no longer in our mind constraints. Also, the 200-foot residential building setback that would have only applied to residential uses as a restriction may change today based on your conversations. So really, we've just done some new math to think about what is the remaining buildable area on the ComSat property. Just for your information, acknowledging that there are constraints already that the plan does not influence. That's the top list, potentially constrained regardless of the sector plan adoption, 49.6 acres, and potentially constrained due to draft plan recommendations would amount to about 16.5. That would essentially mean that development can't occur there on those acres. Now, there probably will be some parkland open space. There may be some forest preservation as well, so that could increase that amount. But really, this is a new understanding of what is remaining to be built on the ComSat property as we understand it.
So I have a question. On your chart here, the ComSat property potentially constrained area is 66.1 acres, and then the bottom bold type says potentially constrained due to draft plan recommendation 16.5 acres. So does that mean that 50 acres of the property, or 49.6 of it, would be not buildable because of regulations that are already in place? Or are these proposed non-uses based upon the desires of the plan?
Right. So that 50 acres, 49.6 or so, is, yes, the regulatory expectations from stream buffers, forest conservation within the stream buffers, also some of these stream valley adjacent open spaces that are expected to not really be conducive to development due to topography, and they might even be steep slopes, so the stream buffer would be expanded to accommodate them. As well as dedication, we're expecting to I-270, so there's about a 75-foot dedication that would be required to meet the current master planned right-of-way for I-270. So no development could occur there because it's being given over to state highway, as well as a small area for the interchange. I think that's in that area. Yeah, the first one, 1.6. So those 49 acres are not expected to be developed because of existing constraints. The 16.5 would come into play because of plan recommendations. Now, Observation Drive and Little Seneca Parkway, those right-of-ways that are specified with widths in the draft plan, they would have occurred even in the 94 plan, but in a different place, and about 1 or 2 acres less than we're expecting now because the alignment shifts. It's a lot narrower on Observation, but now it has more placement on the ComSet property because we've moved it west out of the stream valley. So we're sort of taking responsibility in the draft plan for those rights-of-ways that are not quote-unquote buildable, as well as there are internal roadways that would be expected to be established on the ComSet property depending on the development that happens. But we see those as that's really to serve the development. That's not unbuildable. That's just part of development. But there, you wouldn't have building footprints and parking lots on those.
Under the subsection potentially constrained due to draft plan recommendations, I look at the 50-foot minimum forest buffer from I-270. Is that in 4.5 acres, is that reduced from the original 200-foot buffer or 100-foot buffer?
So that's distinct from the 200-foot residential setback that the draft plan had recommended. This is within that 200 feet, or whatever its setback ends up being, there is a 50-foot forest buffer recommended in the plan that would not accommodate any development structures, possibly roadways, we can talk about that. But that would be 50 feet along the edge of 270 that you couldn't build up to because we're recommending a tree buffer there.
So are you still recommending a 200-foot buffer for residential?
That's our staff recommendation still, but we have options all the way at the end of this presentation to talk about those options for different setbacks and distances numbers, how that might be configured. So we're looking to you for direction on where that would end up.
It'll still be the staff recommendation, but we heard the direction previously. We have the other options that you asked us to explore. That'll be presented here shortly.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because if that isn't included here, potentially constrained due to draft plan recommendations, how many acres would it increase if you included it here?
18.3 at the very bottom. You can see I've struck it out.
Struck it out, okay.
And if it's a lesser distance width, it would be less acreage. But again, this is just for residential development. It doesn't talk about setting back for other uses.
Okay, thanks.
I just want to make a comment that staff and planning board, if you look at under 16.5, the crosses is what we have listened. And I have to give credit to staff that they're showing the difference. So sometimes they say that we don't listen and we don't make changes. I think this is a very good indication of staff flexibility, that things could change based on the comments that we receive from public. And I want to thank you guys and give everyone credit for that. I think it's important that sometimes we mention that we do listen to public. Thank you.
All right, so we can come back to this if you like. We're certainly going to touch on many of these topics coming up, but I can come up to this table again if you want. So I'm going to transition to our transportation planner here by introducing the slide and then handing it off to him. So we want to review the travel analysis with you, the work that we performed to understand the performance of the regional travel demand model on various scenarios for the plan, both what's in place today, that's what we call the baseline scenario, sometimes the master plan baseline scenario, as well as scenarios that we were testing to come up with our staff recommendation. That's scenarios, it's their test, 0, 1, 2, 3, we have a version 2 of 1. So this table shows the land use assumptions of each scenario. And so you can see in 2015, that's really just to set the base of, we know what the regional COG model has. This is the year of how many people we wanted to start with live and work in this area. And then projecting build out based on what's currently in the zoning map and what was adopted in the 94 plan by 2045. So there is a little bit of art and math going on here, but we would expect that it's possible that up to 1,386 households could be established. This is in addition to existing, so this is existing and new. That could be almost 3,500 people living in the sector plan area with about 3,800 jobs as well. So that's employment uses, commercial, light industrial, all the employment. Projecting build out of the proposed zones, the zones that are in the draft plan that are recommended. This is EOF to CR. There's some CRT, commercial residential town zones, recommended as well to replace other more employment-oriented zones. But we're anticipating that it's possible that there could be about 5,000 households, maybe 12,000 people living in the sector plan area by 2045, and about 6,400 jobs. So it's an increase from 2015, also expecting more from what would be built out under current zoning. So that's test scenarios 0, 1, 2, 3, all had the same land use assumptions. In addition, in conversations with our friends at MCDOT, and we saw it as a good idea as well, we wanted to take, what if only half of that growth occurs in scenario 1? Our land use scenarios are a maximum theoretical, but it's not the max that you get with floor area ratios. It's sort of reasonable to say, you're not building to 1.5 FAR, but what could be accommodated, what's possible here? That's how we built this in. But with the version 2, we said, what's about half of that? Or what if some of these properties don't turn over, like on Gateway Center Drive, if they just remain the buildings that they are today? So you can see there that we're expecting by 2045 less growth than the full build out of our proposed zoning, but it still is in addition, well, it's actually less jobs than the current zoning, but it's more people living in the area because we have a lot more housing to jobs ratio here on our test scenarios. So I just wanted to tee that up and hand it over to Richard to talk about more of the transportation network side.
Can I ask a question? This is very interesting. I had never thought about it that way. So we're going to get more people and more jobs, but basically the opportunity for people to get jobs where they live is reduced. That's not good.
Yeah,
Is that what we're
beating
looking
me to the
for?
punch a little bit on sort of some of the findings of the analysis of the travel demand model. But yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that. I am going to go through the transportation networks first, and then I'll talk about the results. But yeah, you're dead on that is a big contributor to where the metrics went. So scenario 1, there's starting with the master plan baseline travel network. This is just reflective of the 1994 plan, what's in the master plan of highways and transitways. Generally speaking, it's more capacity than the other scenarios. It includes Little Seneca Parkway extension, the interchange, the widths, the number of lanes on most of the roadways are higher in this scenario than other scenarios. So going to scenario network 1, this one we did, this skipped one. back. There we go. Okay, so scenario one, reduce travel lanes from 4 lanes to 2 lanes generally. We still have 2 dedicated bus lanes on Observation Drive, but we don't have as many travel lanes. It does reflect the realignment of Observation Drive extended. It removed I-270, the I-270 interchange, and it removed the Clarksburg 355 bypass roadway segments. So generally speaking, just lower capacity and is reflective of the public hearing draft recommended network. Moving to scenario 2, this is similar to scenario 1 network with some changes, some slight differences. One, we added back in the I-270 interchange. Frederick Road is 4 lanes rather than 2 lanes. It had been reduced in scenario 1. It was expanded again in scenario 2. And then Roberts Tavern Drive extended connects Frederick Road and Observation Drive. Going to the next one, 3, also similar to scenario 1, travel network, but Little Seneca Parkway extended. We don't have that in there. It ends at Observation Drive, so we do not have that east-west connection over 270, whether an interchange or just a bridge. It's just not in there at all.
I couldn't follow the east-west connection. Which one it was you're talking about? Can you show it with your...
Between, so you can see the pink line going over 270.
Oh, okay.
Let's see, right here. Okay, so right
I thought
here.
that was Little Seneca.
Yes, Little Seneca Parkway.
Okay.
And then Roberts Tavern Drive is
Yeah,
up
that's the
here.
one. I don't know
That's
which-
right up here. Sorry, it's a little faint blue line here. And that was in scenario 2.
How that one
And not in
helps.
scenario 1.
That's just a small short of road connecting 355 to what?
That connects 355 to Observation Drive.
Oh,
The existing
okay.
Observation Drive.
Not the proposed
Not the
one.
proposed, correct.
And originally in the 94 plan, it was termed a bypass because it would have extended through the Clarksburg Elementary School as well. Up north, you can see this dark blue line. So
Yeah.
it really connected Frederick to Observation Drive as a way to get around the historic district.
Yeah, that would be a good network, but the other one, that's just a short one, I don't know how that would help.
So again, it was primarily, we do have this section of Observation Drive that has been constructed. Observation Drive was realigned and goes, connects to Gateway Center Drive under the proposed network and the networks that were studied. But we did have this scenario in scenario 2 to include some of that east-west connection for Roberts Tavern Drive. So now we'll get into the adequacy metrics. So this table has a lot of information, so I'm happy to walk through anything more in depth. But this is to give you an overview of each scenario, but also the change compared to the baseline. So compared to that 2045 baseline, our existing approved master plan. I'll note that this contains 2 additional tests, as Clark mentioned, that we performed. Scenario 0 assumed the exact same network as the 2045 baseline, but it used the land use assumptions from scenarios 1 through 3. So all we changed, we kept the network the exact same, all we changed was the land use. And this was done to try and isolate to what extent the land use changes were driving the metrics. And then the other scenario we did beyond what was initially tested was scenario 1 version 2. And in this case, we used scenario 1, but changed the land use to assume only half of the growth, as Clark spoke about. Again, this was to try and help understand how much land use drove the metrics and how the metrics might change with assuming a lower amount of growth. Travel model testing demonstrate that the auto accessibility to jobs is the metric that is most tied to the transportation network, including the interchange. In scenarios with higher levels of vehicle capacity, including the interchange, the auto accessibility is higher in the scenarios without it. However, generally speaking, most of the other metrics are tied to the land use assumptions and not to the transportation network changes. Less jobs per household result in longer trips, and thus degradation of the transportation network. Even in scenarios where we include less growth overall, that's scenario version 1, version 2, the metrics performed worse than the baseline, and that's largely due to the change in land use balance, the jobs to housing balance.
Can I make you a comment? I'm sorry.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not as smart as you guys. I don't understand that table that you showed us. I'm trying to make sense out of it. I'm not a transportation planner. I think it would be helpful that if you have a bottom line, that what was the bottom line of this test?
Yeah, and
Because I don't get that.
Yes, absolutely. This table there's a lot of information. And again, I'm happy to go back and walk through any of these. I think hopefully this one will be a little bit more easy to digest. Basically, green means good, red means it performs worse. And so, one thing I want to note is that this analysis is consistent with the methodology used for other master plans. And hopefully this table paints an easier picture for the metrics. So again, green performs best, red indicates things are performing more poorly. And so you can see across the board, the baseline 2045 performs, generally speaking, almost across all the metrics better than any of the scenarios that were tested, including scenario 0 and scenario 1, version 2.
That's just one very quick thing. The non-auto mode share, that should be flipped, right? In terms of relative good, relative bad.
That is apologies for that. Yes, that should be. That's a good thing. Yes, that should be green, so the dark red on that metric should be higher.
Okay, so baseline had
Baseline
the expected
performs
lowest
worst in that
non-auto
case.
share. Okay.
Yes. So unless the land use is dramatically curtailed and the roads are upsized, there's really no way to make the metrics perform better than the baseline scenario. And really everything comes back to the assumed land use in the baseline. The baseline scenario simply did not include the level of residential development assumed in all the other scenarios that were tested. The jobs to housing balance was much higher. And under all these scenarios, all these other scenarios, this significantly changed. And we can go back to that table that shows the jobs to housing balance. And you can see what a difference that is between those scenarios.
That's what predicted, like in the baseline, what piece of the land use said more jobs? Like versus in our land use requirements now, how did you get the jobs? What did it, like?
I'll defer to Clark on the land use assumptions that were made, but it is primarily in the zoning assumptions that were changed for this update. Clark, do you want to elaborate on that?
But then and now, the same, like the EOF or the whatever had so much, just because it was EOF, but this RCR can have the same, can allow the same amount of jobs. So, but how, I'm just trying to understand what,
Yeah, there's a range of possible development that could be accommodated in the CR zone, that's true, including substantial employment and commercial development. I think we are recognizing the trends from the last several decades in transitioning away from employment-oriented uses, especially up here in Clarksburg and across the county, and anticipating that there was going to be more residential development and possibly, hopefully, from our standpoint, parallel employment uses established as well. So we are anticipating a growth in some level of employment and commercial development as whether the zoning would change or not. But really, the difference in the assumption is that if the zones do not change from what's in place today, we might have, another 500,000 square feet on the ComSat property. We probably will have light industrial on the Linthicum property, and Gateway Center Drive might remain the same. So we're kind of expecting that things will just hold because there's a suppression of possible residential development. When we move to commercial residential zones, I would imagine that there's strong demand for residential, but that we would also get new employment and new commercial growth that comes along with that. So we see a growth in both.
I see. So in the model, when you put CR, somehow it just assumes more residential.
This is our assumption. We've also met with the property owners, and we understand what their possible futures are, what their interests are. So I think we're sort of channeling what we're hearing from, what the expectations are, but also our understanding of the past in Clarksburg, of what's been the trend and what is the trend in the county and across the region.
Yeah, I think the long story short is the baseline is reflecting what the 94 plan anticipated as being much more office, non-residential uses. What we're presenting to you with the CR zone change is, and our projection of what we believe the reality will be moving forward, a much higher component being residential than the original plan and zoning even allowed.
Is it also accurate to say to some extent that what the model is trying to do here is speak to the zoned capacity and not as much kind of the market factors related to different economic conditions at any given time, where strictly based on zoning and the amount of land and sort of the various constraints that are sort of stripped away from the available land, that's what the model is projecting in the future, right? So is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's why I use the word theoretical, because it's not going necessarily to the 100% build out of all possible zoning. It's really more of a realistic filter of that. But yes, it's not thinking about the cost of construction, it's not thinking about what the current demand is, it's really what's the potential here, and then what would be the result in our travel network and how people get around and the impact on the travel network should that development occur.
Yeah, I think that's really helpful context for this conversation in particular, because we look at these comparisons to baseline, and in some ways, some of the metrics and the relative performance, feels, if without that context, I think it feels a little bit more problematic and almost like, what are we kind of doing? Are we actually achieving the purpose of the plan? And I think the answer is definitively yes. We're achieving the purpose of the plan because of all this context that we're talking about here. And to the extent that we can maybe add some of that into, maybe that language is already in the plan, but I think that might just be helpful because it can be a little bit confusing just looking at the tables and the metrics and the baseline comparisons without the broader arc and narrative and economic conditions.
Yeah, we see this baseline as being a little unique compared to most of the other plans that you've seen, and so it is probably worth a little more explanation on that. We do think that that baseline is on a theoretical scenario that is not at all going to come to fruition. In fact, is one of the major reasons we're doing this plan amendment. So to hold ourselves to a baseline that is nowhere near reality is a little, that would be also problematic in our opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the way I see it, again, is that baseline, it shows that baseline is we are best off, and we knew that. I think it's when you develop an area with a lot of residential and commercial, then traffic, if it's not going to be, it's going to be hard, for people. And we already have some, I do not know if the baseline we have right now is optimal. But basically what we are saying is that with these different assumptions or scenarios, in any case, traffic would be worse than what we have right now. Is that what it says?
I wouldn't quite characterize that way. I would say...
Just make it very simple.
So I would say that the baseline 2045 was somewhat unrealistic in the terms of the amount of job growth it expected versus the amount of residential growth it expected. And that this, we're comparing, because that's what we do, the metric is to compare against the baseline. But that baseline was somewhat unrealistic in being able to actually achieve that level of balance between jobs and housing. And so, yeah, when you look at these metrics from that standpoint, the baseline looks better, but the baseline was not achievable.
And one of the hard parts about this conversation is the baseline is not speaking to conditions today. And so it can be a little confusing when we're trying to understand differences in expected traffic or congestion or system or network performance, because it's saying based on the current land use looking forward to 2045, what do we expect to happen compared to the land use changes that we're proposing, which is, it's sort of theoretical versus theoretical.
I understand, but baseline, if you go back to baseline, I think it had more network of highways, wasn't it?
So, yeah, I can speak to that. So we did try and isolate what was driving it. Is it the network modifications or is it the land use? And so scenario 0, we kept the exact same network as the baseline. All that changed was the land use assumptions. And you can see even in that case, the metrics all performed worse under that scenario than the baseline. So it really is primarily the metrics are driven by the land use assumptions and not by the transportation network assumptions.
All right, so I believe we did this analysis to respond to a MCDOT comment or something. So yeah, I'd like Ms. Peckett to say you were. Yeah, I think we did this to respond to a comment that you had. What was your comment, and could you present that so we know why we're all doing this, okay?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Harris. Thank you so much for Deputy Director Haley Peckett from Montgomery County Department of Transportation. Thank you for putting this analysis and having this discussion today. We appreciate it. And I think that Vice Chair Linden's comments about what it is that we're thinking about, baseline, theoretical, and agree with a lot of planning's comments that we're not really able to compare anything apples to apples, and we are not land use experts. So with all those caveats, I think one thing that we just wanted to recognize at MCDOT is that absolutely we agree that the land use is what is driving all of the metrics performing worse than baseline. But I would note that when we looked at scenario 0 and scenario 1v2, so scenario 0 being a more maximalist, like more transportation infrastructure that still performs poorly for transit accessibility, but it does better for other modes. So we think that there's more opportunity for people to access the transportation network when there is the same, more infrastructure, but the same amount of the land use growth. I think that our concern is that every single metric across the board does demonstrably worse, again, worse compared to what baseline, but worse for transit accessibility. So I think it highlights that there isn't a silver bullet that's going to be able to come through here. We can't put bus lanes in everywhere and expect this growth to be accommodated via transit in a way we might be able to expect down county. We're not commenting on the land use and what the right mix should be. That's not our expertise. It's more to recognize that there is an impact when you have more infrastructure. It does slightly better across all of the metrics, and there's still many metrics, including transit, that just are not performing well. And whether I would not sign my life away that scenario 0, 1, and 2 are all going to be negative 11.7% worse than the baseline, but they're all going to be worse than either what we would have today with more transit service or what would happen if the build out were to occur and there were more people that could have that job housing balance that the market is not supporting.
Can I ask a quick follow-up on that? Would we be able to go back to the table that shows the actual, not the percent change, but this one? I think this is helpful. So we can see that for some of these categories, the change, while it may be a larger percentage change than we would hope for, the actual sort of numerical change is quite small. VMT per capita, for example, even the auto travel time, we're talking about, this is in minutes, correct, for auto travel time. So we're talking about, roughly half to 3/4 of a minute in performance, relative performance change. The auto accessibility is a big one, and transit accessibility also relative to baseline. But I think, again, and I appreciate all the comments you made. The baseline, I think we all kind of agree to various shades here, is speaking to a future that likely would never have happened, given the characteristics of the existing zoning, given the economics, given where it is in the county, and given like all these things. So in changing the zoning, we're trying to approximate something that maybe the earlier 94 plan was trying to achieve. But the baseline conditions for the transportation network, I think, it's not a realistic view of what would have happened by 2045 at this moment in time. So I just wanted to sort of emphasize that point again. Relative to that unrealistic future, we are looking a little bit lower or relatively worse in some of these areas, small in some areas. But I just wanted that to be a part of the conversation too, because I think that the plan as a whole is achieving quite substantial positive things. And we can get more into this when we get kind of into some of the other elements, but I think knowing what is coming, it's also incumbent upon us. We have a great opportunity to do a lot of like coordinated planning in advance of this development happening from a transit standpoint, from the lanes going on an observation, from potential express bus service or future BRT. It's like this is a rare opportunity to do a lot of coordinated planning well in advance when we're all sort of on the same page about what to expect. So I'm hopeful that these numbers can improve if we can kind of get all on the same page with our capital planning and operational planning.
Well, I'm sorry, but in response to that, and also in response to you, that I think is very important realization that, and this is sort of what my gut feeling was saying, the transit in this area is not as much usable, or people are not going to use it comparing to the down county. And we put a lot of emphasis in our transportation planning with the hope that people are able to use the transit. And then what happens at the end is that we're creating problem for auto accessibility, and that is the problem that we have right now, frankly, for people living in Clarksburg. They cannot get out. And there is, even though that if we provide them with the BRT that is far in future, I do not know in this model, did you put in the willingness of people taking transit? Well, it takes a long time to get from point A with point B with transit.
Okay, one of this, my last comment, and you should continue. Thank you for would this all look different if you change, the baseline was today?
Excuse me. It would certainly change. I can't say specifically how much, but going back to the land use component, there is a higher jobs to household number in the base year for the model, which is 2015. So it may not, we'd have to look.
Yeah,
We'd have to
okay.
look at the metrics, but I suspect it may perform well in some metrics compared to today or 2015, but not all across the board.
Okay.
The other thing I would want to note just really quickly is, these scenarios do not include what we discussed at the October 23rd meeting that we'll discuss a little bit further today, of including the interchanging ed in the network. That is not reflected in scenario 1 right now, but what we are largely headed towards is scenario 1 plus the interchange. And so that would change these slightly as well. So I just wanted to note that.
Okay. Okay, great, thanks. So you continue with the transportation or Nick. So thank you for bringing this to our attention and helping us to understand it better. Thank you.
So yeah, now we're going to talk about some of the proposed plan revisions. starting with the I-270 right-of-way question. We did recently hear from SHA about sort of their needs and have a little bit more information there. While SHA's right-of-way requirements for the future 270 widening have not been determined, they estimated around 320 feet would be needed for future work along the corridor. Right-of-way requirements for environmental mitigation will also vary due to the proximity of the tributary of Little Seneca Creek at the exit 17 location. And SHA is on the call if you have any specific questions for them. We did ask them to join. I believe they're on.
Could I ask one?
Yeah.
Since was that an opportunity for for a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just sorry to interrupt, but it was on my mind this issue of kind of how much space SHA either prefers or requires, and kind of how firm is that requirement. I know that there's internally there's probably been lots of conversations with them to try to figure this out. We talked about last time how the right-of-way, the master plan right-of-way to the north of this stretch is more narrow, and to the south of the stretch is more narrow. How does SHA reconcile that from a future kind of work requirement or potential expansion standpoint? I mean, personally, my hope is that this area will never be expanded for the highway. And because the 75 feet that we're talking about here extends onto the private property, for example, of the ComSat property, correct? So SHA is stating that they want to take some of the private property for the potential of either the work associated with an expansion or the expansion
As
itself.
they did with Cabin Branch as well. There's 75 feet that's been given to SHA on the west side too.
Yeah. So I guess first, like, how are they reconciling just the different master planned right-of-way and the requirements to the north and to the south, given that it's more narrow than this stretch? I guess we can just start with that.
And small clarification, you started to say it, I just want to be clear, it will require dedication from both Linthicum and the ComSat property owners on 270.
Okay. So the 350 feet goes from the very north of the ComSat to the very south of the Linthicum.
Okay. I believe it's from Clarksburg Road, Maryland 121. So all the Gateway Center properties fronting or backing up to I-270 would need to dedicate, as well as through the ComSat property, a sliver of Black Hill Regional Park, parkland, as well as the Linthicum property. So it's really the stretch between Clarksburg Road and Little Seneca Creek. And that's what, because it was identified in the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan, that stretch with a right-of-way of 350.
And I can't speak to SHA's thoughts on north and south. They are on the call, but I can say we did ask specifically about this segment and brought up that, both to the north and south it is lower. The response was they estimated they needed around 320 feet in this area.
It is 320 feet, so 320 already 30 feet lower than 350, but is 320 also wider than to the south and to the north?
Yes, I think it's 300 to the south.
Okay.
And lower than that in the north.
Would we be able to hear from a representative from SHA? Okay.
So I believe we have Nate Evans on the call from SHA.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Did you hear the discussion, Mr. Evans?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good.
So working with the planners, we went back and looked at some of our historical documents and referenced some of our highway needs inventory. We haven't had any more detailed planning studies done through this corridor since 2008. So we're really just kind of relying on some of our typical sections that we use for looking at highway widening. So therefore, we're looking at about a 320 foot right of way through this area. It does differentiate from areas further to the south and north. But we're looking in this area and we're anticipating that any kind of environmental mitigation would be needed for that area. Also to note that there is a row of utility transmission towers along the east side of the property. So we're really anticipating that will kind of force highway realignment over to the east instead of having to disturb the utility corridor as well. But again, these are very planning level estimates for that right away, so there hasn't been any design work done on that.
And so thanks, I appreciate that. And so it sounds like, if I'm understanding that correctly, that some combination of existing utilities, environmental, critical areas, stream valley, or environmental issues, or the need for some buffer in combination is creating the need for a slightly wider right-of-way in this section?
That's correct.
Okay. And SHA currently has no, beyond kind of concept or planning level ideas, SHA currently has no concrete plans for any widening in this area, right?
That's also correct, yes.
Okay. So I guess my question to staff then is, what's preventing us from, why do we, a highway widening in this county is not something we want to accommodate at this stage anymore, right? Generally speaking, we're trying to do everything we can to facilitate cleaner, more sustainable, more active, transit-oriented, transportation options, particularly from up-county. So what's compelling us to provide in the master plan the need for this dedication? Is there anything specific that's compelling us to do this?
So I'll start, and I'd ask Dave Anspacher to jump in as well. But I think, widening for general purpose lanes certainly would not be something we want to pursue, but widening for the purpose of having additional toll lanes or transit-only lanes is something that could be very beneficial. And as we've talked about, the challenges of the transportation network, the capacity, we feel, especially because we're also including now an interchange at this location, the flexibility to allow there to be some consideration for widening. Dave, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Are you talking about the 75 foot? I want to make sure I understand what we are talking about.
Yeah, the 75 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that summarizes it well. The county is in support of adding additional lanes for hot lanes or HOV. That has been discussed a lot over the years. And so this right-of-way could accommodate that.
The details over HOV or hot lanes, I mean, there's a lot of different ways that those kinds of toll lanes can come into play. Some are various shades of okay, some are various shades of less than okay. Without getting into a broader conversation about, how to sort of manage congestion and different pricing tools about how to do that and kind of, have it supplemented with different transit options. Given that those conversations are still so very theoretical, and a highway widening, even a highway widening that supports specifically lanes for transit only or hot lanes, it's still a highway widening, right? We're talking about 75 more feet of concrete and disturbances to the environmental areas around it. There may be some transportation benefit, there may be some transit benefit, maybe, but those are impossible to speak to. But what we know about highway widenings is that it'll be destructive environmentally. So my preference would be to have some language in the plan that does not, or to remove the language in the plan that requires the 75-foot dedication. I understand that may be complicated or may run counter to sort of county-level conversations around potential tolling lanes in the future on this stretch. But we have some agency here, right? As planners, in the context of this plan, we're trying to shape what happens in this area. And I don't think that, given what we know and what we don't know about what a future project may be, and all the politics around what that future project may be, I don't think that we should just sort of leave the door open and say, well, whatever happens, happens. I think we should sort of kind of affirmatively declare our preference on this stretch. I don't know if, I'm just one of 5 voices. I don't know if this is staff's view on it too. I just wanted to say that my view of the 75-foot requirement is unnecessary because it opens the door to potentially destructive highway widening.
So I just want to note that the assumption in the travel demand model is that there are additional lanes on I-270 in this segment for hot lanes. And so we did not run scenarios where that was not assumed. So that would have impacts on the metrics as well, to not assume that there's some sort of.
Based on future 2045, future full build-outs.
Yes, correct.
Today, those lanes don't currently exist.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't support that. I want to make sure that my comment would be here. I think that if we're going to remove the 200-foot buffer, the 75-foot provide the buffer that we want. This widening is not going to happen anytime soon. So I would leave it there in case that it is needed sometime in future. What we are doing, basically, we are just landlocking people that they cannot travel from point A, the furthest part of the Clarksburg, to anywhere else, except that if they want to use transit. I love transit. If it is there, it should be an option that is comparable for people to drive. First of all, I don't think that that's going to happen anytime soon. If you're going to remove that 200-foot buffer, this would be a good buffer for people that they're going to be there, and they're going to come there first, and then the decision could be made later on if at one point they need to have it or not. But I just don't want to take it unilaterally for us, not even considering the plans that State Highway has.
Yeah, so this is where I am on this. If you put it in as the, was it 350? Does it?
Yes, it's 350, and that's consistent with what was in the 94 plan as well. So we would not be making a change. It would just be keeping the existing right-of-way width for that segment.
Right. So, but then it becomes the official SHA right-of-way? I mean, do they have to, is it just we're allowing that buffer, but does that become the official buffer? Or right now, what is the official buffer? I mean, if SHA went to, they say that I control how much today.
So functionally, the way this would work is when we have a development project in this area that would have to dedicate, and as Clark mentioned, there's already been 75 feet dedicated on the west. This would mean that any development project that comes in on the east would have to make that dedication. But right now, without development, it stays as the private property. It's just as part of the development, we'd ask for that to be dedicated, the additional space.
Just to clarify, there's two conversations. There's a conversation about dedication for expanding the highway. That's what we're talking about right now. There's a separate conversation about the width for the buffer.
Right.
So just want to reiterate, we're just focused right now on accommodating a potential widening of I-270.
I understand. So it's the 50 feet or 200 would be on top of the 75, with whatever, this additional width to make the 350. My recommendation right now is just to keep the 350 or propose whatever is in the 2014. You never know. I don't know. I appreciate what you're saying about and then the terms of, that could be maybe a future metro station going through, I don't know, using that, I don't know where this, to leave some flexibility. I'm not sure my recommendation would to just keep the 350 and not reduce. I understand what you're saying, but that's would be my recommendation.
I think, given everything we know about how, who manages our highways and how highway management has gone over the past, 100 years in this country, I have no expectation that if we allow for 75-foot dedication, I have no expectation that that'll be done in a way that accommodates anything other than cars. I just have to be honest about that. I think we have to be honest about that. Unless things dramatically change, we have an opportunity to help shape what could go there proactively, But if we sort of take this reactive or more passive approach to say, you know, we're just going to dedicate it, and then it's no longer, it's in SHA's hands, right? Or it's in the federal government's hands. I personally have no expectation that a widening will be for anything other than motor vehicles in the future.
So just to weigh in again, I think it's a legitimate conversation to discuss what the future of I-270 should be comprehensively. I think the challenge that we're facing here is this is 1 mile of the interstate that's, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 miles wide, I don't know, but it's a small fraction. It's a lot to put on one plan, one small plan in the middle of the highway to make this determination. But I agree, it is a legitimate conversation to have, but it should be, in my opinion, broader about what I-270 is to be overall.
And I agree. I would love to have the broader conversation, you know, but unfortunately, like, this is what we're talking about now, and it's our opportunity to weigh in on a potential right-of-way now. You know, we don't have master plans that would, for example, cover the entire 270. We have, you know, perhaps planning studies or other things that can try to shape language around, but, you know, required dedication. But I think that's my. You know, I understand where it sounds like the board may be moving with this, so I don't want to belabor the point. I just wanted to note that this could be an opportunity for us to take a more proactive approach for better transportation options on 270 in the future, and maybe constrain worse options in the future. And I just wanted to note that again, because once we allow this dedication, once we require this dedication, you know, what happens happens.
Understood. So why don't we just take a litmus test here and move. I totally understand, and I mean, maybe in the future there is, in the master plan of highways and transitways in your next, you know, to have a discussion about this, you know, it's a more comprehensive. So, I would recommend keeping the 350 for now, you know, and we have the larger discussion later, but I appreciate you having that discussion. And I'm not sure with the board, yeah, and I don't know, Mr. Bartley, Mr. Hedrick, and we need to keep moving on. It's okay.
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 So, yeah, the next part we're going to talk about is cross-sections on Observation Drive and New Street A. Staff is proposing to remove the activity center variations from the sector plan, the draft, per the cross-sections on the following slides that I'll go through. Sorry, let me go back. What we're talking about, like in the red circle, is showing these sort of little segments here and here, A and B. That's the sections we're talking about. So what we propose to do is in the public hearing draft, there is a separate cross-section for an activity center for Observation Drive. The proposal would be to remove that. And similarly, we'd replace it with just, we already have one that's the typical. We just use that for the entire segment. There is a slight change that I'll talk about a little bit more later, but it makes some minor modifications to just clarify what we mean by the transit buffer. And then New Street A, again, similarly, we would remove the activity center section and use the proposed replacement, the typical section for the proposed replacement. All right, any questions on that? Per the testimony about accommodating stormwater in the right-of-way, which we talked a little bit about on October 23rd, we've had some additional discussions because it sounded like we didn't quite understand. We understood that to mean swales. That's not what the testimony meant. So we do propose to add a note rather than expanding the tree buffer. So we wouldn't make a change to the cross-section, but we have some additional language that we'd like to include to kind of provide that flexibility. And then also, as I mentioned, a revision to that cross-section to indicate what we mean by the transit lanes. I think previously these were shown as just sort of painted buffers. What we intend is that at full build-out, these would be raised buffers separating the travel lanes from the transit lane. And then the language here is to provide some additional flexibility in the dimensions, specifically to accommodate stormwater facilities, bus stations, and the ability to reduce the sidewalk width in limited areas, just where, specifically where Observation Drive sort of bends towards I-270. And if it's not anticipated that there's much development area there, that you don't necessarily need a 10-foot wide sidewalk on that side of it. So again, focused on addressing some of the testimony and providing some additional flexibility, but without having a separate section. As discussed previously, staff proposed to remove an illustrated cross-section for an interim treatment for Observation Drive and instead add language in recommendation 3B16 that discusses possible interim configurations. So we had talked about sort of having an interim. Is it parking? Is it a travel lane? That was some of the feedback we received from MCDOT as well. We would not show a section that has on-street parking. We would have sort of this language that allows that to be sort of determined, but ultimately, you know, still achieving the target speed of 25 miles per hour and including a temporary median to reduce interim travel lane widths.
One comment on this. I generally think having an interim condition makes sense. I know we talked about this a little bit, maybe a few sessions ago. Given that, you know, to return to something I said before, given this is a chance to do a lot of, you know, well in advance coordinated planning between different agencies and parts of county, and also considering the fact that we are planning for some version of, whether it's bus rapid transit, go Observation Drive, or some special bus service on Observation Drive in the future, which means that we think it's a valuable service to run. We think the county should run it. I'm still not sure why an interim condition shouldn't specify some version of bus lanes as well and encourage the county to do a lot of kind of in advance network planning, you know, service planning, whether it's express, regular ride-on, like in advance of a more comprehensive bus rapid transit or whatever the future nature of that might be, to take advantage of this new road and serve the new development. The development obviously will be phased, and so there's always a question about like threshold, like at what threshold, you know, should we encourage MCDOT to start running bus service there? And there's a lot of other factors that play too, obviously operationally, capital costs. But I guess my concern is that if we allow an interim condition that doesn't have bus lanes, it means we're not going to get, you know, it doesn't sort of encourage us and them to think about running buses up Observation in the short term until a version of BRT is ready in the future. So I would love buses to be able to serve this area kind of right away as soon as it's developed. There are other buses in the area. I think we talked about last time how they're very infrequent. Some don't run on the weekends, some don't run midday. There's a lot of challenges with bus service in the area. This feels like an opportunity to take advantage of a more direct route, probably a faster route in some ways, and serve what will be a lot of jobs and residents that come to the area. So I just wanted to note that again and encourage us to think about an interim condition that maybe it's not the fully, like the high, maybe it doesn't have the raised buffers that you were talking about, but why not at least imagine striping?
And for the record, Chris Van Austin with MCDOT. You're hitting the nail on the head. We've been discussing this for many months with our partners here at Planning. And the short and frustrating answer to why we're not operating transit day one is of course, funding. We would love to do that. We don't have the funding to do either study to prove that this is going to work. We don't have the funding to implement a new bus network. We do know that this is, of course, is a corridor forward recommendation to get some sort of higher caliber transit service here. We understand that, but we do need funding to study what that's going to look like, the level of service that's going to take, if that's going to be an express bus, if that's going to be, you know, something higher like BRT. It takes study, and that takes some time that we're not prepared for. To the other point, why we're not putting bus lanes down up front, again, essentially because of what I just said, we're not prepared to run that transit yet. So unless we can run transit on day one, it seems like a bit much, and we're concerned that instead of having that be a transit lane, it's just going to be an operational issue that people are going to ignore any kind of markings because we're not going to be running that level of
Yeah.
service there.
Yeah, that totally makes sense, and I appreciate what you brought up about funding, because if we're being realistic, this development, as we talked about, it'll be phased over a long period of time. Getting through the entitlements will probably take a couple years, and then getting through permitting and all the rest of the engineering and financing will probably take another period of time. I guess what I'm getting at is we have a pretty long runway here to do some coordinated planning in advance, and I'm hopeful that from a budget standpoint, knowing that this is going through the process now, this plan, knowing that we have the Clarksburg transportation study that we're taking on now, it feels like a great opportunity to encourage in the next budget cycle or two to push for, to prioritize the early stage study to look at, okay, well, how do we fund what we think is necessary, or let's do some network planning specifically in this sub area and how it relates to the rest of the county. It actually, the budget constraints are real, I know that. But fortunately, we're not looking at development being done like tomorrow. We're probably looking at 5, 8, 10 years out. To me, that feels like plenty of time to push for a budget allocation that can study this and then move forward with it.
Okay, Commissioner Hedrick, you had your hand up.
I did, yeah. I just wanted to, I was going to sort of, I support, Commissioner Linden's sort of approach to this. I think he's right. I think we've got a runway, we've got some time to really focus on having some transit attention to this property earlier rather than later, and to sort of be able to provide some transit options and habituate transit as the development grows, rather than trying to fit it in, because a lot of the arguments we get into budget-wise with transit are there enough people? Is there enough money? We go back and forth on whether we should provide the transit first and the riders will come, or the riders have to be there and then the transit. So I think that it's a worthwhile to think about it, and I do think we have a long enough runway to give it some thought so that we're more transit oriented for this, even a place this far out than we would be otherwise. So I think it's worth putting in there. I think it's worth thinking about having that as an option and discussing it.
Yeah, so one question I have is, can you not have early on, can you not have a transit option without having the dedicated lane?
Well, we talked about this a little bit with MCDOT and as well as internally, as thinking about when observation is established, even before dedicated lanes, before an enhanced service or express, we want to have bus service and access within this new development corridor. But we shy away from thinking about route service and how to develop the system of, say, ride-on or other bus services. We really can only get into in a master plan the physical infrastructure, the capital planning, and we leave it up to ride-on and MCDOT to figure out how do they want their buses, what's the most ideal and most efficient routes to take. We're speaking to new bus stops near Black Hill Regional Park and bus stops along Observation Drive. That's because you need that physical space. That's done through development review often, sometimes capital projects. So we would expect that there would be new bus service potentially along Observation Drive once it's built, but it may not be a whole new line that rises to the level of enhanced bus or BRT system that could anticipate the future cross-section.
Yeah.
So I guess that's where we pull back from saying, put a bus line here, because that's not really our role here in the master planning process.
Well, Commissioner Linden, could there be some language that says, short of really saying that create day one, the dedicated bus, but like our request or our strong desire to have transit service day one? I mean, without having, because
I think a version of that, a version of whether it's in this section or implementation section, which I know we now have in our master plan, somewhere I think, I think we should strongly recommend that. But I guess the idea is that if we're recommending service day one, then I think an interim condition should also sort of have the bus lanes.
Yeah, would that, you could say that may be included in what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They can't do it, does that make sense? Like we are suggesting bus service day one, it may not be this interim, in the interim
Yeah,
timeframe, but it may not be a separated bus, but we are strongly encouraging if it was enough, you know, I don't know if the funding was there and all this other stuff, they can have, paint the lanes and all, but the concept of bus service.
Yeah, to be clear, we're removing the interim cross-section, which also did not show bus lanes.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I think if the direction is to add language that, we strongly encourage or recommend that MCDOT study the ability to serve Observation Drive with transit, I'll defer to clerk on that, but, we're not showing an interim.
Right.
The proposal is not to show an interim cross-section and just to use this note.
And maybe we can,
modify
I think that sounds fine. I like that suggestion. But considering we're not showing the cross-section anymore, maybe just within the language we're looking at here, for example, we could add designated as interim parking or drive lanes or bus lanes. Just add sort of the or, like at least allow the option as an interim condition. It's not requiring it, at least the option. Because, again, like if they choose parking lanes as an interim condition, we see all over the county, to Commissioner Hedrick's point, when we don't plan in advance for these kinds of things and we try to come in after the fact and retrofit, those conversations can be so much harder. Once people expect to have, in this case, parking along Observation, facing the storefronts, the businesses will start to expect parking. There's sort of the level of expectation grows, and then it becomes like, oh, well, this is the way it always was. Why are you trying to change the quote-unquote natural state of what the plan was or the roadway was? And so that's, looking forward, that's also my concern. Conversations get a lot harder when we're taking something away after the fact.
And to chime in here, I think that's the intent. It says at the time of design or construction, the outer lanes may be designated as interim parking or drive lanes as appropriate. I think it could be modified to make it clear that, as you're stating, that it could be either of the three options, but I think that is the intent.
Yeah, I'll just say one more thing, just to make sure we're all on the same page. We're removing this interim showing the actual and adding a note that it may be used, but obviously the primary goal is to have the buses running in that cross-section, so.
I think that makes sense, and I understand the intent, but I think it also gets to this question of, we understand in this conversation what the intent was, but in the future, will we have the same understanding? Will future versions of us have the same understanding? And I think if it specifically says interim parking or drive lanes, that will probably be what happens. And even if we add bus lanes there, I understand that the likelihood is that it won't happen that way. But I think if we don't explicitly call out, the interim can still include bus lanes, maybe not kind of again, as constructed or as high quality. It feels like it's unlikely to happen.
I just have one question. If we add the bus as interim, do we have to look at the accessibility to the bus? It's interim, it's not BRT anymore. So does it make sense? Does it have people access? Do they have parking? How do they get to the bus? I think this is something that if we want to really make it happen, at least we have some idea that if at one point we want to use it like a ride-on goes to neighborhood to pick up people and to bring them back, or it's not BRT anymore that goes fast. So where people are going to access the stations? I'm just wondering.
Well, there'll certainly be a sidewalk here, but I think as we'll cover later, we're not highlighting Observation Drive as a priority on-street parking corridor. So like many roads that are more through roads, arterials, they don't tend to have on-street parking. That's our vision for Observation Drive as well, even if you have maybe interim parking conditions in advance of future bus lanes. So the parking, the access, if people can't immediately walk to a bus stop, would be on side roads, in surface parking lots, structured parking lots, off of Observation. Then they would come to the bus stop or the station along Observation. That would be our expectation.
Okay, so do you have a sense of what
Yeah, it sounds like you want to add a third option for addressing potential for bus lanes, whether they're dedicated or not. Maybe they're shared in some way. We don't need to anticipate what exactly bus lanes look like.
Yeah, I think we have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
If you have bus lane, then maybe you want to think about not to having that curb to separate that buses can pull over.
I
I'm
think,
just thinking.
I think it'll be helpful to have the cross-section that we've proposed, just one, and then perhaps a lead-in statement that says, while bus lanes should remain the priority, comma, and then the language that we've had for some flexibility on that moving forward. But to reiterate the point that the priority is bus lanes, not parking.
And to that point, Patrick, this would be the cross-section that would be shown. There would not be another cross-section.
Thank you. Yes,
And
this
then
is
the
the only,
note would be
this is the
underneath
actual
this.
cross-section, yes.
So this cross-section would actually work with the curbs, because if you have a bus lane, you want them to pull over for the people to get on the bus. If you have a curb, if they use the lane, the
Right,
same
right.
lane.
Yeah, we
So-
spent a lot of time on the interim cross-section that we're proposing removing. This is the actual cross-section that we are proposing with the language that we had shown you. And I think hearing your testimony, or your feedback, we will we'll add that lead-in sentence to make sure it's clear that the priority should be bus lanes.
Long
Will,
term.
yeah.
Long term.
I mean, it could happen whenever.
No, but I
if-
meant,
Right.
okay, great. All right, let's keep going, okay?
Okay, so now we're going to talk about Observation Drive extended alignment. You know, we did have some thoughts on, you know, the alignment change. The staff recommendation is still to retain the draft plan guidance for the alignment of Observation Drive extended. And this map shows you sort of the difference between what was in the 1994 plan, which is on the left, and the proposed, which is on the right. You can see that again, let me show you here. So we're talking about this section here, kind of in between West Old Baltimore and Little Seneca Parkway. And you can see the alignment has changed slightly. Clerk, do you want to add?
Yeah, this district gets back to the language in both neighborhood sections, which speak to the plan's indication that the right-of-way should be shared, whether it's half and half, or they'll have to figure out as development comes forward, you know, what proportions that would take, but that it would generally follow the property line and not be entirely or majorly on one or another property. And this is fairly common with how roadways come between properties. You know, there's often a shared responsibility unless the roadway has an entirely different alignment. But this is our, you know, guidance for determining how to connect these two segments of Observation Drive here.
And DOT was fine with this.
Yeah, I would say, and Richard, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I would say our discussions with DOT were about, you know, are you establishing safe intersections? You can do this with either traffic signals or traffic circles, roundabouts. The engineering would certainly need to be established in a safe way. But between those 2 points, you know, where does the road fall? Is it curving all the way on one or another? This is what this plan language is trying to address, is it really encourages the property owners on either side to work together to establish coordinated blocks and a shared responsibility. Okay. But the intersections certainly would need to be designed in a safe manner, however they're controlled or designed.
Okay, moving on to the next item. This is a relatively small change, just to a revision to clarify that, you know, the note below the cross-section should sort of be reviewed. We're removing sort of activity centers and sort of directing people to the notes below each cross-section, as opposed to sort of saying, you know, we have some language here on the designs that might vary for various reasons. We didn't feel like we needed to say activity centers. And again, we're just directing people to the notes that we've added to the bottom of the cross-sections.
All right, so I'll take over here. This is returning to a conversation we had about the draft plan's recommendation that all new streets should accommodate on-street parking where possible to help slow vehicular speeds and provide places for residents and visitors to park. That's how the draft plan's written now. So based on our conversations with you, you asked us to identify, well, which streets? Does this mean every single street? Are there some we're targeting? As well as taking a different approach to explaining why and to what extent on-street parking would be prioritized. So we have a graphic on the next slide. I can show you these, but just a second. We are proposing, there it is, and it's coming back. We're a little delayed here, apologies. So we're highlighting that the town center streets, these are complete street design guidelines classifications. So town center streets, neighborhood connectors, those are both master planned here, as well as neighborhood streets, which are not necessarily master planned, but they're internal local streets that are provided for new development properties. Should accommodate on-street parking where feasible and appropriate to the context. We feel like this gives us some outs for applicants or property owners to make the case that, well, here on-street parking doesn't make sense. And also identifying this adjacent to land uses. And instead of speaking to vehicle speeds and access, it's more about providing short-term access to businesses and residents. Kind of replaces the speeds with a different language. And so like we alluded to, in green, these would be the streets, they're town centers.
We don't see.
Come on, I can see it on my screen.
Not on ours.
In the room you can see it, not on TV. Maybe we need to start the show again. I think we lost our connection. Sorry, folks. Maybe I should close it and open it. All right, that's the map I wanted to show. All right, thank you. So the green are all the street types that comprise town center streets, neighborhood streets. The yellow are master plan streets, whether they exist today or would be built and are proposed, that would not be identified as proposed for on-street parking. So essentially, Observation Drive, Gateway Center, Frederick Road, except for when you get closer into the historic district. There's no on-street parking there today. I don't know that that would be the case, but that's an existing roadway, as well as Stringtown and Clarksburg Road running across the northern section. So really, it's the Little Seneca Parkway, Westfield Baltimore, Street A, and Shawnee that would be the primary targets for as these new roads are developed, considering on-street parking. Really, it's a matter of there's a bunch of elements that could be provided in these roadways. We want to provide that on-street parking if possible as new roads are developed. So any thoughts on that proposed revision to the text?
I mean, once a development plan comes in, there may be some opportunities for exceptions.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and these are often, elements of the street are variable. We have cross-sections that are typical recommended. There are variations even that come into play as roads are designed. All right, so we also have some suggested language to address potential for economic development incentives. Based on your direction to us, I actually contacted Lori Babb with the MCEDC, Economic Development Corporation, and she suggested not only having this language in the land use chapter that points to the implementation section, but also a number of programs that are in place today that we could highlight in the master plan. I don't have them listed here because there's a lot, but to attract potential new end users, there's the county's MOVE grant program, job creation grant program, tax credits, other state programs, to incentivize developers or property owners to develop sites for employment uses. There's the potential use of tax increment financing, energy efficient property tax credits, potential use of economic development revenue bonds for specific projects, as well as just really straightforward public infrastructure funding for roads and recreation centers, utilities, and so on. So these programs already exist. We haven't come up with anything new or earth-shattering here for the plan, but I think it's important to at least highlight and raise for awareness that they're available.
So, well, when it says should be pursued, I'm just like, who is doing this pursuing? I mean, is it just a general?
Undefined, I think on purpose. It could be pursued by the county, by property owners, by potential tenants, by MCEDC themselves. I mean, maybe should is more directive. It's maybe if you want to say may, so it's more open, but
Yeah.
you know, we often use should in a master plan as encouragement, but not requirement.
Commissioner Hedrick.
Oh, I like this idea. I like this idea of incorporating sort of lists and highlighting sort of the available options, particularly for economic development, housing, and things like within the plan area, at least as what's available when it's when it's written and adopted. So I just wanted to indicate that I really liked this piece. I like this a lot.
Yeah, similarly, I think this is a really good addition. I know we have implementation sections, I guess, for all of our master plans now, and I think this is a really good model, like example that hopefully we can kind of build on or adapt or change depending on the context of other master plans. But I like highlighting various things that obviously we're not in control of, but flagging it for implementation.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate the suggestion. So now I'm going to hand it over to our park staff to talk about the Constellation Park concept. I think there's 2 slides here.
Okay, for the record, Lily Mernon with Montgomery Parks. So you saw this slide at the last work session, and just to recap about the testimony for the recommendation for an 8 to 10 acre local park on the ComSat site. Multiple people supported that as it was written. One testimony did not support a new park, and one testimony suggested revisions for more flexibility. So after reviewing the public comments and also based on your guidance from the last work session to provide more details about how this recommendation will get implemented, park staff is recommending some additional revisions to the draft plan to maximize flexibility while also clarifying the implementation process. So you also saw this slide at the last work session summarizing recommended revisions to the draft plan. Nothing's been removed from this slide, but the text in red that's underlined is some additional revisions that I'd like to cover. And again, the full text is in the staff report, so this is just a summary. So as stated in the last work session, staff recommends changing the name to Constellation Park and clarifying that it could be either a single park or a series of connected parks that are centrally located along near or along Observation Drive. And we're recommending additional language here specifying that the location should be proximate to residential development, and also that alternative configurations could be approved by the Parks Department and the Planning Board, so allowing that flexibility. And then we're also recommending removing the reference to specific acres and clarifying that the park areas should be large enough to provide all of the amenities that staff have listed in the full revised language. So the focus is on those amenities instead of a specific size. And then staff recommends clarifying that the scale, form, location, configuration will be determined by the Planning Board during the development review process and will depend on the intensity and mix of uses ultimately approved with any new development. And we're recommending additional language here that speaks directly to phasing, clarifying that the complete network of parks and amenities must be designed during the sketch plan phase, and that the designs should prioritize parks, delivering those parks and amenities during the earliest phases of the project's development. And then as last time, staff recommend adding language to clarify that each property owner within the area must provide a proportional contribution toward new parkland and amenities as part of their development projects. So the Parks Department feels that this language provides maximum flexibility while still providing enough specificity about amenities, staging, and location that we will be able to deliver high-quality recreational amenities in the plan area during development review. So those are our recommended revisions and open to your discussion.
You have a comment? Okay, please.
Thank you for these revisions. Just to say that I had a little bit reservation that how these constellations going to work together. Okay, that was one of my concern, and I have been talking to, staff and everybody. I like the clarification that you have put in here that how these parks are supposed to work with each other. I think it's very important that each park, as much as that is independent by itself, that has the amenity to people just park to or go to that park, accessibility via all the different modes, at the same time allows a good connection that is walkable and accessible, that people can walk and bike to these, or if they want to drive, that would be enough from older modes, that they could get there, and as long as they could be used independently, and at the same time, they could be used all together. So the other thing is that we are asking for all of these different amenities. You may want to have some flexibility if during design, the Parks Department decide by the time that each piece is being developed, you know more about the demography of the people and also what is already available. So you want to keep some flexibility for Parks Department to work with the developer at that time, that how they can change it or what could be appropriate at that time. One of my biggest concerns was that how these different pieces of the park are going to work together. And I really like that what you have said during a sketch plan for each separate development. I would like to see that the whole constellation for that property shown at this, even though if they're going to be built in separate phasing, but at a sketch plan, it shows that how we're going to accommodate these amenities and how they're going to be talking to each other. How do they work? And I understand that could change a little bit later on, but and they don't need to be built all at the same time. They may go under phasing, but at sketch plan, I think it is important that we see how they work. I do not know how we're going to work this, that you have different parcels and you have different developers that each of them may build a piece of that Constellation Park. So how we make sure that they talk, the park, the Constellation pieces that are in different development areas, how we're gonna work to see that they match. So, for example, if you have something on ComSat and then you have something on Lenticum, how these pieces still gonna be connected to each other, that they work. And also, if one comes before the other one, then they don't have to delay the construction of park, because we don't know exactly how the other pieces of park is going to be on the other development area, but we keep some kind of coherent kind of parks that to come together. I see a lot of advantages of doing this, but also I see a lot of difficulties that how we're going to make it work as a whole, the way that Parks Department is envisioning it to happen.
Thank you, Commissioner Petaway. We appreciate all that feedback. That's all very good feedback. Yes, it will be complicated, and depending on which developer comes in first, we're going to have to make decisions about, what parks, if any, are located on their property versus whether or not we'll hold off and instead have some kind of payment toward a park. I think all of these are things that will be worked out at development review.
And on that note, I just want a small clarification. There's not a guarantee that every project will be optional method in a sketch plan, so we really think that during sketch plan should be during the first regulatory application for development received.
Thank you.
I have a question about bullet point number 3, and the word must be large enough to provide all. And there are other provisions in plans that say should attempt something like an economic zone, which is, I think, completely necessary. But when you have something here that says must provide all the following amenities, and I think it's rather burdensome, and then it's calling for amenities under the assumption that they're going to be well used by the surrounding communities and or that there's a need for them. And so I find the language must and all the following amenities to be problematic. And does it mean each park or each developer has to provide each one of these things? Or do they get to pick and choose in coordination with the park, or do they have to provide all of them? And I think it's problematic to have to provide all of them. I mean, medium or large dog park, pickleball courts, basketball courts, one or more playgrounds, and then that's a problem also, one or more playgrounds and types for different age groups, problematic. A skate park or venture park features, skate park or venture park features, and then who gets to decide either or, and the community garden, walkways, or paths, right? So I think it's really complicated, and I think the language needs to be changed there.
So that language is intended to make sure that the park areas that are provided as part of the development are sufficient to allow for these amenities, which will be worked out with the developers during development review, and it's in lieu of specifying a specific number of acres, which we felt was overly prescriptive, that this gives us both a little bit more flexibility. The important thing here is that we're able to get these amenities.
One more thing is important that, and I understand why Parks Department is doing that. Sometimes the acreage could be pieces of the land that doesn't accommodate any of these. One piece here, one piece there, and one piece there. And it gives you the acreage, but it's not large enough, one piece, to accommodate that. So that's why that they're putting that in there.
And also in the full language, there is a statement that these elements can be modified by parks staff at the time of development review. So the amenities that are listed here are the kinds of amenities that we would have in a local park. So that's why they're included, but there is flexibility to make changes at the development review stage.
I agree that there should be parks, but saying that they're enough to provide all the following amenities, I think it should be limited to amenities where applicable, rather than them having to provide all of them. I think it's...
That's not what that language is intended to require. We're not requiring that each park be large enough, each individual parklet, each piece of the constellation be large enough to accommodate all of these amenities.
That's how it reads.
But it's, let me say this, I think it's for, Commissioner Bartley, what I understand is for the plan area. So,
This is saying that each amenity that's proposed within a park must be large enough to support that amenity. It's not saying that every park has to be large enough to support all of these amenities.
So maybe you need to remove the word of all. just say that to accommodate the following amenities. Just remove all. I see why the issue comes up the way that Commissioner Bartley says. Just take the all out.
It could say large enough to support the amenity proposed within that.
Provide the following amenities. Just take the all out. Or whatever, but.
Okay.
Whatever, Park, I mean, are you,
I think that's fine.
okay, great. Thank you for your comments. Anything else from Parks?
That's all. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Okay, so let's go on to the next item, please.
Just want to make sure they get their moment of fame.
Moment of fame.
All right, so we're going to move into some environmental recommendations. I'm going to take these and maybe call on my colleagues if needed to answer any questions that I can't cover. But we're going to start with forest preservation. And so you'll recall that we had some discussion about some of the language, several recommendations in the draft plan that spoke to maximizing the retention of on-street trees, preserving open space, and identifying some areas in the plan that should be considered for retention. And so on the next couple slides, we have some track changes for your consideration that revise some of these items, and I'll just get into that now. So the first is 3E2C. This really talks about the retention of on-site trees, so existing trees. But instead of saying maximize the retention, I believe you even asked us to put this in, but just retain existing trees and vegetation, so not necessarily maximizing, where practicable, and while still anticipating a significant amount of development in the plan area. So we're trying to seek that balance. We want to make sure we can save the trees where we can, acknowledging that there are other considerations to be considered. A little bit of other wordsmithing, and instead of defining it based on Maryland Department of Natural Resources, ending the statement with "and consistent with applicable regulatory guidance." That would be the case anyway, but we think it's more appropriate to say in this case. Thumbs up? Okay.
Good with that.
Second, so prioritizing afforestation and reforestation. So this is adding new trees where gaps in the contiguous forests exist. So rather than saying where appropriate, we're suggesting that the plan might say balancing the natural setting or natural area management objectives with the plan's housing and economic development goals. Adding that flexibility, but not really eliminating this goal and intent statement from the plan.
My only comment here is, because we're also probably going to require the 50-foot planted tree buffer from wherever the end of the right-of-way is with 270, this makes it sound as though that kind of isn't a priority area for the reforestation, afforestation per the regulations. And correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, if the intention is that the 50-foot buffer should be used for afforestation per forest conservation if they remove trees, I think if this sort of allows for that, then I think that's okay. I don't want to kind of eliminate that as an option, because it's a 4.5, 5 acres of land, as you talked about, which seems pretty substantial for afforestation.
I think because we're talking about a minimum of 50 feet, it could qualify as forest. This is accommodating wildlife to move through it, so it could potentially satisfy forest conservation regulations. Maybe Steve, you can speak more to that.
Sure, thanks. Steve Fennelly with the Environment and Climate Division. And yes, we think that with a 50-foot minimum, as long as it meets the other requirements of the forest conservation law to qualify as forest, that would be a great way to, find a place to do some of the mitigation that's necessary. So I think it should be a priority area, and as long as it meets the definitions in the law as forest, they should be able to get credit for forest conservation in that area.
Like, why wouldn't you think, is there some nuance to the definition that you think it may not, or?
It really, the regulations, especially for planted forest, require a certain number of stems per acre of certain size, a certain number of shrubs. There are basically some requirements for establishing the forest so that it basically kind of meets some basic standards to become forest when it's planted, but those are embedded in the law
Okay,
and
great.
the regulations.
Great. Commissioner Hedrick? Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think I think the question was just answered, but just to confirm, so they could meet their, or at least a portion of their afforestation requirements with the forested buffer, assuming that they followed the rules for afforestation and included the appropriate things. There's nothing that would prevent that from being an acceptable place of afforestation as long as they follow the rules, as you said, about stems and the number of trees and where they are and stuff like that. Like they could use it as an afforestation.
Yes.
Amount of acreage. Okay, great. Thank you. I think
And I
that's
think
good.
it also satisfies the intent of this second bullet where we're connecting existing forest stands. You know, there's a forest stand to the north of the ComSat property and a gap just because of natural grasslands and meadows. It would be along the highway, but you know, birds and squirrels and micro critters could still move along it. So here we're filling in gaps potentially.
Okay, good. No, I like that.
The third is adding the ability for, and this would be already the case, but really stating clearly that the planning board may approve exceptions or variations to the 50-foot buffer where visibility from I-270 is requested or for other reasons. You know, we're aware that in our minds there's more of a need for this near residential, but that some commercial employment or non-residential uses may want to be seen from 270. So this was really always the case in our minds, that there could be gaps, but we just want to make that clear in this recommendation that you would have the ability certainly to approve variations to the language in this recommendation. So one more slide on forestry. So this is concerning neighborhood recommendations for both the ComSat neighborhood and the Linthicum neighborhood. So really just adding in where practicable and consistent with applicable regulatory guidance. So allowing that there be some variation or ability to balance those needs, removing from the ComSat neighborhood, specifying any of those stands as a priority. We still think they're important and they probably should be kept as much as possible, but we recognize that there may be a development plan that needs to encroach or diminish one or all of them in some way. So just having that not hanging over that property, but the ability still to incorporate it within development is our hope. Okay. So now transitioning to trees within parking lots. This slide really just reprises the testimony that we received, the issue that we raised on November 6th, I think it was. So we have some proposed revisions here to this recommendation. So not to say at least 50%, but to hold at the 50% recommendation for tree canopy coverage in public and private property, but allowing that alternatives to tree canopy may be included, such as solar canopies, other shade structures, and as a last alternative, we think that's less important, less valuable, but that landscape islands may be considered to achieve this recommended coverage. I have a couple slides showing how this might look or some existing conditions, and we can come back to this if you like, but just to illustrate the point. There's a small parking lot area that I calculated off of Seneca Meadows Parkway in Germantown. So if you look at within this red area, the maturity of the tree is at 20 years. So assuming their tree canopy at a 20-year maturity rate, which is the approach that we typically take in our technical trees manual, you would achieve about a 25% tree canopy coverage with this design. Moving over to the Montgomery County Public Safety Headquarters on Edison Drive. The area in A is primarily covered with tree canopy. They could achieve up to a 40% tree canopy coverage. Those are red oaks there. So their maximum area for canopy could cover 40% of the parking area. The area in B doesn't really have as many trees, but as you can see, it's covered in solar canopies. And they're achieving about 52% solar canopy coverage, also assuming that some of these trees grow up and mature towards the east side. If you take them together, if we're thinking about these are one cohesive parking lot, some of which are solar canopies, some of which are trees, you would combine to about 47% canopy coverage here with the solar shade as well. And my final example is a site plan that was recently approved in the Fairland Briggs Cheney area. This is a new car dealership on Automobile Boulevard. So the master plan actually included, as the adopted plan, a 50% parking lot tree canopy coverage recommendation. They were only able to achieve 37% shade. 25% is shown as that's the minimum for the zone, but the master plan has that 50% standard. The remainder, they were able to be approved. I believe maybe it's this board, it may have been a previous constitution, but 12% landscape islands and 1% was noted as high reflectivity or high albedo concrete paving. We don't see that as valuable as natural areas tree canopy landscaping, but they're saying that that can help reduce the absorption of heat there. So this is one example of how this standard has been applied. Despite the master plan recommending 50%, that's what they tried to achieve. This is a large parking lot with auto repair, auto sales, so it's a building and a lot of parking. This is what they were able to achieve, so it was deemed that they were substantially conforming or otherwise extenuating circumstances dictated that they couldn't achieve it. But at least they tried. So that is our understanding of the relationship of this recommendation and how it can or cannot be achieved.
That was fantastic. I like to see this kind of innovative ideas and achieving the goal. I'm really proud of this kind of additional thing that you have put in here. Really fantastic. So kudos to all the staff doing that.
Mr. Larson, I'd like to go back to the auto mall slide. I happen to take my vehicle there for servicing. And I can tell you that what I see, this slide isn't representative of what I see there, and it doesn't seem necessarily to be a success, so to speak.
This is not built yet, right?
It's not built yet?
On the southern part of the teardrop, this is a future development. There's other dealerships, of course, in the auto sales park that have some trees and some shade and landscaping, but they're not achieving this result. And so I think that's why in the master plan, we're trying to raise the bar and increase the expectation for more shade and canopy coverage within the auto sales park. So I agree, it's not like this today, but we're trying to bend the curve and get more to this place.
And why do you think that's representative of what should happen in this master plan, if it hasn't been achieved yet?
I would say because we're trying to improve the conditions for people that are driving around and living in a community. And just because you're not seeing that condition today, that doesn't mean we should strive for something better. And as the heat continues to rise, we need to find ways to make places safer and healthier in these hot zones. And so to us, having this high standard, which has maybe only been met by a few examples within the county, is a step in the right direction to the future that we can help improve our hardscapes.
So in this plan, if you use this as an example, where you wanted 50% shade coverage and they only were able to achieve 37%, that would be a success in this new master plan also?
I wouldn't say success, but I would say if that's what is able to be achieved in the near term especially, that's what we're trying to get to, and I would hope that eventually parking lots could be designed to accommodate more shade and more trees.
So if the goal is 50% and only 37% is reached, it would be a success?
It's more than 25, which is the baseline zoning code, so at least they were raising the level of coverage from that.
Right, it's also the combination of shade and landscape islands to reduce the heat island effect of all that paving.
Yeah, it's more than 37%. What this idea is doing is innovative way to accommodate the development and also bring the heat effect down. and they're open to use innovative ways. And, you know, I guess future would see that how successful it is. We wouldn't know it unless we try it. So that's what I like about it, that we are not stick to just one idea, and we allow other alternative to come to allow for the future development.
Yeah, so I appreciate you bringing these examples. I also, and I feel that we should have stretch goals, but, and I think you changed to add some flexibility, but just, you know, we all want to be honest here, not honest, you're not, is that the current standard is 25%, right? And so we want to get double the standard. It is aggressive. I mean, you got to realize it's aggressive, and to have a goal, that's fine. And then I like how you add solar canopies and other shade structures, and maybe the solar canopies they're great. I mean, also adds they produce clean energy, so that's great, but they're also expensive. So I like just so we're all on the same page, it's a goal, and I agree, if you got 37% today, I mean, that's really good, right? And if the goal is to get through, maybe there's some other, over time, innovative ways that are not so expensive, but as long as we all know it's a goal, and that we're not fighting over, you know, during development review. I'm not just, you know, that you got to but you got to, you know, we want to be as green as possible, relieve some of the heat island effect and like that. So, and that we need to work with the applicant to stretch to get, you know, definitely past the 25%, past the 30%, but knowing that it's a goal, okay? That's my opinion, okay?
Okay.
Because
Anything
it's
else?
been in the master plan, but haven't been many, I mean, you said there's only a couple, and this is in very unique circumstances. So I agree that there should be a stretch goal here, and as long as it's a balance of reaching as best as we can and weighing all the economic other factors and that go along with development, okay?
Can I, just a couple of clarifying questions. Are we imagining that the trees over a parking lot would count toward the green cover? I know we're going to talk about green cover in a second, but
Yes,
can you
they
remind,
would.
they would count toward green cover requirements?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
This is really just saying, within your surface parking lot area, we want a minimum level of canopy or shade. But certainly that could also count for green cover as well. So they can be, you know, inclusive.
And there's that, I think that's good to hear. Last time I think we had also talked about, it was great to see some of the examples that you showed and kind of the rough calculations and kind of how they looked from imagery. I think last time we had also, if I remember right, we had talked about wanting to see examples of like just a rendering of a surface parking lot at 25%, meeting the minimum parking requirements of the zone, and how the size of the parking lot might change at a 35, 40, 45, 50%. Do we have anything, if we don't have renderings, that's fine, but do we have anything to say about how much illustratively, how much a parking lot may grow with increased tree cover requirements?
We weren't able to produce sketches and illustratives. Instead, we tried to find existing examples in the county, I think. We could certainly look into that as well and think through, you know, how does a parking lot change as you add these tree islands, and even, you know, we're not even talking about walkways between drive lanes, which is good for pedestrian safety and people walking around, but does expand the footprint of a parking lot as well, and maybe, you know, cut into parking spaces. But as you can see here in the A area, you know, there's some planter areas, certainly, where the trees are that you couldn't maybe fit parking spaces in order to accommodate them. So I don't know if it makes the parking lot larger, but it certainly reduces the number of spaces that you could accommodate. And so if you are trying to meet a parking requirement, it would extend that parking lot.
Right, right. Well, you know, the parking requirements, it gets, It gets tricky I understand sort of the complication of trying to anticipate what this actually looks like because, as you know, the minimum requirements for kind of retail, for example, it's different than with housing. It's based on square footage. We have no idea what the square footage of these retail commercial spaces are going to be yet. So we don't know what the minimum or the maximum might be. We don't know what the applicant's going to propose within that range. It seems it's obviously intuitive that if the parking requirement is what it is and the applicant either needs to or prefers to provide a certain number of parking spots, that this will lead the parking lot to grow. Unless there's sort of extraordinary measures done to sort of keep it compact. Allowing landscaping to count is both good, but also seems like it would create an expansion more than trees of the parking lot size overall. Not the impervious surface area, but just kind of the overall footprint of the parking lot. And I think for me, ultimately, that's still my concern, is that while it's beneficial for all the reasons you talked about, and I 100% agree, and really appreciate the concern with how people will experience this space. I think that's critical. It also kind of goes a little bit against our preference for compact development, particularly in these areas where we're trying to encourage more of that. So I think that's what I'm still struggling with that balance a little bit. 50% is both good, as the chair mentioned, like really stretch goal. I'm wondering if there's, I'm glad to see that solar, I'm assuming kind of on a one-for-one basis, solar can count toward the 50%. It's not sort of a portion of.
Yeah, I just see it as the area would
just the area
count the same.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I may, that the flexibility that was added includes not just solar canopies, but other shade structures. And I think the issue with trees that we recognize is that in order to grow a healthy canopy, you need a certain area of soil. And that's really what starts to take up the extra space in a parking lot. But by having the potential for other kinds of shade structures, which may just require a single pole and then a canopy that fans out from there, I think you can really reduce the footprint that's needed in order to have a structure that provides shade. So I think that particular piece, especially since the main goal is to provide shade, adds a lot of flexibility so that if your parking area is constrained and you need a certain number of parking spaces, that you start by trying to achieve the maximum tree canopy, but then you can in your design figure out at what point you need to shift to another method of accomplishing that doesn't require that same footprint and constrain your parking ability as much.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have, I think we have.
My, just final thing, I would be open to something sort of between 25 and 50%, just speaking personally. Maybe if there's, I think in the staff report you mentioned maybe 40% as like an option, if I read that correctly, for us to at least consider, obviously any number, any number, right?
Anything
between the
above 25%.
two.
If you want to keep this recommendation in the plan.
Yeah,
at all.
I think it's good to have stretch goals, as the chair mentioned. I think 50% to me at least starts to feel like we're maybe, it's kind of whack-a-mole. We're solving one problem and creating another. So I don't know. I'd be open to something between those two numbers if anyone else.
That's a goal. That's a goal. There is no requirement to make it 50%. And, I don't see why not we keep it, because it's a goal and they have added a lot of other options and ideas there. And if they cannot do it, then it could be reduced. Language allows that to happen.
Okay. Does the language allow that to happen?
Could I just I guess, a clarification on the record for a moment. Allie Myers with the Office of General Counsel. When we're talking about these as goals and sort of the intent behind a goal as a stretch goal, I think it's important to remember that at the time of regulatory review, it's ultimately going to be up to the planning board to determine whether the application is substantially complying with this recommendation. So, and especially when the recommendation is very specific, when there is a percentage or a number in there, I think if the intention is that for that number to be a stretch goal or for there to be flexibility, I would say that should be stated in the recommendation. Otherwise, it may not be you folks who are looking at this, but a future board who said, well, you know, the board that approved this said 50%, and they won't have the context of these discussions of the understanding that this may be a stretch goal. And so I think the board, if there's intent to either, you know, consider a lower percentage or put a range and express the understanding that what substantial conformance with that might look like in the future, just with an eye for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for me, that's a really helpful suggestion. I don't know what that language might look like other than, I think we've looked at other examples where there's some version of, you know, during regulatory review, planning board may, you know, adjust X, Y, Z depending upon the context and whatever the case is. And maybe some version of that here would be helpful to make it clear that while this is both desirable and preferable, there will be an additional layer of review to consider the whole context.
Yeah. So if it could say achieve a goal of 50%, and then some language about, you know, there's if practical and then that the final whatever is subject to approval of it, you know, board at time of application, time of regulatory approval. Would that work?
Yes, I think that we can add, similar to some parks language that we previously discussed, that we can add, you know, subject to planning department and board approval, that also added the extra layer that the goal here is 50%. But we thought there was flexibility here, but we can certainly add something to that effect so that there's more, and to be ultimately determined by you all, which even if we didn't say it, would still be the case.
Yeah.
But still, we can add that if that. Yeah, we can add that.
We can definitely add that. I think that if you put in something that provides a lot more flexibility, the tendency is to go to more of the minimum level, and then we're negotiating up. So I think it's somewhat inherent in the process that we have for development review to start with this and see where they come in to meet that goal. So I understand what you're all saying, but it does set the bar for us to be able to have that discussion and evaluation at development review.
So we're not changing the 50%, which is to say a goal
No.
of 50%, okay?
So
And because we have 30 other slides to go through, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, so what's interesting here is use I hate to bring up the auto park drive thing again, but when you look at this and you say achieve a 50 instead of at least 50%, the example of the auto park was at least 50%, and you said 37% was successful. So when you use that as an example, and then you come here and you change the language to say a 50% tree canopy, it does not provide for the example of flexibility of Auto Park Drive. So you have to keep at least, if that's going to be your success. And you know, sometimes I ask these questions on purpose, just being lawyerly. And so when I said, is that a success? And you said, yes, it is. And then you have a subsequent edit here where it says now 50%. And then Mr. Cronenberg says, you know, if we don't put a number certain, it doesn't give you the example of the Auto Park Drive. So I think leaving the words at least 50% is best in alignment with the example of Auto Park Drive that didn't reach 50% but reached 37%. And so when you say here 50%, it doesn't give them an opportunity to achieve the same thing that Auto Park Drive did.
But Auto Park Drive did achieve 50%, but it was in different ways, I think. Isn't that what you said?
No, they're 37%.
No.
Yeah, and again, I think this
Achieved
change,
it.
you know, it said at least 50%. I think that implies like it's gonna be 50% or more. That wasn't our intent, so
that
we
w- yeah, we didn't
we
want
struck that. The guidance, the aspiration is 50. You know, that's our goal. I'm not gonna sit here and guarantee we're always gonna achieve that. You know, even in the Fairland Briggs Cheney, the Auto Park example that we're referring to, if we were like really hard-nosed about that, they got 49%, and then they did some painting, you know, for it to be reflective, a little cooler. Okay, great. That was in substantial conformance in our mind. They met that standard, that guidance that was provided by the plan.
Yeah, just for the sake of documentation, I'm fine with your language here. If you want to just add to achieve a goal of 50%, I'm fine with that also. I think this is saying what you want to say at this point.
Okay. Achieve a goal of 50%, and achieve 50%, and let's go. We got to move on to the next.
So if they don't reach the goal of 50%,
And that's fine.
They come.
The development review staff, they agree, and if they come to disagreement, they bring it to planning board, like
It's
everything
they
else.
don't have to,
It's balancing.
they don't have to meet
Yeah,
50%.
just balancing a lot of.
If this makes it easier, I will suggest language that we've seen used in other master plans that the council's been putting in. They've used the term "as practicable." And so maybe if we can start the sentence with "as practicable," design areas of surface parking lots, and so on.
Yeah,
I think that's good word use.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I have that. Still making notes. All right, so that's parking lots. Now we have green cover. I know we've talked about this earlier, but this is just reprising the testimony that you received on the green cover recommendation in the draft plan. And so we have some suggested revisions. They're quite extensive, but really they go to further clarifying how the 35% green cover area, the denominator, is to be calculated in the first paragraph. And then the second paragraph and list of A through E is what elements would be able to satisfy that green cover, with the note allowing that solar installations and other options can accommodate this coverage if it's demonstrated that you can't meet it in other ways, and that, of course, the planning board can approve alternatives. This may be something that we could bring into the parking lot street canopy language as well. And so what we've done here is suggested that any dedication areas, environmental buffers, forest conservation easements are excluded from calculating the area that needs to be 35%, a minimum of 35%. The elements that would satisfy that can be located on public and private property, public meaning rights of way, like roadways, and include green roofs, tree canopy, as long as it's not in environmental buffers, that's like a stream valley buffer, forest conservation easements. And the reason behind that is that we certainly want to achieve those environmental resources over there, where they're designated and put in easement. But really the purpose of this recommendation is to establish green coverage, cooling, canopy, landscaping, and so on in the developed area where people are spending their time. There may be trails in a forest conservation easement, or they might spend time down there. It's certainly beneficial, but we want to make sure that we're cooling and shading areas that are hardscaped and developed.
And if I can add to that, actually, the cooling is as one of the key things we're trying to achieve in in the areas where people are. The other one is, again, treatment of air pollution. This is an area where we are following newer research that, and I think I've talked with some of my colleagues, maybe other folks, about the Green Heart Louisville project, which is looking at an area of South Louisville, Kentucky, Interstate 264 runs through the middle of it. It's a formerly red-lined area that has tree canopy deficit and poorer health outcomes for the people living there. For a long time, it has been recognized that greenness contributes to improved air quality and improved health outcomes, but it's been very difficult to separate that out from other factors that are very important, including especially socioeconomic factors. So access to health care, good nutrition, all of those other pieces that are important. So what this particular study did was it went into this area of about 4 square miles, divided it up into 16 clusters with similar characteristics in terms of environment, socioeconomic status, health outcomes. They did background health studies to determine, look at certain markers for health outcomes. And then they went into 8 of the 16 clusters and planted trees, fairly mature trees, and planted 8,000 trees in half of that, approximately half of that area, repeated the health studies. And what they found not long, just a couple of years after they had installed the trees, was that those living in the greened area had a 13 to 20% lower level of a biomarker of general inflammation. And that marker, that those rates are associated with a higher risk of cardiovascular disease. According to the research I'm reading here, that's an even stronger indicator of heart attack than cholesterol levels. Higher levels of this marker also indicate higher risk of diabetes and certain cancers. So it's a 13 to 20% reduction in this marker, health marker, and they correlated that to a 10 to 15% reduction in the risk of heart attacks, cancer, or dying from any disease. So
Right. Thank you, Steve. We're going to move on. I appreciate that context. That's really why we're doing it, is public health. I also have some examples of how this can be achieved functionally. So this is a admittedly small project, but it's 35% green cover on the proposed development on a gas station and car wash. So they're achieving 35% green cover under the Great Seneca Plan recommendation. I'll also note they have just over 1/4% parking lot tree canopy. And then in a larger example, the Johns Hopkins University Bellward campus in Gaithersburg, the area that is not darkened, the area you can see in color, is what would be calculating the 35% green cover. This plan was actually approved before the 35%. But you would include the privately owned public spaces, so the Muddy Branch Park to the west would be part of that calculation, and the remaining to reach that 35% would be another 6 acres. So if you can imagine that the park on the west is, to my mind, less than half of the remaining area of the trees, the landscaping. There's an urban park here. So this is illustrative of how you might carve out the forest conservation, carve out the stream buffer from the northern area of the property, and what you're left with is what you base your 35% calculation on. And that 35% can include, as long as it's not within forest conservation, dedicated parkland, and stream buffers, that can count towards it. So I just wanted to be able to illustrate that for you, because I know time is short. I'm sorry I really cut you off, but just want to get your take on these edits.
I think just to start it off on the park component of this, so allowing privately owned park space, POPs. I'm not sure there's a compelling reason to allow that, but not public parks, particularly when we're requiring the potential property owners in their applications to provide those park spaces, and considering what you said before, that one of the key purposes of green space is to have it integrated in population areas. Parks are a perfect example of that because they're also highly social places, so they actually bring people into those spaces, and they're not just kind of nicely landscaped places that people might not hang out. So I think there's more than enough reasons for us to actually want to count parks, to incentivize counting parks, because it's a great example. As long as, you know, it is green and not like count the green portions of the park, right? But at least count that park space, whether it's privately owned or public. I think that would be, just as a starting point, I think that would be one preference I would have. So both count it in the denominator, count it in the numerator.
I agree with him. I think that park is a park, regardless of who maintain it. And, you know, I think that would be good for the benefit of public. So I don't see any reason that why, if it is privately owned, it could be included, but not if it is publicly owned. I don't know how Parks Department think about it, but in regard to these health reasons, I think they both have the same value.
Agree. So if that was also part of your edits here, I'm fine with it, and we can, you know, if the other board.
No, we're noting exclusion of parkland, but it sounds like you're wanting to not only count that to calculate 35%, but allow it to satisfy 35%, you too.
And just for clarification, yeah, we really are looking for green cover within the developed area. So, and I think what we're talking about is the little local parks and neighborhood parks and the, you know, parts of the Constellation Park that are really embedded within the development.
Yes.
So they are providing that benefit within the developed area where people are.
So for understanding, the public may be listening, the 35% wasn't going to include the dedicated parks that were required of the developer, correct?
As we proposed the draft plan and this language, correct.
Okay. And so, yeah, I agree with the other commissioners that we should allow developers to include that because they're being required to provide that space and dedication for park. And many of the park examples are cooling green spaces, so I think it should be included in here. And when you don't include it, it decreases the available space for development and providing housing or commercial property. So I think it's in the best interest of the public that it be included in the green cover.
Sorry, can I ask Parks one question? If one of the constellations for the activities that are being proposed in that area is a basketball court, tennis court, some type of hard surface, and that's it, and there's a requirement for 35% green coverage on that, is that, that's my concern right now, is that there would somehow be, we would be limiting that activity that may be a larger hardscaped area within that park, but
I think that should be taken out. When you're talking about green area, it should be green area. I don't call a basketball court to be a green area. That is, or if it's a building that is just a building, that is not, in my opinion, green.
So I think that's why, part of the reason why we were not including the language, and it would be consistent with other recommendations that we had made in other plan areas to not include parks for these reasons, because we're not always, I don't want to assume that that park is going to be green and vegetated, that there might be other uses, particularly when they're smaller within this plan
But
area
you
to
could
achieve the goals
calculate
that were
it.
laid out by parks.
I think it could be calculated.
Yeah, just to clarify, you're not suggesting that the 35% would limit what could be developed in parkland. We're talking about how parkland would count toward 35%. Okay.
I see.
Sorry, the question is why on E, we specifically started by saying landscaped. So areas of POPs, open space, recreation areas, landscaped. If you wanted to include parklands, it would then therefore be landscape parklands, not hardscape parklands, I think.
Exactly. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just sorry, Jim. Yeah, sorry. I actually, everybody asked the questions I was thinking of asking. It's a really great thing about working with very smart people. But I was going to say something very similar to making sure that we carry through exactly that onto the public parkland. If we want to count public parkland, that we're counting the public parks that are open in green space, and as you said, landscaped, and to make that clear on bullet E. And then I just wanted to confirm, as my reading of this and as a red line, is that the dedicated and stormwater, or the dedicated area and the stream valley area is excluded from both the I guess the numerator and the denominator when calculating the 35%. Is that right? So we're pulling the stream buffer out and then calculating anything that's not stream buffer, forest dedication, et cetera.
Yes, for both.
Is that right?
That's our
Okay. And that's
recommendation.
okay, great. I like that. I think that, yeah, if a park is green and counts as green cover, otherwise public or private, I think we should count it as part of the 35%, assuming it's integration, which I think is covered by the language in here.
Great.
I do have a question for clarification. Are any setbacks included in this for like thoroughfares, 270 streets?
The green spaces.
Yeah, if they're on property or public rights-of-way adjacent to property, that we wanted to be able to include street trees in Observation Drive, internal roads. I guess if there is vegetation and trees along 270 within their right-of-way that's adjacent to the property, that could potentially count. There's so many variations and options to consider, but we didn't want to carve out public rights-of-way when it's near or adjacent to development. And I would point out that this is distinct from what about 4 other master plans have adopted that are addressing just private property green cover. There's a 35% recommendation for 35% green cover on private property, so excluding canopies or anything in the right-of-way, as well as several plans exclude existing forest from being able to satisfy green cover. So we were already trying to accommodate, albeit a more specific, calculated approach, but we're trying to accommodate more areas within development that can accommodate green cover, because we know that that's going to be adjacent to where people are as well, walking the sidewalks, crossing the street, and so on.
When you say potentially, is it going to be included or is it not going to be included?
Which potentially?
Like the buffers for roadways, 270. Is it going to be included in 35% or not?
By this language, yes. Areas may be located on private property or in public rights-of-way adjacent to proposed development. So I don't know all the situations, but yes, if 270 is adjacent, if...
I'm sorry.
Street trees would be included under B. Right, so we're not defining it as street tree, we're saying all tree canopy cover, period. Unless it's
Again, the intention is that if there are, street trees that are within the developed area that are adjacent to where people are and they're providing green cover, that can be counted. So again, we're really focused on the areas where people are and the areas that are developed.
So you're saying street trees are part of tree canopy cover. That's why you crossed it out. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so
they're already included because now with this new change, this allows public rights-of-way trees, vegetative cover, rain gardens, anything from A to C that's in the public right-of-way to count as green cover.
So that's a positive thing.
I see it as a positive thing.
Okay.
I think for me, I guess I'm starting to be a little concerned where there's so many areas of splitting hairs between what is beneficial to people and where. This entire site is not far from the stream valley, and it's not going to be far from the planted buffer, although I admit not a lot of people are going to want to spend time in the 50-foot planted buffer next to the highway. But in terms of its air quality, in terms of its sort of air filtering benefit, it provides that just as much as street trees provide it for streets on the site. I know we've talked about this a lot, and I know you've put a lot of thought into what counts and what doesn't, and there's good justification for what you're saying. To me, it's starting to feel like a simpler approach of the gross area of the site, counting all green cover on the gross area of the site, maybe a place we want to land on this. Again, because these are not large sites, and there will be and there should be good access to the stream valley. That stream valley could be activated with trails. It could be a real amenity the same way that parks will be a real amenity right next to where the residents live. I think there's some compelling reasons to consider the gross area. And if you sort of think about it in terms of the actual numbers, what was the Stream Valley acreage was something like 40, was it something like 40 acres on the site?
Are you talking about for the ComSat property?
On the ComSat specifically, yeah.
I don't recall off the top of my head. I can scroll back to it, fairly easy.
But essentially, if we use this approach.
So within the stream buffer, it's about 22.5. Adjacent open spaces, almost 19.
Okay.
Just for the ComSat property, we're talking about all properties in the sector plan would be subject to this recommendation.
I guess just to finish off, and I want to hear, but if we use this approach, it seems like there still would be, 2 to 3 dozen acres remaining for them to do versions of what you're describing here, even if you count the Stream Valley and even if you count the 50-foot planted buffer. It feels like there's still an enormous opportunity and requirement to provide all those benefits, and it's simpler, and it doesn't kind of further put constraints on the site.
Yeah, I'll just say again, and I know you've heard us say this several times, so apologies for that, but this is not the first time that we've made this recommendation. It's been in several plans now. Bethesda, from 2017 to now, every plan has met this, arguably in much more difficult, much more urban environment to achieve this, and they've met them all. Staff's recollection, there may have been 1 or 2 that were close, but not quite. Substantial conformance got them there. And this is a large greenfield site, really largely unconstrained at this moment. We don't see this as a difficult bar to achieve. The changes to all this as we've gone forward has been with the scrutiny on this language in this plan, but we think that this is relatively simple to apply. It has not prevented development from moving forward in other plans that we've already adopted. We don't see this as a significant hurdle to achieve. And really, the Stream Valley buffers and green cover are like 2 entirely different things. I would not go to the gross tract area. I would actually recommend that you remove this section entirely if you're going to go to that. I think it would be a watering down and a diminishing potentially significantly in the other master plans as they've been approved and adopted and the way that we would apply this. If you're going that direction, I would say you shouldn't move forward with this section entirely.
I say we keep this and you calculate with all of these changes to see what the number would be. I agree with you. I don't want to eliminate the whole thing from here.
One quick I appreciate everything you just said. One key difference between like this site and downtown Bethesda, for example, is that there's an enormous amount of existing green cover that doesn't exist at all in dense urban areas. And so it's arguably sort of more important that they achieve those higher standards. Whereas here, there's going to be higher than 35% on the gross site anyway, whether or not we count the Stream Valley buffer or not. There's already going to be a much higher level of green cover simply because there's existing green on the site. And it feels sort of, it feels like a little bit of apples and oranges to compare it to a much more dense urban area when we're talking about the benefit of having to provide the green cover, because they're already, it is privately owned right now. If it was public, that would obviously be a different conversation for me at least. But the benefit exists whether or not we count it or not, and not counting it introduces added constraints elsewhere on the site. But I take your point, and I'm not at all trying to dismiss the consistency argument here. I just wanted to note there are some, I think, site-specific differences between other places that we require it and they achieve it.
Yes, so I think downtown Bethesda is different from this area, and if you can show, like we said before, on a typical site, what would the green cover be in this area on a typical site, whatever was planned to be done? I'm fine with the recommendations you have here, with what we said, allowing more of the tree canopy cover, parks, greenway adjacent to roads and stuff like that. But I feel that this will get us there, but you just need, you have to come back with all these changes we have, but just to confirm. But I'm fine with what you have here.
So right now I have that you want to allow parkland, whether it's dedicated or private open space, to count as the calculation and to accommodate green space. We're going to make that change. Is that the one change here that I've heard? Are there others?
I think the discussion that we did, we are, in addition to what you have, we wanted to do the landscape areas for the parkland.
Yeah, that's already
To
covered
be
under E.
included. And
Yes.
also, you decided to add the 50-foot, if there is forested, the 50-foot forest area that we are talking with the buffer of I-270 to include that. Is that the
I don't know if that's
decision?
added. That would certainly comply with this definition. That would be consistent. If you had a 50-foot tree buffer, that's automatically green cover that could be counted.
So that would be
Unless it's
counted
counted
toward that?
unless it's counted
The,
as a
the-
buffer or an easement.
Yeah, could
Right.
I
In order to
interject
grant credit for forest conservation, it would have to be protected in an easement, and that would eliminate. So
Yeah, to that extent, I see a similarity there. If it's on private property and not a stream valley buffer, I do see that as whether or not it meets that forest requirement and ends up being placed in easement or not, that would still be on private property that was otherwise developed. I think you could count that area in this green area, green cover requirement, and that would be fine. And one small clarification, I just wanted to make sure on the park discussion earlier, it was the entire park, regardless if it was vegetated or not, could count towards this green cover
No, we are
requirement.
talking
we were
about
not.
landscaped areas of the park.
Yeah, earlier I heard that even dedication with, the entire dedication for that park could be counted towards green cover. I thought that's
Well,
what
that's
was.
what I meant was the landscape area. If it is basketball court, that's not green.
It's not green cover, yeah.
Yeah, landscaped or tree or canopy. I think that was the intent of what we were.
So
where
if
we
you
were
want to
going.
be able to count a 50-foot tree buffer, and if it goes into conservation easement along 270, maybe there's other areas that you wish to count towards green cover, we would eliminate the exclusion of forest conservation easements from letter B. And I believe if you also, on the first paragraph, if you want to start, adding in forest conservation easement as the denominator, you start getting closer and closer to gross tract. But you don't count roadways. You dedicate to roads, environmental buffers or stream valley buffers. If that is removed, then that allows forest conservation easement areas to be your denominator and your numerator again. Is that the direction I hear?
I'm fine with that.
Well, you need to, and show us, like, I don't know, some typical examples and also I said before, how easy is it or not to meet, what do you get in a typical, it's hard for me to see.
I see this example as a good one. This has not been built, so I don't know exactly. And they also didn't calculate green cover because they didn't have to. But just looking at it from an estimator standpoint, it looks like they're easily able to meet 35% within this colored area that's not shaded. Now, if you want to open up forest conservation easement to both determine your 35% and qualify for 35% green cover, then that would move the colored area to the north. You would have more coverage, not including stream buffer potentially.
Right.
So in my mind, by excluding these areas from both, we were making it easier to achieve because it's less area to need to cover.
And
I think,
expecting that most of this, a lot of this, I think that we're going to be talking about is going to be residential development, whether it be single-family detached or attached or something similar to that. Lawns would count, tree canopy, landscaped areas. There's already, I think, when you look at a typical subdivision, there are going to be elements of this that are already in place for that.
Okay, yep. Why don't we move on? Okay, you have this.
Well, should we consider, at least just focusing on the easements for a second, remove the exclusion of the forest conservation easements as we've talked about? Is that where we landed on that?
Yes, where we landed, yes.
That's what we are landing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay? Okay.
Okay, got it. So parkland and easements.
All right.
Now we can really get into some discussion here. So, 200-foot residential setback. We've been dancing around this. We actually have quite a few slides that may be fairly simple and quick, but just to illustrate the point. But there was testimony both for and against the 200-foot residential buffer. So this is a reprise of what you've already seen. I wanted to show what it looks like from a noise study. So this is WMAL, development property on 495. So those townhouses are between 150 and 280 feet from the I-495 right-of-way. So they required a sound wall. There is a forested and tree buffer. I'm not sure it's entirely forest, but there is a planted tree buffer there with some parks and trails. A sound wall is between 18 to 25 feet. So regardless of a master plan recommendation, this development had to meet their noise regulations to mitigate noise from the highway. I think we showed this to you as well, but from an air pollution standpoint, you know, there is a drop-off the farther you get from a major highway for air pollutants, but studies have found that to really have a real effect, you need to be about 500 to 1,000 feet, and that's variable based on wind direction, topography, and so on. We know we're probably not going to a 1,000-foot setback, but just so you're aware of that. This is what it looks like on a typical day. This is from the southbound lane, so it's a little bit far away, but we're looking northeast towards the ComStat property. You can see the high-tension power lines here that our SHA friends alluded to, so there is you know, utilities there. And here is a preliminary plan from Crystal Rock in Germantown. You know, they don't have residential along the frontage of I-270, but they did have to accommodate this 200-foot buffer because the 1989 and 2009 Germantown plans have this standard in place. Moving a little bit to the south, this is a Poplar Grove preliminary plan approval, so they had to set back their townhouses by 200 feet as well. And so now if you'll look ahead of yourselves, I just want to give a context within the room of where we are of what some of these numbers that we're going to be presenting mean. So if you start from the window of the auditorium, not from your seats, but if you start from the window, 200 feet is about to the end of the plaza, where you can see maybe some trees and the handrails. 150 feet are from the windows to the closest end of the amphitheater stage. You maybe can see the post or the canopy that's on the amphitheater. 125 feet are the windows to the sculpture. I think you can see the sculpture from your seats, just kind of lower. And then the 50-foot, that would be, I guess, the forest buffer would be from the windows to the flagpoles. Half-mast flagpoles is about 50 feet. So we're bringing back some options for you to consider. Option one is still our staff recommendation, so that's 200 feet residential building setback with the following mitigations. So construct a sound wall, raised berm. If the noise study that would have to happen anyway was required. So this is just kind of raising this that may come into play anyway. Building construction techniques for indoor noise mitigation and incorporating that 50-foot tree and vegetated buffer between the highway and residential uses. If this criteria is included, we could potentially replace the other 50-foot buffer because it would take its place essentially for residential uses. Zooming out, just to be aware that these setbacks for any residential uses would apply for the entire length of the plan area, not just the properties we've been discussing. And then I can come back to this, but this zooms in so you can see the relative areas for a 75-foot future dedication to 270, 50-foot tree buffer, and the 200-foot residential building. So that black dashed line is where you would have to push residential development under the standard. We have an example. I think we were standing near this area on our bus tour, but there's about 200 feet between the I-270 right-of-way in the Cabin Branch neighborhood. This is looking south, so it's not north-oriented, but between the right-of-way and the lot for those houses. So if you could visualize this street, this location, that they're meeting that 200-foot setback. Option 2 is proposed by staff, so you could reduce the multifamily building setback to 125 feet from the ultimate right-of-way. This is after 75-foot dedication, and 150 foot for detached and attached. So it would implement all mitigations from 1, we would just bring those in, but expand the tree buffer to 75 feet and make sure that all outdoor amenity spaces are outside of the setback and on the far side of the buildings. So these, we can come back to this, but this is the maps of what this would look like. So it starts to break it up a little bit, but it's moving a little bit closer to the highway. An example on 270 is between this right-of-way line, we can see the blue line, and the edge of the building for a multi-unit building in Gaithersburg. That's about 133 feet. That's the best we could find that maybe matches that, is close to the 150. You can also see a playground here in this area, no sound wall. So this is not the ideal situation, but this is about the experience that you would expect from this type of setback. Option 3 we're proposing is just a flat 125-foot residential building setback from the ultimate right-of-way. So essentially that establishes 200 feet from where it is today, and as the 75 feet move closer into the properties, they would not have to move that even further. Establishing a minimum 100-foot tree buffer, so you're bringing people living closer to the highway, but the tree buffer would be wider potentially, and moving outdoor and public and private green spaces beyond the setback area, so not allowing backyards or pops or playgrounds within that area. And then we have some maps of what that looks like. This is kind of hard to see, I know, but we'll zoom in, and you're getting a little bit, shaving some of that off, so you're a little bit closer to the highway. And then finally, some examples of, in Park Potomac, it's not residential, but this office building is set behind some parking aisles, but it's about 115 feet from the edge of the right-of-way. And on the right side, you can see how close that feels when you're in the street view. One more example, this is 75 feet. So this is Rose Hill Falls neighborhood in the city of Rockville. From the right-of-way to the edge of the lot line for the attached houses, you're about 75 feet. Now, they do have a raised berm, so a little bit of a hill and some trees. So they have some visual buffer. It probably provides some sound buffer, some air pollution mitigation, but they're located within 75 feet. And so I think that's all we have for the buffer. I can go back and talk about any of these as you wish, and we can, work through it.
Just to start out, so we can react to something, I would move forward with maybe in option 4, where there's a 50-foot. You have to meet the sound requirements anyway, so they have to do a sound study.
Is that the Rose Hill example? Option 4?
There isn't. I'm sorry. Did I?
We had a measurement of 75 feet in Rose Hill, but this wasn't an option 4.
And then a minimum 50-foot tree buffer. A minimum the developer can. They're going to have to meet sound requirements. They may, with a wall or whatever, and they, or they can have no wall and move it further. So, but give them the, the option to do whatever they want. I mean, in a way, so that they can move it back 100, 200. It's their choice. They're the ones marketing it to folks, and but I would recommend start out with a 50-foot tree buffer minimum and some sort of wall for noise. That's my.
So 50 foot is from the edge of 75 foot, correct?
50 from the edge of the 75.
And then any amount of space for the noise wall after the 50 foot.
I think it was the noise wall
Whatever,
probably goes first.
they-
I don't know where the noise wall goes.
Yeah, again, Steve Fennelly for the record. My anticipation would be that the noise wall would be first. Just adding one other little detail is that the movement of traffic along a major highway like that, is my understanding from some people, another study I was involved in, that tends to swirl the air from the road and kind of pull it up. And when you have a noise wall, it can actually pull it around behind the noise wall. You can actually get a buildup of pollution back there. And so the idea of putting a buffer behind that would be then to mitigate that pollution that is accumulating on the backside of the noise wall.
Okay, so I go with that. I
Yeah,
second
but
it.
that's just my,
Yeah.
Commissioner Hedrick.
No, that's actually, again, that got my question answered. I was wondering about about a potential noise wall in the buffer. I mean, overall, I would like to, I understand that we've got a right of way and we've got I think a buffer with the trees, and the sound wall is is the best, I think is the best approach that we can, and not lose just a lot of the available options, either for, for housing or I think this is probably going to end up supporting, townhomes or something very similar with attached housing. I think multifamily development's probably a little bit further down the line for something like this. So I think honestly, we need to make sure that as much of the land is available for housing construction, as we can, as we can get. But I think the 50 foot, the 50 foot and the 75 buffer, I think is good.
Again, just to emphasize, the reason why we were originally recommending the setback is for health reasons, and with residential uses being a more sensitive, to that kind of pollution and those impacts and those sorts of things. So just wanted to.
I understand. No.
Yeah, it sounds like there's at least 3 in support of that, but I generally am comfortable with the 75 plus 50 tree planted buffer, only because, as kind of is alluded to, and there's a lot of, it's sort of at this stage, it's kind of impossible to predict how it would play out. But based on the research, I think that the combination of sound wall and some amount of tree buffer, obviously more tree buffer the better, but that has a fairly effective filtering effect near these kinds of roads. It's also uphill from the highway, which is beneficial in this case compared to other environments. At least the ComSat, I can't remember if the Lithicum property is also up. It is uphill from it. So yeah, I think I'm sort of okay with it.
When you're talking about 75 feet, is this 75-foot buffer for residential uses in addition to a dedication at 75 feet?
I think we were talking about dedication. We were sort of just packaging it together. There's the 75-foot dedication.
Which could become highway, so you know.
Which is,
Okay.
Yes.
It may
could
not,
be.
may not.
Hopefully it doesn't.
Okay, so from ultimate right-of-way, no setback, but still a 50-foot tree buffer and noise mitigation. Is that what I'm hearing?
Which, we don't have to relitigate it, but one of my, the whole allowing that requiring the dedication, if we did not require the dedication, we would actually have more room, more flexibility in this case, which we were talking about the dedication for other reasons. This is now another reason why requiring the dedication, I think, was maybe unhelpful to the other goals of the plan. But I understand. I don't want to relitigate it. I understand why it's there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's clear to me. Any other comments? Okay. I think this is going on to our last topic, the interchange.
Yeah, we may have to stop after this one, okay? The
Okay.
interchange.
And I will. So A, B, C. A is still to keep the recommendation for a bridge only. B is to support an interchange, and C is the land use condition. And so here is what the draft plan says, continues to be staff's recommendation to remove the interchange. Essentially, what we're doing here is proposing that option B would support an interchange if it's not feasible, that a bridge is still supported as a backup. And this brings in the design considerations from the 1994 plan. So these are already in place as far as minimizing wetland impacts, distance from the ramps, access to the park, that if a full movement interchange is not feasible, the last line, a limited movement may be considered. So this is really just the plan supports an interchange. If the interchange is not or cannot be built, then still a bridge. And then with C, in this highlighted text, this is what's bringing in the same language, but the condition of establishing the major employment, life sciences, commercial center that delivers significant economic and fiscal benefits to the county. And if the conditions cannot be met, the plan supports instead a bridge only. So really, I think it's between B and C for you to consider.
Yeah, let me just state, because of time, I would prefer B, because I don't know how you measure C. You know, like, what is, so.
If it's all residential in that sense, the plan would say, we don't support an interchange if it's purely residential.
Yeah, but I think that would happen anyway, maybe, like 5 or 10 years down the road, if it turned out to residential, maybe that when you do the next master plan of highways and transitways, you just take it out, So my recommend, and I know where you're going at C, and it's laudable to have that, but how do you, I don't know how it's hard to, what do you call it, I don't know, empower or police and all that, so I just think it'll happen anyway. If it turns out to be an all residential, later on you just say, take it out, So that would be my recommendation, but there's 4 other board members here. Yeah. Yes, please.
Sorry, just wanted to make a suggestion for your consideration. Under the new bullet that was added, include a separate safe parallel bicycle and pedestrian bridge. We may suggest replacing the word bridge with facility, which may have greater flexibility and feasibility for long-term implementation.
Well, what does a facility look like?
It could be a bridge, but
Okay.
it could also be a completely separated sidewalk that is separated from and has safe crossings at intersections, et cetera. So we're looking for safety, full separation for the bikes from cars and pedestrians from cars, but may not have to be its own freestanding structure.
Okay, I see what you mean. It could be on the side of the, okay.
I think we'd have some concern with that language when you do those types of facilities. You end up perhaps, trying to get up and over a ramp and then down. It just leads to a lot of grade change that perhaps is not necessary. I think the recommendation here is, or the idea here is that this interchange would be implemented by the state as part of a potential widening of I-270. If we're going for that, why not go for the best bicycle and pedestrian facility that we think we can get? It's not going to be nearly the same cost as an interchange.
Okay, so I still don't quite understand. So if you had it's a separate bridge, bicycle bridge from the.
The staff's recommendation is for a separate pedestrian and bicycle bridge. What I think the recommendation is to do something that is attached, could be attached to the interchange. I think that can be very challenging to do in a way that prioritizes pedestrian and bicycle crossings. And as you'll recall, the original recommendation here was for just a simple bridge across I-270. Adding in the interchange, adding in the ramps adds a lot of complication for a direct and efficient bicycle and pedestrian connection, so we would much rather see this separate. That is the best practice.
Okay, other comments?
Can I add maybe one potential suggestion for this could be sort of like a both and, some version of a both and. So it seems likely that, if I'm understanding things correctly, maybe the bridge, maybe Little Seneca Parkway is more feasible than a totally separate bike ped bridge in the near term. Is that what I'm understanding? Because if they're sort of similarly dependent on the highway project, is the idea behind the Little Seneca Bridge that it would be dependent on the larger infrastructure project to actually construct?
we would presume yes, and I would agree with Dave that the best practice would be a completely separate facility, a completely separate bridge,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
We just wanted to impose some flexibility because we don't know what the circumstances will end up being at the time.
Where
See,
is
so
the
maybe
other
we,
flexible
maybe
language?
we
This
state our
bridge is
preference.
over Great
State our
Seneca.
preference, yeah.
Sorry, where is the bridge? Where is the bridge?
Well, right now, the bridge does, so it would require the extension of Little Seneca Parkway west from where it currently ends, and then it would go across 270 into the Cap and Branch neighborhood. So,
Separate bridge.
yeah, I mean, which is part of the plan right now. As you know, Dave mentioned, the bridge is, the design of it is gonna have to change if the interchange stays in, because the interchange would start sort of like underneath of where the bridge, because the interchange would be coming south from where the bridge would be. And so the bridge would, like, you know, it would just have to change a little bit, which may make it more complicated for bike peds to get over it if it's higher, if the grade is steeper, you know, whatever the case may be. But flexibility makes sense. So perhaps we could just state our preference, allow for flexibility. But obviously, like, if the bridge is dependent on the larger infrastructure project the same way that a bike ped bridge specifically would be, then, you know, I agree that it's best to kind of shoot for what we can get. Although I hope that the highway, as we've talked about, I hope the highway widening doesn't happen, so I hope there's other avenues to get funding for it.
Do you understand where we are now?
Yeah, I didn't, sorry, I was out and I had no idea what you were talking about.
You can never leave here.
We're on hour 4, so we're kind of talking ourselves in circles right at this point.
May I make a suggestion? So we were suggesting replacing the word bridge with facility in the red bullet on option B, but perhaps you could do that and then say with, like, comma, with preference for a full bridge. That would provide your preference, but still provide that flexibility.
Sounds good. Commissioner Hedrick, you're, okay. You have that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that solution. That's fine.
All right, that's really all we have to cover with you. I guess I'm interested in getting a sense of, would you like us to come back and present the red line version of the plan? Would you like to take a vote now to approve transmittal with all the recommendations you've asked us to make? No changes.
We should see the red line, but
Yes,
with the general thumbs up now for what
We'll give you plenty of time to read it as well.
Yeah.
Okay. One more from MCDOT.
Apologies, since I understand that with the conversation of reducing the buffer from the highway, that it, among other things, is going to potentially impact the interchange. So if we do want the interchange, one suggestion would be an added bullet point to have any development provide proof evidence or something along those lines to not preclude implementation of an interchange. Otherwise, with the more constrained available land, it does put you in that place of development happens and we lose that opportunity to put the interchange. So just as a suggestion.
You mean to keep the right of way,
I
develop
don't
a
think
right?
that language is necessary, because
Okay.
if the interchange is shown in the plan, that we'll know that that facility needs to be
I hope now that
accommodated
it's
in
clear
some
that
way.
we've recommended the interchanges there, that it's obvious that we need to accommodate the space for it. Unless I'm misunderstanding. It sounded like we're going to keep the interchange
I
in.
agree.
I wasn't.
I was going to say that. I think that if you keep the interchange, then it shows that they have to provide the right of way for the future interchange. That's the
challenge is
question.
we don't know what footprint the interchange would take, I think, is the challenge. Is that what you're thinking? 'Cause it could be Cloverleaf, Urban Diamond, small compact, but what's your?
The suggestion with any development would provide at least some sort of sketch to show that an interchange can be fit into whatever development gets proposed. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult for us to ever understand what kind of impact the development's going to have. And we do want to reserve some space without being so heavy-handed as to require some like dedication.
So you, but that's what I'm saying, you want something that shows some.
I actually, I'm sorry, Chair. I'm seeing that a little problematic in that we don't have a design. And so what are we going to ask them to show to demonstrate that there's enough area, given the fact that the state and the county don't have a design? And so what is that thing? I think that language might actually create more problems at the time of a development application, that it's not entirely clear what we're expecting them to show, but we want them to show something.
Well, but if someone submits a development application in an area where maybe the interchange, I mean, I guess then the discussion will have to happen then, I guess. I don't know, how do you know?
I think what they have to do is that they have to do some kind of conceptual full interchange design. It may not happen full interchange, but because that's what right now we are saying, then they have to show that their future development is accommodating that. And if it comes something lesser than that, then we have a space to do it.
Who's going to do that? Who is responsible for doing that?
I think the developers.
Yeah, and when MCDOT would have to review the application when it comes in,
Yeah,
right?
it
And
would
would
be.
would they be able to review at sort of a concept level and not a more detailed engineering level to see if it's feasible?
We could certainly provide review of a concept in conjunction with SHA.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. It should be DOT and SHA to review the concept and see that if they're right. That's what they all the time do. It's not the first time.
Yeah, I guess that would be my point, is that would happen without additional language.
You don't need any. Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate it. We think it's going to happen anyway. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, so you want, Mr.
We'll
Larson?
return to you with a red line version of the draft plan in anticipation of transmittal to the council.
Great. And when would that be? When would you could return?
As
to
soon
it?
as possible,
We have
probably
to
the
be-
second week of December, I would imagine.
Will that still give you your time frame to?
I hope so. I believe so, yes.
Yeah, we were looking to transmit to the council by December 19th, so it would cut into that time. For all the changes we had to make from this plan.
What,
We'll do our best.
Yeah, but meeting on the, what's, 4th, I think, what, we would, it would be December 4th, and then you would,
I
think 2
could
weeks-
possibly prepare it for December 4th. The week ahead at the time would be during Thanksgiving holiday.
okay, right.
I have a lot of changes in there already. There are some more changes. I would hope to be able to give it to you the week after the 4th.
Okay, okay.
I want to
great.
give you enough time to look through it and read it, too.
Okay, thank you. Right. Well, it's obvious you guys have put a lot of work into this, and you've gotten a lot of comments from the outside, from the inside, and you've done your, great job in trying to incorporate them, or at least talk about the consequences of each of those. So I really appreciate your hard work. This is an important sector plan, and we look forward when we come back to finalizing it. Thank you so much. And we're going to
Just
take.
one comment. When you bring it the red line, just bring the changes this time. These red lines that we have approved, you could make them black. Then the time would be much less. Just the ones that we talked today, because whatever we approve today, is not change anymore. I
think it
guess
would
you
be more helpful
disagree.
for you to see everything that's
Yeah.
changing from the draft plan, just to make
Okay.
sure that what we heard at previous work sessions is correct.
Okay. I was just going to
I
make
can
it easy.
highlight things, that's easy.
Okay, great. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon and welcome back. We're on item number 7, the Friendship Heights Sector Plan Engagement Update, where staff is giving a briefing to the board, and Atara Margolis is leading this presentation along with her esteemed team. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, I'm Atara Margolis, and I'm a West County Master Planner leading the Friendship Heights Sector Plan. Today, we are here to present a summary of engagement events and takeaways since we kicked off the plan last fall. I am joined here by plan team members Bhavna Sivasubramanian, Renetta Zach-Williams, and Christina Sasaki. We'll start with a quick review of the engagement happenings since the plan kickoff. Then we'll talk about the demographics of who we've heard from, and then we'll move into key takeaways on major topics. At the start of the plan, we identified 5 overarching goals for engagement. We wanted to reach a wide range of stakeholders, to be clear and straightforward in our messaging, to provide a variety of opportunities so people of all ages and stages of life can participate. We've been collaborating and will continue to collaborate with community partners and agencies, and we had a goal of meeting people where they are, which means not just hosting events we want people to come to, but also going to their events, going to their community meetings, going out to the neighborhood. And that's how we've been measuring all of our engagement events so far and trying to meet these goals throughout the last year of the plan. So here are some fun numbers that present a snapshot of the past year of engagement. We've done 5 workshops, a web-based interactive activity, webinar, focus groups, questionnaires. We've had over 30, I think by now it's over 35 meetings since I made this slide with community groups. We've got about 750-ish e-letter subscribers, and so therefore, even without counting our 2,500 postcards that we mailed, we've spoken to over 1,000 people across this plan. Most of the in-person workshops, we got around 70 people at each of those, and we did this web-based activity, which I'll talk about in a bit, that was in lieu of a virtual meeting, and it attracted over 174 responses. We did a community-wide questionnaire that got over 500 responses. So that's been our sort of a summary of our reach. One of the first things we did in the preparatory stage of this plan, before we had the scope of work and boundary approved, was to reach out to the community to let them know a plan was happening. We held 2 workshops back in the fall of 2024. The workshops were an opportunity for us to start meeting people in and around Friendship Heights and for us to listen to participants discuss their hopes and concerns for the future of the area. We also started meeting with various community groups around the area just to let them know the plan was starting, to explain what a sector plan is, and to start to listen to them tell us about their neighborhood. We spent time sitting at tables in front of the Metro or in front of the Whole Foods at lunchtime, handing out flyers and talking to people about the plan. In the spring of 2025, the team was working hard on the existing conditions analysis, which we, of course, we presented here in May. But at the same time, we were continuing our engagement effort. Here we were doing the meet people where they are part. We were at the Friendship Heights Bike to Work Day stop, talking to bikers about what infrastructure they would like to see in the future. We took a table at the Friendship Heights Makers Market to spread the word about the plan. The Friendship Heights Alliance, which is the bi-jurisdictional collaborative organization that is working to strengthen both sides of Friendship Heights in DC and Maryland, has a youth advisory council. Now, we've been coordinating with the Friendship Heights Alliance throughout the plan, and so in April, they invited us to do a planning workshop with their advisory council. The advisory council is comprised of juniors and seniors from Bethesda Chevy Chase High School in Montgomery County and Jackson Reed in DC. First, we did an engagement exercise about what the students wanted to see in the future. And then we played a planning game with them to teach them about master planning and the relationship between development and amenities. And that's the picture you see on the right. Then we jumped into visioning, and this started in June of 2025. This is the phase where we are just focused on engagement because we're starting to work with the community to develop a vision for the future of Friendship Heights. We did this through a variety of engagement strategies, such as another set of workshops, focus groups, and web-based activities like questionnaires, and I'm going to talk about that all in more detail in the next few slides. The other thing we did during visioning was that we really worked to expand the reach of the plan during this phase. We were able to look at who we had been reaching during the previous months and turn to a bit more of targeted engagement to try and broaden our reach. We started reaching out to specific groups. We partnered with other groups to help spread the word. And this is when we decided to send a mailer to everyone in the plan area, announcing the plan, encouraging them to sign up for our newsletter. And we were able to add hundreds of people to our communication list during that time. And as we get into this presentation, I will explain how we reached out to those people that we hadn't reached during the beginning of the plan in a bit more detail. So first, let's look at the workshops that we did in June. We again did a virtual and an in-person workshop covering the same content. We asked people to consider the future identity of Friendship Heights. What do they want the community to feel like in 20 years? We asked them to prioritize what park amenities they would like to see. We gathered feedback on the pedestrian network and on the experience of walking along Wisconsin Avenue, which is the main spine of Friendship Heights. In the summer, we took a look to see which groups we were not yet heard from. And so via some targeted outreach, we convened focus groups for renters, business owners, and parents of children 18 and under. We also saw that we didn't have a lot of participants from either the town of Somerset or Chevy Chase Village, which are immediately adjacent to Friendship Heights. So we put together specific questionnaires just for those two adjacent neighborhoods, partially to gather some feedback about how they access Friendship Heights, but also to spread the word about the plan and to find out if they had heard about it before, why they weren't participating or why they were participating, and that was also very informative. And then, looking at some of the conversations we'd had over the previous 6 months, we decided that we had to delve more into amenities and housing with the community. So we put together a community-wide questionnaire, mostly focused on those two topics because they were two of the most popular topics people wanted to talk to us about, and we got over 560 responses to that questionnaire. The last set of activities we ran during visioning was in September and October. Our last in-person workshop was in September, and it focused on sector plan implementation, how recommendations actually shape development, and how sector plans can help with the realization of major amenities. The presentation was followed by discussion groups on housing and amenities at 3 major sites: the Geico site, Saks and the Collection, so looking at the whole east side of Wisconsin, and 5550 Friendship Boulevard, which is a site in the village of Friendship Heights that has a 5-story office building on a pretty large site. And that's an image you see here is one of the discussion groups at the workshop. We also we put up a web-based activity that had the presentation. It had all the images in terms of the materials we brought to the workshop, and it was sort of built like a survey where you could fill in boxes to answer questions. We did that in lieu of a virtual meeting. We were finding at this point that in our previous workshop sets that we ran, the in-person meeting would get more people than the virtual meeting, and we'd only get about 30 or 40 people to join us online versus 70 or so in person. So we decided we really wanted to broaden the reach. We wanted to have more people have an opportunity to weigh in on the sites and to get a chance to learn about implementation. So we set it up sort of like a portal, and it was up for 2 weeks. We got around 170 responses, which is way more than we would have gotten in a virtual meeting. So I think that for this particular exercise, we felt that was a successful sort of shift. This is a list of all the groups and entities we've met with since we kicked off the plan. We've met with all of the special taxing districts and municipalities in and around the plan. We've met with the Friendship Heights Urban District and the Friendship Heights Transportation Management District. We've met with a number of other groups, including even groups from individual residential condo buildings. We have separate monthly meetings with the Friendship Heights Alliance and with the DC Office of Planning, so that's every month we meet with them. And we did connect earlier this fall with ANC 3E, which is the DC ANC that is across Western, that includes the neighborhoods that are the most adjacent to Friendship Heights. And I will say it's worth noting that at this point we've met with many of these groups multiple times, 3 times, even 4 times, some of them, and we will continue to grow this list and to meet with these groups as as the plan continues, to continue to update them, to respond to their questions, and we come to them whenever they reach out. So now we're going to look at who we've heard from and take a look at how it compares to the overall demographics of the area that we looked at during the existing conditions analysis. So this is a map of the study area, and you can see the plan area inside, and we've all looked at this map before in existing conditions, but just as a refresher, the plan area is, of course, only on the Montgomery County side of Friendship Heights, but because we always want a context for every plan, and we want to understand what's the setting that we're in, and what's happening around us. We established a study area, which we use mostly for existing conditions, but also for engagement. And of course, this study area extends quite a bit into DC. It's a very important context for what's going on in Friendship Heights, particularly because the neighborhood really doesn't see itself as separated DC and Maryland. So it's very important that a lot of those DC stakeholders we spoke to, this is where they go shopping, this is their grocery stores and things like that. So during the engagement, when we looked at all the data we gathered at the end, only 50% of our engagement participants lived in the plan area, but over 90% of all participants lived in a neighborhood that's either fully or partially included in the study area. So I would say most of the people we interacted with come from inside the study area, which is great because that's who we were hoping to reach. So we collected demographic data from participants at every large engagement event and via the questionnaire. So not when we went to small community meetings, but anytime we hosted an event, anytime we hosted a virtual workshop, and when we sent things out like a questionnaire or the web-based activity, we asked people to answer some brief demographic questions so we can have a sense of who we're talking to. And so that's what we're going to look at on the next few slides. So the left graph represents our engagement data, so a reflection of who we spoke to in as much as the data that we have. And the other two pie charts compare it to the demographics in the plan area and then the study area at the far right. So as we've talked about here before, Friendship Heights is unique because it has a much greater percentage of people older than 65 than the county as a whole. The plan area is at 36%, and for reference, Montgomery County is around 18%. Study area is a little bit less because it involves a larger area, and our engagement numbers, as you can see, they're almost double even what the study area percentage is, and a good deal higher than the plan area. But when you look at some of the other age brackets, who we engage with is actually a closer percentage to sort of representative percentage of who lives there, particularly in sort of 35 to 44, or even 45 to 64. 18 to 34-year-olds, however, are notoriously the hardest population to reach in these kinds of efforts, and only 2% of our participants fell into that bracket, even though 15% of the study area would fall into that population bracket. With regard to race and ethnicity, of course, this area of the county in general is around 70% non-Hispanic white, which is significantly higher, of course, than our countywide numbers. But given the context of this plan and where it's located, the breakdown of the plan engagement demographics are not that far off from the study area demographics or even the plan area demographics with regard to this particular metric. And the last one we'll look at is household data. So families were a demographic that we knew we really wanted to work hard to reach. In many ways, they're likely to be here still in 20, 30 years or even more, and so we really wanted to understand what their vision was for the future. We had to work a bit at that, and the focus groups were a big piece of us finally getting people in that demographic on our list. And we were happy to see when we looked at the data that actually 23% of our participants live with children under 18. It's hard to compare it exactly to the demographics that we gather for existing conditions because that demographic data is gathered by household, but 25% of the households in the study area include kids. So while it's not quite apples to apples, we're definitely getting there. One area, though, where we felt a little bit short of our target was with renters. We ended up with only 13% of our participants being renters, even though we made a specific push to reach more renters. We had some great qualitative conversations with renters in the focus groups, but overall, that metric falls far below the plan and study area metric for renter-occupied households. So now we are going to jump in to talk about key takeaways in these particular areas. And we're organizing it this way because these are some, of course, the areas that we will eventually develop recommendations for, and so this will make it easy for us to understand what we've heard in these areas and where we're going in the future. So we're going to go through community identity, land use and development, and everything else you see here: housing, amenities, transportation, parks, and the environment. We'll start with community identity. So we heard from participants since the beginning of the plan that today, Friendship Heights does not have a particularly strong identity or brand. People know it's a metro stop, but after that, things get a little fuzzy. For the business owners we talked to, this is a particularly challenging issue. They find it a marketing challenge. They want to say they're located in Friendship Heights, but they end up saying they're in Chevy Chase because not everyone knows where Friendship Heights is. And then even when we ask people to identify where they live, Many people thought that Friendship Heights is only the village of Friendship Heights and not some of the other places that we would identify as Friendship Heights. And so talking through that with folks, we realized that there is this question a lot of sort of where is exactly Friendship Heights? And I bring this picture here because the Friendship Heights Alliance is trying very hard to make this sort of the brand and the logo of Friendship Heights. And so they're working on that, but it is a relatively new effort. And so hopefully over time, that will help contribute to this issue. So then at many different engagement events, workshops and online and in meetings, we asked people, in 20 years, what do you want Friendship Heights to feel like? And this is some of what we heard. We definitely heard a lot about, people use the word vibrant quite a bit. In the questionnaire, that may have been one of the most common words used when we asked people this question. People wanted to see a more multi-generational neighborhood, a more affordable neighborhood, more retail, more restaurants, that it should be walkable, more affordable. We heard that in a bunch of different ways with regard to retail and housing. People wanted to be fun, but safe, pedestrian friendly, more diverse than it is today. Some people said they wanted to be more dense and more urban. Some people said they wanted to have a small town vibe. We've had a lot of different comments in those directions. And we definitely had comments where people said, Friendship Heights is great right now. We actually want it to be just like this in 20 years. So with regard to land use and development, we had a number of high-level conversations about this because, of course, this is very early on in the plan, but we talked to people about how they would feel about growth generally in Friendship Heights without getting into anything more specific than that. Most people we spoke to felt that Friendship Heights did need some sort of change. People recognize that today it is not what it was 20 years ago, and that some of the big drivers in Friendship Heights, like retail and the malls and the department stores, things are shifting a bit there. And people realize that we need more people in Friendship Heights to create that vibrancy, to support economic development. The challenge is that there's many divided opinions on how that can happen, what can be the outcome of increased development. It could be good, but it could also put a strain on infrastructure. And a lot of people are, of course, worried about an increase in traffic, which we hear often. So in our questionnaire, the way we phrased it is we asked, how do you feel about more people in Friendship Heights? And we had a scale from very positive to neutral, somewhat negative, and very negative. So more than half of the respondents responded that they felt somewhat or very positively about this. And if you look at only 10% or so said they felt very negative. If you look on the right at the chart, it maps those responses by age bracket. The younger the respondents were, the more likely they were to say they felt very positive. But if you look across, you see positive and negative reflecting across all of those age groups. We then asked people to explain themselves, and we got 400 plus comments where people explained themselves about this, which was great. We aren't going to summarize them here, but we do have an engagement report that I'll talk about at the end where we are summarizing more of them, and we also are about to put them on our website actually tomorrow, so people can download them. We've formatted them in a nice, easy-to-read format, but it's like a 50-page PDF. So,
can you give us just like one or two examples of
absolutely.
like when people said, yeah, I feel great about more people, and here's why.
Sure. So some of it is what I said in the slide before.
Oh, yeah,
Most people feel great about it because they feel there needs to be a stronger retail corridor, and they recognize that they will not get that without more people, and that they want people to start coming to Friendship Heights again from other places in the county for something other than going to the doctor. And they recognize that without more people, we will not get there. That is something that we saw over and over again. Even people who are nervous about certain types of density, they still recognize that if there are no more people here, we will have more closed storefronts, that they have made that link. And so that a lot of the comments focused on that. Some focused on affordable housing. Certainly that's a theme we saw, and actually Bhavna is going to talk about housing takeaways in a second, and she will get to that. And most of the comments, I will say, there was a lot, from the somewhat positive to the neutral to the somewhat negative. A lot of responses said, I want this, but I'm worried about this, with lots of those. Probably, I don't know, I'm guessing, but maybe some 20% or more of the responses had a positive and a negative. I think there needs to be more growth, but I'm worried that too much growth will do X. And the concerns were almost always traffic related in the concerns. And some people said, well, if we can make sure we're improving the infrastructure to keep up with the pace of development, then that should be fine. So people wrote, it was mostly sort of in those things. you have a lot of people kind of recognizing at this point that we need to do something to spur some increase in activity here. And I think there's also a recognition that French Bites not very big. There's a limited amount of spaces for these opportunities to happen. And we talk to people a lot about how the most likely thing to happen in the next decade or even the life of this plan is going to be housing, and that would bring more people. And that's how we got to this question. We had like an intro paragraph before this that framed it that way, but I think most people are they realize that. So they were sort of happy to answer the question in that frame. So hopefully that helps. But now we're actually going to go and talk about some of the housing-specific comments that we got.
Thanks, Atara. For the record, Bhavna Sivasubramanian, housing planner with design, placemaking, and policy. So the next topic we covered during community engagement was housing. We heard from residents on this issue through the online questionnaire, the virtual focus groups, and the in-person visioning event. And here are some of the high-level takeaways, many of them mirroring what Atara had just mentioned. But firstly, there is a desire for population diversity and additional people moving into Friendship Heights, and specifically, the residents have mentioned wanting more young people and families, renters, and people of color. But there are differing views around increased housing density to accommodate this desired population increase. Next, community members stress the need for affordable housing, especially for seniors, young families, and first-time homeowners. However, there was a notable tension between the desire for affordable housing and the preference for low to mid-rise development. So you see that push and pull a little bit in these takeaways. While there was general support for housing development in Friendship Heights, there was no clear consensus around what that should look like in terms of the quantity of housing and the type of housing. And lastly, the concerns, like Atara mentioned, that we heard around dense development really focused on the built environment and the physical feel of the place rather than the type of people that the place would attract. So one of the major takeaways we heard was the need for diverse and affordable housing. And we got to this takeaway through one of the questions we asked in the questionnaire, which was, when you think about you or your family's housing needs, what is most important to you? And from the list, the respondents could select up to 2 options, which is why it doesn't add up to 100% in this chart. And the top 2 housing needs chosen were opportunities to stay in my community as I age and affordability. However, when you break this down by age group, it's really clear that housing priorities shift based on one's current life stage. So if we look at the 18 to 44-year-old age bracket, affordability was the top priority, followed by housing with 3+ bedrooms for larger families. So this group is really thinking about upsizing to meet their growing family's needs while still considering expenses. And then those in the 65+ age group, aging in place was really the overwhelming top priority as they hope to remain in Friendship Heights. It should be noted that the majority of the respondents to this questionnaire were in the 65+ age group. So that's why the opportunities to stay in my community as I age becomes the overall top priority. And so as Atara mentioned, we did not see as many renters as we would have hoped come to the in-person engagement events. So we held separate focus groups to specifically target renters. We facilitated 2 renter focus groups and had discussions with a total of 7 renters living in the Friendship Heights area. We asked questions around their future vision for Friendship Heights, how their current living space works for them, and if it will continue to serve their needs in the future, what types of gathering and community building spaces they would want added, what daily amenities are missing in Friendship Heights, and what their long-term housing plans look like, whether that's to stay in Friendship Heights or move. And overall, we heard 4 major themes from this subset of renters. We heard that Friendship Heights is a great location with convenient access to the metro, and this played quite a big role in their decision-making of moving to and staying within Friendship Heights. They expressed a need for a greater diversity of grocery stores and restaurant options. We heard many residents travel into DC for a night out, but would really like to have their own local options available. And then mirroring the questionnaire results, housing affordability and availability was cited as a key concern for renters, both in their present housing situation, but also in being able to stay or own in Friendship Heights in the future. And we heard from young adult renters that in addition to rent increases, the lack of larger family size housing was a barrier to staying in Friendship Heights long term. The cost of living was also a barrier preventing others from moving into the neighborhood, as we did ask about residents, friends who have heard of Friendship Heights or would want to move into Friendship Heights and why they weren't doing that. And lastly, there is a desire for better programming and activation of existing public spaces, for example, the plaza outside of Bloomingdale's, for activities like salsa dancing or movie nights. And then we also heard varying views on housing density. And we got to this through our in-person visioning event in the fall. We stated to participants that most new development in Friendship Heights will likely be housing with either retail and or amenities integrated into the project. And with this framing, we then asked community members about housing on 3 main opportunity sites in the plan area to understand what they envisioned for future development in Friendship Heights. As I mentioned earlier, there was no consensus of a vision at each of these discussion tables. Rather, we heard quite a range of responses and thoughts on what future development should look like. There was general overall support of new housing development, but there was debate over how much and what types of housing. We heard from some that wanted absolutely no density and from others who were very pro-density. There was considerable support overall for townhomes, particularly on the Geico site. There was moderate support for mid-rise buildings and notable concern for high-rise apartments. And when asked about how tall new development should be, we mostly heard that development should be compatible with the surrounding environment and should not be developed at the cost of green and open space. We also generally heard that higher density uses should remain at and around the metro station and should transition to lower rise development away from the downtown. And now I'll pass it back to Atara to talk about amenities.
Thanks, Bhavna. So amenities was like the hot topic at a lot of the engagement events for this plan. It was a very popular topic that everyone wanted to talk about with us from the very beginning. And so we gathered a lot of feedback on amenities, but then we also sought prioritization of those amenities in our questionnaire. And so just to give you that background, in the questionnaire, we took, because that was happening in August, and we had already gathered a lot of information about amenities from folks, we took the top 8 choices that people had been feeding us over those months and put them and said, can everyone prioritize their top 3? We wanted to get a sense of, across the much wider study area and hundreds of people that would respond, what they felt were the top 3, because it had been hard to figure out if there was a thread that was running through that was prioritizing certain or not. So that's what we did. So everyone's on board with new amenities. There's just a wide variety of opinions on what the highest priority should be, which we're still talking to people about. And so the top sort of 4 that emerged from the questionnaire, but also all the other conversations we've had, people really missed the movie theater that closed at the Mazza Gallery. And so we hear about a movie theater at every meeting. A library is also a very popular suggestion that a lot of folks are very committed to trying to get to Friendship
But
Heights.
the Mazza Galleria is in DC though, right?
It's across the street though. Right. So people feel that that's Friendship Heights, right? That was serving their neighborhood, as it's certainly in the study area. And so we've heard from people of all ages, the teenagers to the adults, to the seniors, that that's something that they miss and they wish they had. An art center is something that's come up also quite a bit. And something else that's very desired here is a pharmacy with extended hours. There's no CVS or Walgreens in this area, and there's only private pharmacies. They don't have as much, they're not open as often, the hours aren't as good, the products that are there, it's great for filling your meds, but not for anything else. So that's something else that people have suggested to us. I will say that in the beginning of the plan, we heard a lot more about a grocery store, but now that there's going to be a Trader Joe's opening up on the DC side of Friendship Heights, people have largely moved that to the bottom of the list. So that's great. We also asked in the questionnaire, we listed all these nearby amenities that fit into the popular categories. So we listed all the rec centers, the libraries, the movie theaters, and the sort of dramatic arts theaters. In Bethesda and DC, not a few miles radius from Friendship Heights, and asked people to rank how often do they visit them. I think the choices were once a week, once a month, a few times a year, or not at all. So looking at that, just to understand how people are taking advantage of these types of amenities in the near area, or if there are some barriers that are preventing them from doing so. Over 60% of the questionnaire respondents told us that they do visit a nearby library. Connie Marilla is the most popular, but sometimes also Tenleytown or Little Falls, which is pretty close, at least once a month. And at least 80% of questionnaire respondents go to a movie theater in Bethesda or DC at least a few times a year. So people are making it to the movies and the library, but I think particularly with the movie theater, they used to have a closer one, and that's what's really driving this this conversation. And I think people told us it was like an affordable, accessible entertainment option that's not expensive and it's good for all ages, and that it's something that that they feel they're missing now. I'm going to pass it to Renetta, and she'll talk about our transportation takeaways.
Thanks, Atara. For the record, Ronetta Zach Williams, Transportation Planner with the Transportation Planning Division. In our discussion with community members, we summarized the following takeaways in regards to transportation. The first is that many describe Friendship Heights as a very walkable area with a good transit hub. We heard a lot from individuals who really like that this is an area where you don't necessarily need a car to get around and access certain amenities. Second, we heard that while the planned area is walkable, pedestrian safety is a big concern, with a lot of folks feeling unsafe at intersections and crosswalks, particularly on the larger corridors of River Road and Wisconsin Avenue. The next thing we heard is that traveling beyond the planned area can be challenging for individuals walking and biking just due to the lack of bicycle infrastructure, as well as the buffers that separate the downtown from surrounding neighborhoods. And lastly, we heard that residents are concerned about increased traffic and parking availability due to future development. In speaking with folks about the pedestrian experience, we asked what type of improvements they would like to see that included street crossings, lighting, seating, as well as additional shuttle stops. And the shuttle refers to the service that is run by the Village of Friendship Heights and acts as a circulator bus for residents, and it travels through the planned area as well as to the Giant and West Bard. In looking at the map on the right, you can see that most people would like to see more lighting at the Metro bus station and as you move west in the planned area on Willard Avenue, North Park Avenue, as well as in between the current Geico site and Brookdale neighborhood. Residents also would like to see additional crossings on Willard Avenue and the intersection of Wisconsin Avenue and Oliver Street, as well as more seating along Friendship Boulevard. There was no additional interest in additional shuttle stops in the planned area.
Well, they shouldn't wait 10, 20 years for master plan to come in to give them these. These are basically very easy to give them, lighting, at crosswalks. Those are something that I guess we could coordinate with DOT to see if they could give it to them. That doesn't rise to the master plan, does it?
We do make recommendations in master plans about intersection and improvements, like especially with street crossings. Sometimes it depends sort of what other changes we are recommending to the intersection. The challenge here is also that many of the streets in the plan area are managed by the Village of Friendship Heights and not the county.
So
and
they
so
can't do that.
it's a little bit more complicated, but this is something that we do recommend in sector plans generally, but it doesn't mean that it can't be done in other ways with MCDOT as well.
Yeah, those are very reasonable requests, I think. And maybe they could coordinate and get them. They shouldn't wait 10, 15, 20 years to get those. Then, it could be given to them now. If they could coordinate, and I'm saying now, at least they could put the request now, and depending on funding, see if it's possible to get it.
Can I ask one question about the comment? There are some of their comments about better bus service between Friendship Heights and Bethesda. So I think in the middle of the outreach, the new network went into effect, and I don't know if the 34 from Ride On still goes there, but I do know there's a new bus from WMATA that goes there. Did anyone comment on if that's a better service for them? Because the 34, this is a little bit in the weeds, but the 34 was a very infrequent service. And I'm assuming that the WMATA service, the Metro bus, is already a step up, but and yeah, just curious if anyone's commented on that link.
No, so we didn't get specifics about whether the Metro bus service is better or how it's running like that. The Better Bus Network redesign took effect in June, and so we don't have the data yet necessarily. I'm sure WMATA does, but we don't have it necessarily. We really more so got comments about people wanting more bus service to Bethesda, not necessarily how it should operate.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was just curious if they've, if that concern has still been as high given the new service that went into effect.
When we had those conversations, the new bus service had just been implemented, so I don't know that people were getting their heads around what are even the new changes. When we get further into the plan, we can also check with WMATA on how their ridership data is looking for that route, and if it looks like it's getting more popular, then probably that's helping. But yes, we think that some of those changes have already maybe addressed a little bit of that. But there's other there are additional bus issues we could be looking at
Yeah.
to meet this comment as well.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks.
So I want to say one thing about Commissioner Pedowin, and it's a good point you made, what could be done now. But one of the things, as we're going through the University Boulevard Quarter Plan, council is asking for more and more now, is like, even in our master plans and sector plans, you know, prioritize some things. What can be done now versus later? So as we are continuing our newer master plans, like, you know, what is the low-hanging fruit so that the constituents don't think it's going to take, you know, 5, 10, 20 years for that to happen. What can happen now so that they can immediately try to put those things in the CIP so that they can be done sooner than later.
Got it. So some additional comments we heard from residents were that they wanted to see additional bicycle and pedestrian connections to the Capitol Crescent Trail. This is something we heard pretty often from folks that would like to be able to bike safely to the trail from the planned area. We also heard from Brookdale residents that they would be open to bicycle and pedestrian connections from the neighborhood through the current Geico site to the commercial areas of the planned area. And we also heard comments about additional bus service to Bethesda, better wayfinding, as well as concerns about speeding and cut-through traffic on some of the smaller streets. Specifically, we heard from folks at the intersections of South Park Avenue and the Hills Plaza, as well as South Park Avenue and Friendship Boulevard, and Willard Avenue were areas where they see a lot of cut-through traffic. And now I'll pass it over to Christina to discuss parks.
Thanks, Renata. Good afternoon, Christina Sasaki. Today I'm going to be presenting the key takeaways from parks and open space, our engagement. So the slide you see in front of you, we came up with 4 key takeaways. First, parks and open space are a priority for this community. And second, the residents here, they really value their access they have to nature, especially in our Montgomery parks that have more wooded areas. And they mention and they highlight the shaded and wooded area paths and the trails. Third, the community express a strong desire for better connections that connect parks to one another, especially the parks that are located at the perimeters of the plan area with more visible park entries. And finally, on new future parks and public spaces, especially the ones created at large development projects, they desire areas for large community gatherings, and they mention that over and over, that they really want to see spaces that they can come together as a community, and also they want to have more active recreation, and that includes those opportunities for evening use of these public spaces. And I think Bhavna had mentioned in terms of her research, in terms of the amenities, they want events and they want activities that will bring community together. So the following 2 slides, we're going to be talking about the results of 2 activities we did in the spring workshop. So park access results. So we surveyed the community on access to 9 parks and public spaces within the plan area and right adjacent to it. The participants, they used dots to vote yes and no to a couple of questions. We asked if those parks were frequently visited, if they were easy to find, and if they were easy to access. So in the slide here, we highlight 5 of the 9 survey parks and public spaces that had higher, the green text on the slide, and lower score, the red text on the slide. So the biggest winner here is the Hubert Humphrey Park, that's showing green in the diagram. He was the one that received the top vote in terms of most visit. It was the easiest to find and also the easiest to access. For context, this is the park that you can see on the top of the image. You know, right there in the image, they are having an event, and it's also the location of the community center of the village of Friendship Heights. Second came the Wisconsin Place Plaza. Even though it is located at Metro entrance at the corner of Wisconsin and Western Avenue, it came not as popular as the Hubert Humphrey Park. Then the third park that we analyzed is the Wheeler Avenue Neighborhood Park. It was well visited, but participants noted that it was difficult to find it. And then moving to Brookdale Neighborhood Park, we had an even split between visitors and non-visitors, and it was generally considered really hard to find and hard to access. I want to note here that the access to this park from the downtown core is actually done these days through the Geico side parking lot, so that's something that the community really wants us to address on the sector plan. And last, the collection public spaces. They were the spaces that were voted in terms of the least visit, the hardest to find. Although when they find the space, it is easy to access. So moving to the next slide, we asked the community members to rank potential future park amenities from 1 to 4, with these little color sticks that you can see on the slide, with 1 being the most wanted. And the scores that are reflected here, they correspond to the priority level with more points to the first choices. So the top 3 most wanted park amenities were decorative gardens. Just to clarify, these are the gardens with landscaped areas, not the vegetable gardens, although there were comments about community gardens as well. The dog parks came in second, and then food truck areas. They all circle in blue, so you can see like the amount and the color of the ranking on these 3 amenities. Public art and benches came next, followed by shaded gathering spaces. I just want to mention that dog parks were very popular, but there were also some community opposition for this amenity, particularly concerning the inclusion in existing parks. And with that, I will conclude our presentation on parks and public spaces, and Atara will talk about environmental next. Thank you.
I have a comment. It's very interesting that food truck area is like an amenity within the park. We don't offer food truck really. It's not an amenity that the Parks Department offer. So to me, this is a little bit strange. I think, maybe I'm wrong, this shows lack of coffee shop or lack of fast food places. So this is actually a lack of essential commercial business, not a park thing, that it is there. I think in my opinion, is a little bit misplaced. I don't know.
I think that's a really good point to make the connection between this and what because I think it's, you mentioned the word vibrant was used like toward the beginning, and I think this also speaks to sort of the desire for, like, food trucks can be a lot of things, but like they often bring a lot of people out. There's like a lot of social activity, which is sort of inherently vibrant, one version of vibrancy on its own. So it's interesting to see it elevated in this way. And similarly, I don't know if parks really ever takes this on, but maybe it's an interesting idea for the future.
They do bring park access in some of their events. But the interesting part, if what you're talking about being a vibrant community, is shaded gathering spaces, okay? This is very surprising, is the last thing. I think maybe they did not connect that this shaded gathering space could be the event areas that create that vibrant community that you're talking about. Or if you have a food truck, if it is shaded areas, you put a bench right next to it. Here you are, you got everything that you were asking for. So it's interesting that how, I think it's a little bit maybe it's misconception of what these things were, that it has, sort of rated number 5, or even bench, is very important, that's...
Yeah, I think that what happens here is that we had several amenities. Those are just the top 5, that I'm showing here. So the 5th place is actually a good place because you had, let me see,
like 20 amenities that we review. So those are the most voted and they prioritize those amenities. So those are the most popular ones. In terms of the food trucks, something like when we did the urban design study and also the existing conditions for the plan, there was a coffee shop that closed. Actually, there were 2 coffee shops that closed in the neighborhood. So I think that's this desire that not necessarily parks, meaning Montgomery Parks, but any public space, the privately owned public space that opens, and considering that where those might come are the large redevelopment sites. So the community does not necessarily, like our Montgomery Parks are located at the periphery of the plan area. And interesting enough, they said, we only have 3 parks in Friendship Heights. And I say, what do you mean? They don't consider the hardscape as parks. Like this community said that as long as you have wooded areas, those are the parks, but the other places are just plazas. So that's why we are analyzing as a whole parks and also these public spaces. And Atara is gonna talk next about environment and then, follow up
I
on that
agree
question.
that the other thing, the misconception that I think is there is recreation areas. They sort of probably, I do not know, but they may, if you think about park, I think the idea of recreation should be part of it, okay, to recreate, okay? And if you think about park, the idea of gathering and event and socialization should be included in that area. But none of these are separate from each other. Like picnic cannot be separate from the park, or even social gathering. I think that it may be some confusion here that it looks like to me that people desire a community, a gathering place that they can do things. And that thing could be anything, something vibrant, something that they could socially and physically get involved. And that could be at the context of any of this.
Yes, that's correct. I think that the exercise had the goal of understanding when you talk about spaces that the community wants to come together for this specific demographic that we researched that came to our surveys, that reflects in what type of amenities, because a sector plan never recommends a specific amenity. We suggest an illustrative examples of what we heard during community engagement that, like specifically, the decision of specific amenities will come when you actually are designing duly development review. So the sector plan recommendations would say, like you mentioned, the community wants places to come together, such as, and then we use the community survey to give examples. But then when the developer or Montgomery Parks will renovate or they're gonna create a new park, they're gonna come back to the community and they say, here's what we heard in the sector plan. Is this still valid or that change? But the wish and the vision of the spaces for community gathering is still gonna remain as a
Excuse me.
But there is one more thing.
And then we need to move on to the.
Okay, just one more thing. These people, this community is age community, okay? You said that a good portion of them, they're aged. Unfortunately, when we do a master plan, by the time that things can come into the things, all of this could have changed. So something that I do not know how you would handle.
Okay, I would say that historically, Friendship Heights for several decades has been a place that attracts people over a certain age. So even if we expect it to become more diverse over time, it will probably be several master plans, and or maybe never, that the demographic would shift tremendously. So even, yes, we have met many new seniors who had just moved to Friendship Heights and plan to be there for the next 20 years because they have just retired. And so we're still seeing that trend even in the people that we were meeting in this. And of course, we met many families who said they hope to stay here and then live here in their retirement. So, we still think that it's going to be a unique characteristic of this area, probably for the length of this plan, if not longer. So this is the last bucket, so we're almost done. We want to just talk about, we heard a few things about the environment, specifically We heard a lot about trees. So Friendship Heights, actually, as a downtown in this county, has a pretty mature tree canopy in a number of areas, although there are some places where it's not, where it's still wanting. And so participants called for preserving the existing large trees and the tree canopy in the areas, and that includes street trees, trees in the parks, and there are many mature trees on the Geico site that a lot of people have expressed concern about. We also heard one of the streets that does not have a lot of shade is certainly the west side of Wisconsin, and there are many plazas, and people said we really need more shade on these plazas. That's one thing that could help us sort of activate them, and along with other things that we heard about in other topics. And then the last thing is stream health. So Little Falls Branch runs in Willard Avenue Neighborhood Park, which is inside the planned boundary, then it's out of the planned boundary, and it comes back in again at the northwest corner of the planned boundary in the Somerset House condo development before it goes under Wisconsin, and people are concerned about the health and protection of the stream valley in those locations. And additionally, there is a stream that is running along the southwest edge of the Geico property where it meets Brookdale, and a lot of Brookdale residents and other residents have expressed to us concern about the health of that stream, should the property redevelop. So those are things that we heard a lot about and that I wanted to highlight here. And with that, we come to the end of our sort of key takeaways. I will say that we are updating our website. I think it's going live tomorrow, and it will include a full download of the questionnaire with 50 pages of responses, and it will include a 50-page engagement report that our engagement consultant, Brick and Story, put together with a much deeper analysis, many more takeaways than we were able to give in this presentation, and that's going to go out to the public as well so people can really get into the data if they're interested. Of course, with this presentation, we've closed out the visioning phase. And I should say we gave this presentation to the community earlier this week as well. We had about 70 people on the Zoom call. And so now we're done with visioning, and the team is jumping right into starting to put together preliminary recommendations, and we expect to be back at the board in a few months, sometime in the beginning of 2026 with those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is very, very exciting. We know you've been working on it for over a year now. And we look forward to the preliminary recommendations. The question I have is, when will you next touch the community? So will you touch the community again after the preliminary recommendations, before the working draft, or when do you feel you're going to get back to the community?
So we'll be bringing, as a full community presentation, we'll bring the preliminary recommendations to the community before we come here.
Okay.
So we'll get some feedback from them before we come to the board, and then when we're here, we'll be able to share with you some of the feedback that we got on those. But we have community groups that already have scheduled to meet with us for the next few months. They're interested in talking about specific things so that they know we're just starting to develop recommendations, and I'm sure that will continue all the way through, the working draft. But we haven't quite settled on the strategy yet, but that's something that we're working on next week. But we will be going to them first, probably a week or two before we come here.
Okay, so yeah, let us know when you're going to meet with the community. It'd be great. And also, have any of the council members or county council, district council members, any of them attended any of your meetings?
Yes, current council staff and also people who are running for future council seats have attended our workshops.
Okay, great to keep them in the loop. So thank you so much. As I said, we look forward to you coming back with the preliminary recommendations, and we're just going to take, running a little behind, a 2-minute break, and then we'll start with our next item. Item 8, incentive zoning update draft implementation guidelines, where staff is recommending that the board approve the implementation guidelines. We'll start back at 3:01 sharp. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item 8, incentive zoning update draft implementation guidelines, where staff is recommending that the board approve the implementation guidelines. And we have Grace Bogdan presenting this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Planning Board. Grace Bogdan with Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division. With me here today is Atul Sharma, the chief of our division, as well as Luwei Wong, who's been part of our process moving forward. I'm going to, Atul, did you want to make some words?
Yeah, I can kick us off. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Just wanted to say a few things here before I pass it over to Grace. So this project has come to you all a few times before. I would describe today as the last 100-yard dash of a marathon. So those can be very exciting, as we saw this year in New York City Marathon. But we've worked very hard on this project for over 2 years at this point. The policy has been adopted by the board and council, and the guidelines are really the last step in implementing the policy. The guidelines will provide the detailed technical information needed to review projects under the new system of public benefits. And with the recent reorganization, Grace has really stepped up in a big way to lead this phase of the project and is bringing to this effort her decades of regulatory experience in leading very complicated optional method projects in the CR and CRT zone. So we really benefited from that. Grace and Luwei both also brought their relationship with staff across agencies, including MCDPS, DOT, DEP, DHCA, our parks colleagues, and contacts in private development and consulting firms that we were able to reach out to incorporate their strategic insights into what type of information would be best useful at what stage in the process. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Grace to walk us through the proposed guidelines here, and we look forward to your discussion.
Thanks, Atul. So back when we last saw you, it's been a minute, but back in the summer of 2024, we had shared this slide with you of where we were in the process, and our little marker of we're here was sort of to the left side of your screen. We're really excited to be through the consider and approve portion of it, and like Atul said, we're moving to the implementation portion. So back in the summer of 2025, just this past July, like Atul said, the County Council adopted ZTA 2505, and that zoning text amendment updates the public benefit system based on the policy recommendations that you were considering back in 2024. So it took that policy, made it into regulation, but what that ZTA included was a delayed effective date for when the new regulations take effect, and that was for 2 reasons. The first of which is so that staff had appropriate time to bring forward these updated implementation guidelines. The second reason was because council had requested staff bring forward a additional zoning text amendment to update the overlay zones within the zoning code that had specifically updated public benefits within their areas. And so there were a handful of overlay zones that did this with the old system. I think the major one is the Bethesda overlay zone, where they updated the available points as well as the categories. But also with this is Great Seneca overlay zone, where they had adopted the overlay zone based on a version of the new updated system, but not the latest updated version. As well as downtown Silver Spring, Germantown mixed use, and the TDR overlay zone. And so that zoning text amendment will be introduced to council in early December, and we'll move through the process, and we hope that will take effect in early spring. But for now, we are before you with the updated set of implementation guidelines to hopefully, with your consideration, be adopted prior to the ZTA going into effect in January. And if you recall, this ZTA also includes a year opt-in period. So beginning January 1st, 2026, projects can opt into this new updated public benefit system, or they can choose to go under the old public benefit system for the first calendar year. Then beginning in January of 2027, all new applications must adhere to the newly updated incentive zoning standards. Sorry. So the document before the board today is the implementation guidelines. On the left side of your screen is the existing document for the public benefit system. This is a document that lead reviewers, I know myself, look at every time I'm reviewing an optional method project. And this existing document was laid out really nicely. It's really intuitive with the process. And so we used a bit of this similar structure as we looked at updating it, but obviously there were several updates that we needed to do to address the new public benefit categories and the new public benefits themselves, and the basics change of the system from the public benefit point system to the new FAR-based system. So there was a lot we did have to update with this, but the structure itself for staff and the development community is very similar. I'm just going to briefly walk through the process that we went through in updating these implementation guidelines. We began with an outline, and I think actually this was an outline that we shared with the planning board at one of our work sessions back in 2024. We continued filling that out and adding information. And once we felt we were comfortable with the first draft, what we did was we created an internal peer review, which included staff, like typical lead reviewers that are leading these projects through regulatory review, as well as technical reviewers from our environmental division, our transportation division, urban design, and master planners. So anybody in staff that we thought would be using this document, we wanted to get their representation on this internal peer review to give us a first round of comments. And so with this first round, we found that there were a couple flags that we wanted to address specifically, for instance, with our transportation staff. We wanted to make sure there was consistency with what they're using to review LATR. We wanted to make sure that if there was a definition they're already using or that already exists out there, we didn't want to recreate the wheel here. We wanted to be able to fold into the existing system as much as possible. And similarly with our environmental reviewers, we found that for one of the public benefits in the environmental resilience category is regarding tree retainment. And we wanted to be able to utilize existing information that applicants are already applying and are submitting to us. And so we were able to figure out how, again, whenever we could utilize information that is already being submitted to make this process as simple and folded into our existing requirements as much as possible. And so once we felt that we had this solid draft internally, we met with our reviewing agencies, as Atul mentioned, the ones that we work with quite often with our development review process, and that includes the Department of Housing and Community Affairs, MCDOT, the Department of Permitting Services, which included the Stormwater Division, as well as the Building and Construction Division, MCDEP, and Parks. And so any reviewing agencies that we thought would be partners in reviewing the regulatory projects, we reached out to them and shared the document with them. And we were really specifically looking for, are we asking for the right criteria at the right time in the process? And so then once we felt we had the solid draft, we were able to make this available online. We felt that it was important to get it out into the public a couple weeks before Planning Board's consideration. And so it's been available on our website since about the end of October. And then we sent out an e-letter as well as emailed our technical working group that was created as part of the incentive zoning update. We had also, throughout the entire incentive zoning update process, been to the NAIOP and met with them at their monthly meetings. And I think the last time we were there, we were actually this summer updating them on the zoning text amendment and the future zoning text amendment for the overlay zones, as well as the implementation guidelines. And so from there, we were able to follow up with some engineers and applicants to ask them specific questions about their perspective in the review process as well. So in the next couple of slides, I'm going to move through the document itself. There's 4 sections: the introduction, how to use the guidelines, criteria for review, and migration from old to new. I'm going to use screen captures from the document itself, but we do, if you have specific questions about pages, we can pull that up as well and discuss it. Okay, introduction. This one is pretty self-explanatory, but it does include the purpose of the document, where the guidelines apply. If you recall, with this incentive zoning update, we did limit the optional method of development to the CR and the CRT zones, no longer applying to EOF or LSC, with the exception of a Great Seneca overlay zone. We described how master plans can be effective in using this document during the master planning process. And then we also set expectations for tracking the public benefits online. I know that was a big discussion point during our initial work sessions and also with County Council, and also updates when we're going to be updating this document itself. In section 2, this is really about how to use the guidelines and summarizes our stages of the optional method of development from concept plan to sketch plan down to site plan and post-planning board approval. And it gives a summary of what our code requisites are. I think you might recall that term from our earlier work sessions. And gives an introduction to the new 4 categories of public benefits and which of those are the countywide priorities and which of those are local needs for master plans, and how providing public benefits from each of these is how we're going to achieve those priorities through regulatory review. And then introducing the new concept here, moving away from the points-based system, but explaining the tiers of participation with each public benefit as well. And in this, it also explains our new components and incentive density, how do you determine incentive density, and gives examples of different ways projects could achieve that incentive density in their project, be it the all-in approach, tier 4 participation types, or providing smaller tiers in each of the public benefits themselves. And this section also addresses the new components that were not previously part of the incentive zoning, including the payment in lieu option and where that is appropriate within the specific public benefits and what criteria would be necessary to review when payment in lieu is acceptable. And similarly, alternative compliance. This was something the planning board felt was important to have if a particular public benefit wasn't exactly achieving the explicit regulation within the code, but it is achieving the intent, when this is a new component that wasn't a part of our process. And so adding that into this document we thought was important. Okay, section 3 is the meat of the document. This is what the lead reviewers really review and look to in the review of projects. And so this section goes through each of the 13 public benefits, and it provides the intent and the tiers of participation. This section is probably exactly verbatim from the zoning code, but it visually looks a little bit more understandable here in terms of the table. But then what the implementation guidelines expand on are the relevant notes section. And so sometimes this can be short, like the example on your screen on the left side is for moderately priced dwelling units. I know the text is probably really small for you, but it references relevant chapters of our code and how to determine AMI per Chapter 25A. So those particular details are captured here. Some of the public benefits, such as the right side of your screen for infrastructure compact growth, they get kind of long. The more complicated the public benefit is, the more criteria we felt that was necessary to provide the applicants and staff during review. And then one thing that I thought the existing implementation guidelines does really well, even though it was for the 37 public benefits that had unique calculations, is that it provides a calculation example for each public benefit. And so this helps staff and the applicants understand if you are wanting to apply this to a project, this is how you would determine the incentive density, and this is what you would need to provide. And the submittal criteria is really what I was referring to, the implementation. The existing implementation guidelines do this really well, where it walks through what exactly is necessary with sketch plan or a site plan and then post-planning board. So typically with the sketch plan submittal criteria, you'll see that there's typically a narrative that's required with your statement of justification stating how an applicant would be achieving the incentive density. We wanted to ensure there was an appropriate balance here, that the applicant was providing enough to know that they've done their understanding of if this can be feasible, but not so much that we're asking them for details that they're just not ready to provide in that stage of the process. The sketch plan submittal requirements are where we ask for more details, such as the specific drawings. If there's, for the energy efficiency public benefit, we're asking for draft energy models. And if it's for offsite improvements or something related to LATR, we're asking for those cost estimates as well. And so that's where the real details are being requested. And final letters from the supporting agencies or reviewing agencies for their review. And then in the post-planning board review, this is something we wanted to set up an expectation for the applicant for things that would be expected, perhaps in conditions of approval. They don't read as conditions of approval, but things that they should be ready to commit to after the planning board has approved the project. And then, of course, this identifies what coordinating agencies we would be sending this information to during the review process. Last section is the migration from our old system to our new system. So this really gets into how to address project amendments, when an amendment can remain under the old public benefit system, and at what intensity of an amendment would need to come in under the new system. And we also provide this crosswalk of public benefits for projects that are being reviewed under master plans that had prioritized public benefits from the old system. How would that prioritization work under this new list of public benefits? And I know this was something that was of interest by the planning board when we were here during the work sessions. And so this might be hard to read, but on the left side of your screen in this matrices, I'm sorry, on the right side of your screen, but on the left side of the image, is the list of the existing public benefits in our old public benefit system. And then if they do relate to any of the new public benefits, you can sort of see as on the top side of your screen, it would be that affordable housing would relate to MPDUs in the new public benefit system. And so we felt this was a really good exercise to have, not just for ourselves, but for staff when reviewing future projects. So we have a lot of next steps. I know this was like the implementation phase, the 100-yard dash, but we still have a lot of work to do, and I think implementation is never ending, quite honestly, but immediate next steps we can talk about. In early December, hopefully before the holidays, we have already received requests from some typical developers and engineers that we work with for training, and so we are doing training with them. We're also organizing internal training for our staff and lunch and learns, and so that will be occurring at the tail end of this year. And like I said earlier, the overlay zone ZTA will be introduced to County Council in early December as well. January 1st, the ZTA goes into effect. January 1st, 2027, it's fully in effect. And we will continue to be tracking. I think it's a little early to say exactly, but we have been working with staff to figure out how we can take the data hub that was created for analysis of the old public benefit system and use it for the new. And so we are working on trying to figure out how we can track, as the projects get approved, automatically have something similar with the new public benefits available online, so it can automatically be generated, and we will have that information on hand as projects get approved. So when we were in our policy portion, we committed to a 5-year review period. So if we don't see you before then, 2031 would be our first 5-year check-in period. And so with that, we do ask the planning board to adopt the incentive density implementation guidelines for the CR and the CRT zones. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bogdan. Yeah, this is an amazing implementation document. I was wondering how you were going to migrate from the old to the new, but in your table grid, you made it very easy to see what applies from the old and which category would apply to new, and what applied from the old that won't apply at all. So wonderful. Just had a couple questions. One question that maybe you can. So this morning we were talking about the Clarksburg Gateway plan, and we were a lot of debate over some energy green requirements, right? So I know this has greening requirements. I think under under sustainable site design, and it had some, but not. It talked about I don't know, green roof or some other. I was wondering, is there any way to relate? And given in the Clarksburg plan, the CR zones are in the CRT around 1, right? But this implementation guidelines apply to get any density over 1/2, right? So I'm just thinking out of curiosity, would there be any incentive? I mean, I'm like to get to like 50%. X or 35, or is there something they could do as an incentive other than just saying the goal? I mean, can they be incentivized through something to get that half of a FAR, you know, or you weren't there, so I was just out of curiosity, and maybe you can come back later because I can bring you up to speed at all what we were doing. But more of a carrot, you know. But related to exactly to this is you have you know, about energy efficiency. If you're like 17% or whatever above what the standard, whatever the local requirements are, you can get, like, I don't know, maybe a quarter or whatever. What if the guidelines, this is a, you know, hypothetical, what if the energy efficiency guidelines grew so fast that you could almost never, you know, like, you know, to be at 17% above this standard, it probably could never get there because the state or whomever creates the standards makes them increasingly makes them higher and higher, and that it's so hard to get there. Or is that just too hypothetical? Or?
No, that's not a hypothetical. That is actually a conversation that we've been having a lot with DPS, the Building and Construction Division. And so what we've committed to here is that anytime there are code cycle updates, we would need to revisit this as well to make sure that these tiers are achievable.
Okay.
This is something that you might see within the Bethesda overlay zone, that zoning text amendment, because they do have a requirement that certain projects meet a certain energy performance. So that is something that we had to set a standard with in the coming CTA.
Yeah, DPS tries to update the energy codes every 3 years on a 3-year cycle. And you're correct in that they are going to try to increase the base energy efficiency requirements with the goal to get to net zero. So at some point, it's going to become very difficult for projects, almost impossible when it's net zero, to exceed energy efficiency from a net zero building perspective. So as they change their levers, we are going to adjust our levers as well. And as they change their requirements for energy efficiency, I think you'll see that the codes will start to put more of an incentive on renewables and on-site energy production. So things might be spread out broadly now, but you'll start to see as the codes take care of some of these things, you'll start to see more focus and incentives on the other things, which are on-site energy production, renewable energy production, and use of renewable energy.
And I think we did start seeing some of that when we were reviewing cases in Bethesda, where I think Bethesda was probably the first plan to set an energy threshold that we should apply for projects. And probably 3 or 4 years into that, we knew that the thresholds were going to change. And so we started working with DPS on kind of what that means and how we look at what those incentives might be as we're looking at these projects. So, of course, the minor master plan came in so we could address that a little bit more holistically with their changes. But I think it gives us an opportunity to reevaluate when the code changes, the building code changes. We have that ability to come back in and kind of reevaluate kind of how it should be applied, what incentives should be applied to it. But it's an ongoing evolution. And I think to answer your other question, excuse me, and for the team's edification, I think earlier the discussion was about the goal of green area in the plan of reaching a goal of 50%, and kind of what that means and what would be included, what would not be included, from park dedication property to stream buffers to on-site green areas, associated with the development. And so that was a big part of the discussion earlier today, and how those incentives might apply under the CR zone.
Yeah,
so
no,
if any change that comes according to based on the code change, is going to require an amendment to the incentive zone? I guess, I don't know how, so it's going to be.
Yes, it will require some sort of a zoning text amendment to change the language in Chapter 59 to lower the amount you need to exceed energy efficiency because the base code has become more
So
stringent.
it requires a ZTA.
It does. There isn't another way you can simply,
Yeah, I didn't know. That was
change
my
that, yeah.
question, that how you gonna improve those? And this guideline is just being adopted by us, and that's it? That's the end of it?
yes.
And Commissioner, I think to answer your question a little bit differently, though, we could say use the most current standard. But that would, I think it's better for it to be spelled out in our zoning ordinance to say it's 17.5% or whatever the
Yeah,
percentage
it's
is.
more clear.
And it's
Yeah.
clear to kind of tie it to whatever that green building or the building code is at the time.
I
But it
agree.
would require a change each time it does update. But it doesn't mean we can't keep pushing for kind of the higher percentages if we know that the code is changing that drastically.
Yeah, and do you have a process that how you gonna measure it to come back in 5 years? What is the process of review to see how good it's working? You have a process in place? Or not yet, or you will have?
Well, we have the beginnings of what we think the process will be. I think the tracking website will really help us figure out what public benefits are being most used and where in the county. Our discussions with the IT staff said that we could also track both the sketch plan and the site plan public benefits, so we'll be able to see what was conceptualized and then what was actually brought forward. And so I think there's going to be a lot of power to this tracking website, and hopefully that provides us with some answers as to what we're going to come back with in 5 years.
And the other thing is that what is actually happening in reality, this is something that you could coordinate with DPS, because there are a lot of incentive that they say and then they implement, and in reality, it may not achieve or it may go over, we don't know, but those are good things to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And from a master plan perspective, I did just want to mention too that one of the sort of policy shifts with this update is that we are recognizing master plan recommendations that are really impactful to be considered as public benefits. So if the Clarksburg plan area, if the ComSat site that was being discussed greatly today does provide a large park, and that park meets the standards as are spelled out in the public space, public benefit in the implementation guidelines, the developer would be able to claim credit for that as providing a public benefit. I think in the past, we had a different approach on that, where master plan recommendations were considered purely recommendations, and sometimes we incentivized some things, but not always. But we've been pretty clear and intentional with this update to state that if the public benefit is in fact impactful and it meets the specifications in these guidelines, which are to the higher standard of those elements, that they would be able to achieve, earn some incentive density. I'll also mention that in a place like the Clarksburg plan, where the max FARs are quite low, 1, 1.25, 1.5, you don't actually have to do a lot in terms of providing public benefits to get to your incentive density. So I would want the board to be aware of that the public benefits you get when a project is just trying to get to 1 FAR are not going to be the same intensity of public benefits when a project is trying to get to 4, 5, 6, sometimes 10 FAR.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because I was thinking about that in the context of Clarksburg, and there's not going to be so many comparable large-scale kind of developments like that, and so I don't know if we'll necessarily have to think about how to treat those in kind of special or unique way, or at least account for the fact that we can't expect to receive a lot of benefits through this process for sites like that because of the lower FAR, even though it's a large development. So it's an interesting balance in that way. Obviously, the plan itself is, I think accommodating for that by using requirements, which is one way to handle it, but that's a good point. On the topic of the review, I assume that we'll also have some qualitative information too, like conversations with developers to see how they experienced moving through different versions, like what were their considerations, as they propose things, and like particularly from a cost standpoint, like things that we, you know, may suspect, and I know you did a lot of modeling beforehand, which was great to sort of see what's feasible. It'll be super interesting to actually find out a little bit more concretely, like how did that actually impact their decision-making and which direction that they went, so.
Yeah, one of the things we've kind of brainstormed, haven't fully figured it out yet, but we do want to not wait till 5 years to do that qualitative assessment. And if there's a way for us to do exit interviews with some key developments that provided some really interesting public benefits or very little public benefits, I think it would be very good source of information to have that when everybody still has that fresh in their mind and are able to share some perspectives post planning board approval.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good idea. Thanks.
Yeah, all good. Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing or hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the incentive density implementation guidelines for CR and CRT zones as presented by staff?
I move to adopt the incentive density implementation guidelines.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. We look forward over that next year to seeing what happens and get your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're just going to take a 2-minute break and start with our next item, which is item 10, Wheaton Gateway Preliminary Plan, Sketch Plan, and Site Plan, and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval of the subject applications with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 10, the Wheaton Gateway Preliminary Plan, Sketch Plan Amendments, Site Plan, and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval of these plans, subject to certain conditions that they put on the applicant. So this afternoon, we have Troy Leftwich presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Leftwich, and we look forward to your presentation.
Troy Leftwich, for the record, presenting Wheaton Gateway Preliminary Plan number 1, 2004-0120, Sketch Plan Amendment and Site Plan Application 8, 2024-0150, and then Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0810. Staff is recommending approval with conditions for the preliminary plan, sketch plan amendment, and site plan amendment, and the forest conservation plan. The project is located at the northwest corner of Renner's Mill and University Boulevard. It's located in the 2012 Wheaton CBD and vicinity sector plan area. This map illustrates the location of the subject property. The board may recall the MHP project on Georgia Avenue that was recently approved in relation to the subject property. There's also to the east of the site is the Wheaton Metro and our office, and then the across University Boulevard, the project to the south is Westfield Wheaton Mall, and to the west of the property is Einstein High School. And then the image to the left shows the relationship of the subject property to the CBD area. One thing to note for the property, this property is split zone between 4 different zones. The majority of the property, the development will occur within the CR and the CRN portions of the property. The property is zone CR5, CR3, CRN 1.5, and then the R60 portion at the corner of Upton and East Avenue. The size of the property is roughly 5.16 acres. In additional information for the board, these views show the relationship or the existing conditions. The current site is being operated as a Lindsay Ford dealership along East Avenue. There is a repair shop associated with the Lindsay Ford dealership. Image 1 shows the R60 portion of the site where they're currently storing vehicles on the site in relation to the repair shop. For the Lindsay Ford. Then image 2 is views from East Avenue. Image 3 is East Avenue as well, and image 4 is a view of the current frontage along Renner's Mill. And also to the former Baxter building at the corner of University and Renner's Mill is shown in the image as well. The preliminary plan proposes to consolidate 10 lots and 1 parcel into 2 lots. The 1 lot is, as mentioned before, is the CR and the CRN portions. The lot 2 is the R60 portion, and that's planned for a pocket park. As outlined in the report, there is a APF validity recommended for 7 years for the preliminary plan. And as mentioned before, lot 3 will facilitate the multifamily building with the non-residential uses and underground parking garages. Go the other way. So the site plan proposal is a total of 952,222 square feet. Majority of that will be facilitated with residential space at 897, 222 square feet. Incorporate up to 800 dwelling units, including 40% NPDUs. The 55,000 square feet of non-residential will be facilitated between sections 1 and section 3. And there will also be an underground and structured garage that will facilitate all the sections of the project. One thing to note, the project is developed within 2 phases. Access of the project will come from Renner's Mill and University. The entrance and exits can occur from both of those frontages. There's also exits. There's an entrance on Kensington Boulevard, roughly located here, to the parking garage for Section 2. East Avenue has exits proposed to it in relation to the parking garage and the loading dock. Majority of the access points will be facilitated and provided as long as with the private street, which is the location of all the lobbies, access to the open spaces, which will be provided between an urban plaza and a pocket park. The pocket park will be provided as part of Phase 1, and then the urban plaza will be part of Phase 2. Frontage improvements include a 10-foot sidewalk, 11-foot separated bike path along Venters Mill and University, and all of the loading for the project will be facilitated within the parking garage. So no loading is expected to happen on the private street or on the public right-of-ways. Within the private street, there's also a speed table being proposed roughly in this location to provide additional pedestrian safety in relation to all the activities that will be happening within this area, within the vehicular movement that will be associated with the parking garage and accessing the site. Also, too, within Phase 1 and Phase 2, associated with the APF, that 400 units will be delivered within first phase, and then they must pull additional 400 units by the 7-year timeframe, so 2 years after that within Phase 2. This image represents the different sections of the project and also shows the relationship between the CR zone and the CRN zone and how the project steps back or steps down to the R60 abutting properties. And so you can see within the CR5 at the corner of University and Venters Mill, Section 3, that height is 166 feet. Section 1 is 136 feet, and then Section 2 actually is an error on this slide, or actually just focus on this red dot here. Section 2 is the CRN portion. That's a roughly 71 feet in height. That fronts on East Avenue. At this time, I'll turn it over to Natasha to go over the design aspects of the project.
Thank you, Troy. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, I'm Natasha Fahim. I'm an urban designer from the Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division. At this point, I would like to highlight some of the design aspects of this significant project that is happening close to our office. One of the main aspects of this
Could
project—
you put the microphone? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Is it better? Yeah. So one of the main aspects of this development is the delivery of the various type of the public open spaces, which we all know that is much needed in this planned area. As shown on the image on the left, the main public open space is located along the Weers Mill Road as an urban park, as you can see on the image. This urban park is easily accessible from both Weers Mill Road and the central Spine Street, which is a private road shown with a dotted arrow. This new street serves as a true block connection and dividing this super block into two, and that was one of the main recommendations from the sector plan. This urban park will feature the open lawn, gathering spaces for community, planting, cafe table, chairs, and art installation, which will complement the surrounding area. The second public open space is the neighborhood pocket park at the end of the Spine Street, at the intersection of East Avenue and the Spine Street, internal Spine Street. It's situated within the residential neighborhood west of this project. This open space features a playground for children for different ages with seating area, shading structure, planting, and rain gardens. As Troy mentioned, the second phase of this project is the portion of the site which is right at the intersection of Weers Mill and University Boulevard. So on the image on the right side, you can see that the applicant is proposing the interim public open space has envisioned for this location after the completion of the Phase 1. The space will be activated through the programming such as farmers market and festival to serve the community until the second phase construction will begin. This space will feature a lawn-seated open lawn, very large seated open lawn with pedestrian paths, a small parking area for visitors, and food trucks, as Troy is pointing at it. Thank you, Troy. Next.
Are these park maintained by public or private?
Private.
So even the interim and all the urban park and pocket park, it's going to be a privately
yeah.
owned, but it's going to be available to
Accessible,
public.
yes. Yeah, they are publicly accessible but maintained by private.
Okay.
So, Ms. Fahim, how large are those, the permanent parks? Do you have a sense of?
I think Troy had on the other, the pocket park, I think is around, Troy, if you can go back. I think
Yeah,
one
so
of your
it's-
slide has the number on it.
Yeah, both together is roughly 20,000 square feet. So it's the 10% requirement for the site. So between both parks is roughly 20,000. The R60, the pocket park is 9,600 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Let me go to the.
Yeah, so the next one, yeah, thank you. So the sector plan, another recommendation of the sector plan was creating the gateway feature into the Wheaton CBD at the intersection of Weir's Mill Road and University Boulevard, shown on the image on the right side with the red circle. So as shown on the rendering on the left side, the tallest portion of this development is gonna sit right at this corner with a very special architectural treatment that creates the tower element with a very defined and deep overhang roof line. So that was something that the design team and the urban design staff, they worked with the applicants to make sure that the vision that the sector plan had has been achieved for this corner. Next. This development has a very long frontage along Weir's Mill Road, more than 700 feet. To ensure that the entire frontage does not have the same architectural treatment, staff has worked with the applicant's design team to strategize the application of the different architectural vocabulary to each portion of the building. So each section has its own unique character while following the same baseline and a roof line throughout the whole project. And you can easily notice this technique in this rendering. Beside the massing articulation and the overall composition of the facade, what is essential for us as a staff was how these buildings are gonna relate to the sidewalk and how it's gonna get perceived by the pedestrians and bikers that they are using that frontage. This project offers activation along the entire frontage, starting from the corner of the two major roads. There will be a grocery store with an active ground floor occupying the base of the tallest building on the corner. Then we'll have the active urban park with gathering space for the community. Passing through the internal street on the right side of the rendering, the base of this building will house a daycare center occupying the entire ground and mezzanine level, which also help activating the public realm along Weir's Mill Road. The two private courtyards within this portion of the development provide an outdoor play area for the children, for the daycare, which also bring life to the frontage along Weir's Mill Road.
Can I ask, or just say one
Sure.
comment on that? I think it's great that there's daycare is being planned for this development. It's really needed in this area, and that's fantastic. You know, Weir's Mill Road is a pretty heavily trafficked road. It's one of the major corridors. You know, how do we feel about having outdoor play area? Obviously, it'll be protected. It's not as though kids are going to run out into the street, but it's pretty close to a lot of cars going by, a lot of noise for young kids, some air quality issues potentially for young kids. How do we feel about that? Like, we're okay with this arrangement
As
to
you
have?
can see on the rendering, like one of those courtyards are completely elevated, so one level higher, the one on the north side, and the second one has like a sidewall and fencing. So visually and physically they're completely separated, but it's still like that livelihood, like you can hear the kids like playing. So that
Sure.
will bring activation. But again, like these are like private courtyard and the
Yeah.
private playground for that daycare.
I guess what I'm more getting at is, there's a lot of research these days about the impact of noise on kids and brain development. And, the plan obviously is pretty fleshed out at this stage. And obviously, it's oriented in a way where it can't really be anywhere else. So I get that. But I think this should be, maybe in the future, something that we should think more about because, daycares it's a really sensitive time for child development. And, I think we should be a little more cognizant of the impact of noise on kids, particularly when they're trying to learn and play. Because this is a noisy area near the street. It'll continue to be noisy. So I wanted to just raise that both for the applicant and for us internally.
Yeah, thank you for your input.
Can I just say something in that regard? This is unfortunately what we get when we get the density, and we're going to push toward more incentivized and urban areas. We had discussed that before. When we push the housing to be more facing to activate and facing it to the corridor, and we're gonna add to the density to bring people closer to where the transportation hub is. Unfortunately, that's something that, I had brought it before also. I think that's a price that we pay. Although I understand that maybe there are ways that we could protect some of, our more, like younger kids to be more protected. But I think that this is something that when we bring people closer to the corridor and densify, I do not know how we can avoid that. Maybe there is a way to avoid it.
Well,
but
I think,
yeah.
we don't have to belabor this one point because obviously, it is what it is at this stage. I'm not suggesting we dramatically change it, but there are ways from a design standpoint and a building orientation standpoint, like density near the corridor. This is a perfect place for density, and it's a great place for daycare. I think the question is, how do we orient and design the building to allow for that and protect, in this case, the kids? It doesn't need to be exposed to the roadway. I guess that's what I'm saying. Like it could be flipped, for example. There could be other ways to imagine where this outdoor space is protected by the building, kind of internal courtyard space. There could be other options, and just to give you one example, I live near Georgia Avenue in downtown Silver Spring. There's a daycare right in the corner of Sligo Ave in Georgia, and there's an outdoor space right next to like a heavily trafficked Georgia Avenue. It is very loud for those kids. They're outdoors a lot. It's very loud almost all times of day. And it's, this is something that the research is helping us understand more about. So I think, in the future, it's something maybe we could help the applicants kind of design around,
This is a great point. I appreciate you bringing it up. I go by the same when my daughter's school, the Nora school was there, in the daycare. Yeah, so, yep, we will, duly noted, and we'll make sure that as we review other plans, we can bring this comment up to the applicant early on. Okay.
Carrie Sanders, for the record, I did want to note that the applicant had to submit a noise study, and so that was part of their review. They had to look at the impacts of the traffic noise as part of that study. They'll also have to do a building shell analysis that will be performed with the final architectural details, and an architectural noise mitigation measures may be added at that time if necessary. So that's page 42 of the staff report, but just wanted to make the board aware that there is a process for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie. So I will continue on next, please, Troy. So moving along other frontage, so this is a University Boulevard frontage. So unlike the Weir's Mill frontage, this development has a shorter frontage along University Boulevard. However, this project ensured that activation happens along University Boulevard as well. So starting from the corner of the project, where the grocery store is located and anchoring the corner. Moving down the slope, more retail space occupying the ground floor. And as you see on the rendering, the second, third floor are the parking structure, which architectural elements screening the parking at this location. As the project wraps around the corner, a blank wall of the garage facing the existing McDonald's site at the southeast corner of the site offers excellent visibility to the community, and making this area is a perfect canvas for the future mural that portray the Wheaton's love of arts and also the project's focus on sustainability. Next, please. Moving along, this is the East Avenue frontage. So the part of the building that fronts East Avenue was also scaled back to fit within the existing homes along this residential street. By using the architectural elements such as bays, balconies, the perceived massing has been reduced. The top level of this building along the frontage has also pushed back. Plenty of the proposed street trees, landscaping element, and on-street parking along this frontage will also help maintaining the low-scale residential character of the street along East Avenue. At this point, I would like to mention that the staff greatly appreciate the applicant's collaboration through the regulatory process that we had through the past year, and we feel confident that this development will bring the great addition to Wheaton Gateway. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation back to Troy to walk through other aspects of the project.
Troy Leftwich for the record. As part of the application, there's a forest conservation plan. The applicant is required to provide afforestation requirements of 0.9 acres. There also is a variance request for the removal of 4 trees, and then this image to the right shows the location of the removal of those 4 trees, but also shows the location of the mitigation trees within the 2 open spaces as presented earlier. As part of this application, the applicant has met all of the proper signage and noticing and submittal requirements. As part of the review, applicant or the staff had met with the Kensington View Civic Association on March 27th. We discussed a number of different issues. I know the board have received letters expressing some of those same concerns, and also I know there's folks here today that will present additional correspondence. And so we also received one letter from a resident prior to posting. One thing to note is that the project does meet the compatibility requirements for height in the transitions between the R60 and the CRN zone. It also meets the complete street requirements along the frontage improvements. And also, while the applicant was exempt from LATR analysis because the project meets the definition of a mixed income housing community use, SHA did require, SHA did require the applicant to complete a vehicular operations analysis, which evaluated the site entrance and exits, as well as the intersections in the vicinity. Ultimately, the study was approved by SHA, which was indicated within their letter of approval. These next series of slides are red line changes. It's really just cleanup in regards to just certain elements of the deliverable of the project. As mentioned before, it's a multi-phase project, so some of these improvements is just tied to when things are essentially tied to each building phase. So the first red line condition is really just a clarification versus 54 feet. It should read 27 feet from the center line. Condition 20 for the preliminary plan, instead of first building permit, is first. It should be first above grade permit associated with the private street. And for the site plan condition, these are transportation requirements. Instead of originally the staff report read first above grade building permit, and we're pushing it a little bit further out so that before first use and occupancy certificates for these improvements. as part of the Forest Conservation Plan. Simmer was the first sediment control and erosion control permit, and we're changing the condition to first use and occupancy certificates. And we added 2 conditions, 7 and 8, that the applicant would need to provide a plan for the Forest Conservation Plan to reflect the demolition of the associated parking garage that is existing on the site. And then condition 8 is that they need to provide a phasing plan, must revise and reflect a phasing plan associated with the Forest Conservation Plan. At this time, the preliminary plan meets the requirements of, meets all the requirements, finding requirements for Chapter 50, including the APF validity request for 7 years. The meets the findings for the sketch plan amendment and site plan amendment, or site plan application, meets the requirements of Chapter 59, and the project meets the forest conservation requirements of Chapter 22A and conforms with the environmental guidelines. This concludes my presentation. We also recommend an approval for the conditions as amended for the preliminary plan, sketch plan amendment, site plan, and forest conservation plan. Look forward to any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Leftwich. We have also today 6 people to provide public testimony. Each individual will have 3 minutes, and a group will have 6 minutes. And the first, I think 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they all can come up. Judy Higgins, Kathleen Guinan, Gus Bauman, Bayran Nasehi, and Kevin Foster. And then on teams, we have Daniel Harville. So why don't we start? Pardon me? Oh, Pierre Ramon Hewer. Yes, come on up, sir. Why don't we start with Judy Higgins from the Kensington View Civic Association? That.
Bush? Okay. So I'm not quite sure why I'm even bothering, because pretty much it's, the gentleman that just left said it is what it is at this juncture. So essentially, is this moot?
Yeah,
I mean, do
no,
you all,
please, ma'am,
have you
please,
all decided?
we want,
this is-
no, we want to hear what you have to say, so please, that's what we have.
Did he not say that? Did I lose my mind? He said that. He said it is what it is, that this is not going to change, right?
He was
So
talking
I
about the
feel
design elements.
disheartened by that a bit.
No, well, ma'am, but also staff said that.
They recommend approval.
No. Staff said that as part of staff's review, there's a noise analysis done. So, and it's by code. You have to have, the interior noise has to be below a certain level, and the exterior noise within a certain distance of the site has to be within a certain level.
So
And that's required for, so they wanted to, my counterpart had a concern. She went over what are the requirements, because the county does have concerns about noise in
So it was just
general.
noise. It was just noise he was speaking to when he said it is what it is.
Yes.
At this juncture. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
please.
I'm glad you clarified that, because I have a spiel I'm going to read.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, please.
I'm glad you clarified that, because it made me feel like, well, shoot, Mama, might as well go.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just going to read because it's easier
No,
for
please
me.
read, please read.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Judy Higgins. I've lived in Kensington View since 1986, and I'm glad to meet you all. I've not met you guys before. I've been doing this for quite a few years, and this has been the most difficult, I think. Today, I feel the need to share something really important, which is a bigger overarching issue in our county today. In Montgomery County, there seems to be a growing assumption that anyone who questions or opposes any part of a development plan should be dismissed as a NIMBY. Many of our neighbors along the University Boulevard corridor are experiencing this right now, all over social media, in the blogs. We're getting slammed just because we ask questions. And so the only way forward to us as neighbors is our legislators, planners, and officials truly listen to all the residents, not only to those who are connected, well-funded, repeating talking points by people who may not have best intentions, experience, or objectivity. It has gotten really ugly out there. Our listservs and social media, longtime community advocates who are being demonized simply for speaking up, asking questions, or suggesting reasonable ideas to protect their community's quality of life. This is not who we should be in Montgomery County. Caring about where we live and our quality of life is not a bad thing. We want to integrate. Our community wants and deserves a reasonable dialogue. So far, despite years of trying, we feel we're not being heard. We've brought all of these questions that we have outlined in our submission to you guys, to planners, and they've tried, but we don't seem to hold any weight. Kensington View, we have weathered many changes while comfortably coexisting for decades with all manner of development. Westfield, Wheaton, expansions, plural, to Atacasco, University Boulevard, and it's right at University Boulevard and East Avenue across from the mall where this project is going to be proposed. Makes sense. The 163 affordable units that were in the former HOC building, which is now raised, it's fine. Crossways, this is Kathleen. Very good neighbors, we're very happy with that. And they have a Montessori school, child care programs, playground for children. It's constantly active. We have all the students from Einstein High School, commuters and neighbors from all behind our neighborhoods that walk through there to get to Metro. So it's a very active area. I'm going to skip over some of it. But what we're concerned about the most, and we have brought this to the attention, and as well as the highest performing McDonald's on the region. So it's constantly traffic, and we sent you pictures of that where you could see. Now, the applicant showed you a picture that my neighbors are all going, when was that? We've never seen it before. It was unbelievable. That's not what it looks like. We did send you one picture where you could see what the traffic looks like now with not one tractor trailer. So I'm going to keep going because I know I'm running out of time. So for 5 years, we've been working with planners. We've tried really hard. Prior to that, we did the CBD, and the planners were really good. They worked really hard to try to protect our community. Now it seems to all be gone. I mean, it's really not, we're going to have a 22.1 wide road with tractor trailers in both directions. If you read the applicant's thing online, you saw, we're going to have semis up and down the road and 400 units with cars. People are going to, obviously have cars, whether we want to think so or not. The McDonald's traffic, the Einstein students, the commuters, Kathleen has a school and pickup and carpool, and it's 22.1 feet, okay? So sidewalks are great, manufactured green space is great, but we were wondering why nobody ever thought about widening that road, why that wasn't a deal, to make it so that even though it appears that they're going to do this private road with underneath and all that, but when is that going to be developed? I don't even really know. Do we know when, how long out before the underground road is going to be available for use? Do we know? I don't think we do.
So loading will happen as part of phase one.
Okay.
So from University Boulevard. So you loading for,
So
the
then-
same loading for
so-
phase two and
but
phase
it's a-
three.
But it's a dead end. So are they going to start by making it open at the other end?
So ma'am, what we'll do is we'll have the
Confused.
applicant address your questions
Okay.
when they come up. So
Okay, great.
they're taking notes now, so they're, okay.
Perfect. Then that would be perfect. Okay. So we just don't know how this is going to work. We just had McDOT out there, and they did this traffic calming on Upton Drive where it ends at East Avenue. They did a traffic calming thing, and we understand they're going to take away our stop signs, so there's not going to be, our neighborhood is all dead-end streets. We have 2 roads out only for all of our houses. There's no connection to any other, so this is it. So if you really think about what it's doing, we're just so confused. So I'm sorry I ad-libbed. I got thrown off a bit. But anyway, that's pretty much it. We just don't understand why. We've never met with the traffic planners They've never come out and spoke at except for when they did the Upton Drive thing. We've never met with anybody about this project. And we don't understand that. We are citizens, we're taxpayers. Why don't they talk to us? Why is it all that she thanks the applicant? What about all the meetings? I've been at every meeting since it started, and nobody ever thanked me. So I'm just saying, why is it? And with that, nice to meet you.
No, thank you so much. We really appreciate your testimony. Next, we'll have Kathleen, is it? Guinan. Yeah.
Hi, it's very happy to be here today. Just for clarification, I haven't met any of you either, and it's my pleasure to be here, but I do want you to know that for 30 years, I have worked in the Wheaton community, in the Kensington-Wheaton neighborhood, and I see myself as a community organizer and community developer, and I think one of the reasons that we've been so successful is that we have always used this mission of community, creativity, and learning for all families. We have seen ourselves as really a model of social development and of community development, so not a medical model, which many nonprofits that operate in the county view themselves through the more medical model. We're not, we're a community model. And I think the reason that we've been so successful in the community is that we've always seen that we want services for all families, cross class and culture. And that's boded very, very well. The one thing I would just say, and I wish I could say that to Mr. Linden, is that please don't use the word daycare. We use the word child care. So we take care of children, we don't take care of the day. So that's an important thing for those of us that are activists in the whole family community. Anyway, I'm so happy for the opportunity to speak, and I just want to highlight a serious and growing safety concern related to pedestrian traffic around Wheaton Gateway. Concerns that affect not only Einstein High School students, but also the most vulnerable community members who move through this area every single day. Each day, large groups of Einstein students, and I have been in that community for 30 years. Large groups of Einstein students walk to McDonald's across the street, crossing fast-moving traffic with limited protections. We all know about the very serious pedestrian accident with a young boy killed from Wheaton High School recently. This alone presents significant risk, but the impact is far broader than that. Our intergenerational community has been in operation for 30 years, serves 100 children daily, and is home to adults aging in place. We have many families whose primary mode of transportation is walking with their children to and from school, and many of the people are part of the workforce at Wheaton Mall. This adds another daily level of pedestrian vulnerability. We host a monthly children's farmers market, and we have 40 intergenerational community families that live right on our site. Our campus houses the National Center for Montessori and Aging, a hub for innovation in person-centered care and systems change. We welcome adults experiencing memory change, including early onset dementia, to come to volunteer as part of our commitment for meaningful engagement and community inclusion. In addition, our campus hosts a wide range of community programs: Church Women United, Altrusa, the Chamber of Commerce, Don Bosco Cristo Rey, the Jewish Council for the Aging, the African American Health Coalition, Respite Days for Caregivers, Morning Moms, caregiver and baby classes, parent education programs, and professional meetings in collaboration with Loyola University. Numerous cultural activities and community gatherings occur throughout the year. This means that every day, hundreds of children, elders, students, visitors, and community members, many of whom are pedestrians who've made that lifestyle choice, are navigating traffic patterns that are already strained and unsafe. We fully support the Kensington View citizens' recommendations for further study of the proposed plan to use East Avenue as the entrance to the new project. Given the density and diversity of vulnerable pedestrians in this area, ensuring this decision is thoroughly evaluated. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Baumann?
Good afternoon. My name is Gus Ballman of the law firm of Beveridge and Diamond, and we're here today to represent Bank Realty. Now, this is the adjoining commercial building on Veers Mill Road, 11,300 Veers Mill Road, which is just northwest and adjoining the Wheaton Gateway property. It's a real pleasure being here in front of the planning board and staff. It's nice being on this side of the table.
And you were on my board. He was on the founding board of Crossway.
Yeah, it's good to meet you again after 30 years.
Nice to see you.
Right.
Still at it.
Yeah, well, you know, we're all gluttons for
So any of
punishment.
you might be, subjected to being on the board.
That's a long time ago.
I know. Still
But
at it.
anyway, the clock is ticking for all of us. But in any event, we're here today in support of the project. We do want to note that we are still in conversations with the WSSC, a joyful agency to have conversations with, regarding the easements that will exist over their pipes between the Wheaton Gateway site and our property, the Bank Realty property. So those are ongoing, and we're looking forward to working this out, but we just wanted to say for the record that this has not been resolved. But again, Bank Realty does support the Wheaton Gateway project. We're looking forward to the advancement of Wheaton as it moves down this pike. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Baumann. And next we have, is it Baran Nasehi? Yeah. So how about Kevin Foster?
I'm here with Gus Baumann representing the adjacent property owners.
Okay. Yeah.
He blocks from me.
Oh, he blocks me.
Yes, look at him.
Yeah. Yeah, and then so
Just
Pierre Roman Hoyer?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for giving me an opportunity to speak today. As my name is Pierre Roman Hoyer. I used to be French, that's why it sounds funny. I've lived on Upton Drive with my husband and our son since February 2007. So we're a genuine resident. I guarantee you I'm not some baby boomer astroturfing this public meeting. But let me just say, like many of us, that we're happy to see a project at that corner move forward. When we first moved in, there was a very unsightly building that was there, and anything is better than what it was before. But it has been demolished for a long time, and we look forward to seeing this important corner redeveloped and beautified. So I was ready to send you some comments, but everything I wanted to say is already in the Kensington View Civic Association material submitted by Eleanor, our neighbor. For me, our main concern, like many of us, is about the traffic situation, more specifically around the East Avenue University Boulevard corner, which we use every day. The majority of traffic coming up East Avenue makes a left turn onto University Boulevard, and right now there is only one lane that can accommodate 8 cars. So when you look at that lane, you wonder, what is it going to be like when there is a 400-unit building that's going to be along that street? So what is going to happen, since I remind you that all the streets exiting from there are dead-end streets. So we're trapped. There is no exit. There is no turning around to exit some other direction. It's all dead-end. Upton is a dead end. Kensington Boulevard is a dead end, East Avenue is a dead end, and all the Midland is a dead end.
No, we go out. Midville goes out.
Goes out, okay.
That's the only one.
Yeah. So the majority, the photos we've seen in the presentation were really conveniently pointed towards the dead end and not the traffic light. So it didn't give a very genuine view of the situation. So You know, I don't want to even think what would happen in that packed East Avenue if one day a car caught fire, or if there was a fire in that new building, and you know, and if all tenants would try to drive out at the same time. I'm not a fire specialist, but it's safe to assume a professional inspector would never approve the design as currently proposed. Then, to make the matter worse and increase the risk of a mass casualty event, several, I understand from the last meeting, I don't know if it's still on, but several floors were added to the building along East Avenue, and they increased the height, and this is inviting more potential problems. So now I would like to conclude by talking about what I've nicknamed the left turn conundrum, because to make matter worse, most of East Avenue traffic makes a left turn, and a large proportion then tries to make another left turn onto Veers Mill Road after a short block. Sorry. Anyway, the left turn lane on Veers Mill holds only 18 cars and is always full, and we cannot even get into it as it is today. So I hope that we will have a detailed traffic study and remedial, because we need to let common sense take over. And I know traffic studies are not very popular in the politics of Montgomery County, but today one is really needed.
Thank you so much. We have one person online. They're not online? Okay. So thank you. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? And during your presentation, can you address some of the comments that were brought up? And also, I'd like whether you or staff to look at the circulation around. Is there a loading diagram? And you can talk about where cars come in. And it would be nice to see that, okay? And someone also talked about an SHA vehicular analysis. Was that throughout the whole site or only from Veers Mill Road? Or the whole site, okay. Okay, so if you can talk through all of those, that would be great. Okay.
Sure.
Please.
Good afternoon or early evening. My name is Shane Poland, for the record, principal of PS Ventures. That stands for Passionate and Sustainable Ventures. Here to talk about this really exciting project. We've been working on Wheaton Gateway in collaboration with the community and Judy and staff for over 5 years. So this is an outstanding milestone. Wheaton Gateway is really an exceptional property and project that's a collaboration. It's a public-private partnership. There are 3 private partners, my firm in partnership with the Duffy Companies, who you might recognize as long-term developers in Montgomery County, Wilco, and last but not least, the Housing Opportunities Commission of Montgomery County. Wheaton Gateway is really not your typical project. It is an exceptional project. It's delivering, of course, much-needed housing, but it's not just delivering any old housing, and it's not delivering what is typical new housing either. It is housing that's being designed to be delivered and to meet the highest standards of sustainability in the world, namely the Passive House standard. And it's doing so, delivering a mix of income, property affordable to those making a variety of incomes, which is a priority because our partnership was with the Housing Opportunities Commission of Montgomery County, which is why you see the 40% as above code minimum provision of affordable housing, just the same way that the property is being developed above code minimum in so many other ways. We've engaged in extensive outreach for over 5 years. And I will thank Judy, because Judy has been at many of the meetings and has always engaged with us civilly and raised the concerns, which I'll talk about here a little bit. But we've also engaged with staff, and we think that the collaboration that we've had with staff has been very productive in making the property and project really even better than it would have been without your help. So thanks to staff. while we believe that the property will be redeveloped in a way that will be overwhelmingly positive for the community and region, we recognize that it is a change to what's there, and that with change, there are legitimate concerns. And some of those concerns, most of the concerns, frankly, have generally been revolving around transportation and traffic. And so I'd like to address a few of those concerns. First of all, to explain how circulation works. Circulation is meant to be pick up, drop off, or up at the surface, because we recognized that we have long unbroken medians along our project's frontage on both University and Veers Mill Road. So we were very conscious of the adjacency to a community that was hemmed in. And so first thing we did was to really focus on trying to afford vehicles who find their way onto our site the ability to turn around within our site, so they didn't have to be traversing the local neighborhood streets. With respect to loading, loading will be provided. The ultimate condition and the phase one condition are the same. It enters, thank you, Troy, off of University Boulevard in this area, and actually goes internal and underground. There's 40 feet of fall across this site, which, as you can imagine, have made it a challenge that we've been working through. But we tried to take advantage of that grade to let some of those functions like loading occur below grade. It was not easy. It involved lots of three-dimensional planning, but that's what's happening. You'll enter off of University Boulevard, traverse within the site to the north, about where you see the phase one sign in red, exactly. There's a loading dock underneath that crossroad, which is the sector plan recommended cross street, and then you'll exit out to east and make the left. I'd like to acknowledge that a mistake was made, because there was an image that was shown with a vehicle that was a loading vehicle coming in east and turning into what is an exit only on that alley. That was a mistake. It will not be a permitted movement, and we do not intend to encourage, and to the degree that we have any control over, allow vehicles, loading vehicles, to come in through east. So that is for whatever confusion and concern that caused, we apologize. That is not the loading plan.
So just confirm. Yeah. So that's when phase two is built?
Phase one.
So that underground loading will be in place. Correct. During phase one? Okay, great.
Correct.
And so that car comes off of University going northbound, and then there's a unloading dock where it says phase one or something, underground?
Yeah, it'll only be vehicles. So there are two entrances on University. At our farthest west, where the arrow is, you'll come in there. You can actually see the backup area, which is part of phase two. That part will not be constructed with phase one. It will just simply be the corridor to traverse into the site, to get under the section one and section two buildings, conduct their loading and unloading, really move in, move out operations, and then come out and exit and make the left onto east. So that is the intent of that.
So you will not be going further north on east past the...
We will not.
Okay, past the...
we will not.
The little...
yeah, I mean, it's not our intent to have that be. I mean, I'm not the driver, but I think it's signed and and everything, and designed not to afford that. Another thing I'd like to point out is that we recognize also that we've been very clear that, and I always try to be clear, I've been developing in Montgomery County, developing high-performance buildings for over 20 years. And I try to set realistic expectations. This property will have an impact on the local transportation network. We've always acknowledged that. I think in this case, we have to recognize, though, that the impacts, particularly some of the vehicular impacts with where we are right now, with people not yet having given up vehicles, is a natural consequence of having increased density in an area where density is being encouraged, right? We're proximate to Metro. We are in a red policy area. But notwithstanding that we're within a red policy area, we did conduct the transportation impact statement or study. And we have, while the letter from SHA evidencing review of that study is now in the record, we have also posted on our website the full study. We know that that is something that was requested, and we had not released it previously because it was still in process working with SHA. We frankly thought it was going to be part of the process to be released, and when we realized it wasn't, we posted it to the website. I think it shows what everybody has suspected, which is that we are going to put additional traffic on the roads here, and it shows the impact of that. And what it also shows is that we are proposing to mitigate that by adjusting signal timing at the intersection of East and University to try to help address what is already an existing problem, and we can try to mitigate it with signal timing, and that's what we're proposing to do. But again, I think that notwithstanding that that is part of the improvement, I think that we are in an area that is trying to focus on alternative forms of transportation and pedestrian safety, and I think we're making extraordinary steps in that front. We're putting a bidirectional bikeway along the full length of both University and Veers Mill Road. We're making significant pedestrian improvements with widened sidewalks. We're removing the hot right, the southbound hot right off of Veers Mill Road, which is the source of years of problems with pedestrian safety there. So we're adjusting the crossings, right, in both directions off of University and Veers at the intersection. And so I think that we're really making investments with this plan in those alternative forms of transportation. We're dedicating space and working with MCDOT on incorporating a BRT station immediately in front. Arguably, this property, Wheaton Gateway, is providing the density to support that very transit that we're trying to coordinate with. I'll point out that we're still working with MCDOT on matters such as the timing of that, who's going first with respect to BRT, the scope of work. We're working with MCDOT still and intend to reimburse to the degree that MCDOT goes first. They've asked that we reimburse, and we are open to reimbursement for expenses that we otherwise would have expended in the construction had we gone first. So we continue to work with all agencies and the community, but we do recognize that this is a change. But we really do feel that it's an overwhelmingly positive change.
Okay. One last thing about
Yeah.
circulation. I saw you have some entrances on Veers Mill, just so back to the north, when you're going
Yes.
south, that's an entrance into the garage too?
That is an entrance and exit from that location.
Okay, so like a right in, right out?
Yes, right in, right out.
And then on the back here, where it says section 2, it seems like there's, what is that there?
That's a write-in only to section 2. We had originally picked up, I mentioned, like, I'm a big fan of electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles. I think we need to pay a lot of attention to pick up and drop off. We had it in front of section 2, but staff, working with staff, they'd asked us to pull the buildings to the road. So we needed to have pickup and drop off section 2. So that's a write-in, and it comes into a pickup and drop off area within the building.
Okay. So
And then exit, so you will then drive south, you'll exit and join that alley that came out with the trucks and have the circulation.
Great, thank you.
So again, I just appreciate everybody working with us, including the community, and we respectfully request the approval of the plans that are before you today, and we're prepared to answer any other questions if we haven't hit some of them. Briefly, with respect to sound attenuation, there is a sound attenuation measures planned in front of that. We have interest expressed by both groceries, that's true, and childcare centers, but there are no leases signed, so of course that is not finalized yet. But we will mitigate sound. We're all about building science, and sound attenuation is part of building science. And I think I've explained the loading. I've explained that, again, the mistake made on the image that showed vehicles traveling, loading vehicles on there. But if we have any other questions, I've got the team here and
Yeah.
we can answer.
I have a question in regard to traffic. If I remember it right, there is a structured parking underneath that I think is more than 1,000 spaces, correct? Ultimately. So that means that you may have, I do not remember how many, it was 1,200 or something, exact number I don't remember. So that many cars would be parking. I didn't, and also I reviewed on the, in the staff report that you submitted, as part of the sketch plan, you submitted an LATR study scope and conducted vehicular adequacy analysis that reviewed by MDOT. And it was determined that all study intersections were found to be operating within acceptable level of congestion. I'm a little bit at awe that how that could be, okay? I understand, and I understand not all the 1,000 vehicles are gonna come at AM peak or PM peak, okay? But we are adding 800 units at the, final section of the project. And we also have the grocery store that people come and go, cars come and go, and then maybe some other, the childcare, if I correctly say that the childcare is there. So there is some additional traffic, and that area is very congested. So one thing that I don't understand, how could just by fixing the timing of the signalization, this would be mitigated and it's not going to be a major impact. I understand that this is what the concern is. And frankly, before even listening to you, when I was reviewing that, the first question I had, what are we doing for mitigating the impact? I totally support the project. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
I'm in support of the project. I think it's a fantastic project. But I truly understand the concern of the people that living there. And I just cannot, and by the way, I'm not a transportation engineer, I'm a civil engineer, but I have worked with transportation many years. I just cannot yet understand that how there is no mitigation except fixing the signalization. Maybe someone can explain that to me, and we are logic, and to people that are sitting here, maybe we can understand and accept it. We want the project. The only thing that everybody is asking, that make it easy on us. So how are we doing that?
Hi, Katie Mencarini, for the record. So first thing, I'm just going to set the stage, and then I'll turn it over to the applicant to talk about the specifics, because again, the traffic study was required by SHA. It's not by our policy. So again, this is a mixed income housing project, which per the council's determination with the ZTA, they are exempt from an LHR study. This is also in a red policy area. Another point I want to make out, just as the applicant mentioned, we have future BRT coming out here. That's going to be very helpful with mitigating some of those traffic congestion issues. We also have a current metro station less than half a mile from here. Very, very accessible, and will be even further accessible with the frontage improvements that are being provided. Yes, there are 1,000 parking spaces proposed, but that's actually at 75% of what it could be. So they're not exactly providing like one-to-one in terms of like what we would have in the zoning ordinance. For the traffic study, and I'm gonna give this last note and kick it over to the applicant, who I believe is on the phone. They are required to, if there was, assuming this was this traffic study that we were requiring, they would need to mitigate back to the background conditions. So all of the development that we have approved already. And that's what they've demonstrated in their study. They're able to get back to that condition. And that is also within acceptable levels of congestion. Yes, there is some congestion. This is a very urban area. It's very close to the CBD. So that's where that analysis landed. And I'll turn it over to the applicant if they want to contribute
further.
Could you
explain what you meant by just the last statement
Sure.
about the other development that they came, I didn't get it. I'm sure the people.
No, that's
did.
fine.
They
I
didn't.
appreciate, yeah,
Maybe
thanks for
if you-
asking.
Yeah.
Sure,
please.
so when we do a traffic study, we study 3 different scenarios that layer on top of each other. So the first one is the existing condition. They take traffic counts and turning movements for what's going out there today. Then what we do is we take all of the developments that are approved but unbuilt, that's known as the background, or you've probably heard the pipeline before, because that's already, we have to account for that as well, because that's what we've already approved. So that's the second layer that you put on top. And then the third layer is what they are contributing based on what we're assessing for the commercial, the residential, and those things. So their responsibility is to go back to background because that's what we've already accepted. Does that make sense? Is that clear?
Yeah, that totally, I understand that. And you're saying that by doing all of those, everything was acceptable? The level of congestion on all the intersection after all of those additional traffic came, it was acceptable?
So the signal timing adjustment will get us back to the condition that it would be at background, and that is within the acceptable levels of congestion as set by the growth and infrastructure policy for this intersection in a red policy area.
Okay, so let's just talk about that for people to understand what that means. So what is the existing level and what is acceptable? If you could explain that, how much worse can they expect to be that is still acceptable for everyone? Because I really don't know myself also. I used to know level A, B, C, D, E, A, F, but I think that is gone.
Right.
So, okay.
So yes, so this has a maximum of 120 seconds of delay per average vehicle. Again, the study was done by SHA and with the applicant. I can ask them what ultimately they got back to for the background, but it was less than 120 seconds.
So that means that every car could delay 100, the worst case could delay up to 2 minutes. 120 seconds is 2 minutes of delay more than what it is right now. Okay, so could you explain what that means?
No, it means that the average vehicle delay at the peak hour is no more than 120 seconds. Yeah, if you want to jump in. I'm sorry, I'm not explaining it well.
I think you're questioning whether that's 120 seconds on top of what we see today, and that's not what this is. It's 120 seconds flat.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know, 120-second flat delay at any intersection. Is that, not on top of that, but a 2 minutes delay at any intersection is what is acceptable level. Is that what you're explaining?
That's the very cap of the level that's acceptable, yes. By SHA, yeah.
Yes, and just to clarify what Katie and mentioned is in Montgomery County, for us, with our growth and infrastructure policy, in our red policy areas, we don't look at this at all. We don't look at vehicle delay. We don't look at that. They did this because SHA wanted them to do that. So for us and for our review, we don't take that into account in our red policy areas, and then we don't mitigate as a result for that. However, there is mitigation that's being offered by the applicant.
Could you explain why we don't consider it, at least for people to understand why we don't do that? In a short summary.
In a short summary, yeah. You give me the wrap-up signal if you need to. Okay, so there's a couple of things happening here. So our red policy areas are around metro stations. So those are our rapid transit areas, which means that there's an alternative to driving, right? We accept that there's a certain level of congestion, but there's a way out of it because you can use transit instead. The other thing that typically happens with our red policy areas is that this is where we're very built out. And the geometry is set. So if you take this intersection, for example, University Boulevard and Beers Mill, the buildings on the opposite side of the street are right at the edge of the sidewalk, and those sidewalks are unbuffered and very narrow. So we don't want to widen the traffic anymore. We'll be right in their front door. Exactly. So, and we can't mitigate all of that on this side either. We also don't want a massive intersection at this place because this is where we have pedestrians trying to cross, so making our intersections wider is not appealing and in fact not safe. Let's be perfectly blunt about that. So where you have areas that are very built out, we don't have a lot of opportunities to widen the roads, to put in more turn lanes and dedicated spaces for that. This is an acceptable level of congestion.
Thank you so much. And that answered the question that why we cannot widening and why it is acceptable as what it is. Okay, thank you.
So let me, so we move this along. So this is where I am in this. This is a, this is, I initially had some concerns about circulation. Thank you for going through. What my takeaway is that this was designed to mostly not go into the community in terms of entrances off of both Veers Mill and off of University, so that majority of the traffic is to go into the garage there. It is I don't know, to have a underground garage where loading is also taking on below grade, that is like the Cadillac, right? It is very expensive, and to provide that underground, I mean, that is not typical, right? I was a developer, and it is not typical. They have designed this to minimize any impact on streets like East Avenue. So it's all going to be on the major streets, majority of them. Now, also, I like how you put the pocket park there for the benefit of the community. The community does not have to walk across major streets to get to the pocket park. I like how you step back the building, the Section 2 building, from the single-family homes on East Avenue. As they're looking out, they're not looking at this 160-foot building there. So I like how you did that. In terms of pedestrian improvements, this is a major intersection. There's a lot of people walking. You put a buffer between the road and the bicycle, and the large sidewalks. I mean, you've really and you want to activate this corner. So, and you had a public plaza there. So I mean, this is all what, to me, what complete communities are, what urban design is like. Hopefully, more and more people, the majority, even though they may have a car, many will be taking mass transportation. Also helps our metro system for the ridership. So I feel this is a lovely project. The design looks great, and the 800 units in one place. I mean, you're able to do a lot of these things because you're having so many units. So I'm in favor of this project. I would say, though, one of the residents talked about queuing going up University Boulevard. I don't know, are they adding any more queuing? And they said that was the recommendation, adding any more queuing on University to make the left turn on the east, or is that, they looked at that piece too?
I think it was looked at, but again, I think the geometry is largely set. And when we looked at these intersections, the primary thoroughfare with actually most of the trips on it is University.
Right.
And so the more you do to, for example, let east out or change things, it's the balance.
Right.
That when you try to, for example, if you were to stop University and then you'd back up, or you stop University to let east out, you back up University, which is, so it's coming up with that balance. We had looked at different means, including restriping, different striping to redesignate those east. So because we were listening, we were trying to, even though it wasn't a study required by Montgomery County, we were listening and trying to come up with alternatives. It's just, it's very challenging.
I agree. So I'm in favor of this project. I've said, and I'd like to hear from my other board members before we wrap up. Okay.
2 weeks ago, I was driving to Costco with my wife, and I complained about the vacant lot there. And so, lo and behold, when this came across email and the staff report, I was very well pleased. I'd like to commend you on the design and the transformation of this neighborhood with this building. It's another positive example of commercial turning into residential that benefits the whole county. I'm impressed with the density and the location. I look forward to you all breaking ground and getting this done. On another note, typically I favor and side with the citizens, especially when I think things don't fit. However, this fits, taking into consideration the other large density projects within close proximity to your location. So I look forward to you all completing this successfully and delivering to the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hedrick.
Nothing really to add. They've addressed most of my thoughts and concerns about it. It looks like a good project. I think it's going to do well, and it's stone's throw from a metro station. It's a good place for it to be.
Great, great. So could you go back to the conditions and also there was a condition, I don't think you brought up, you wanted to truncate, a waiver on truncating the, was that, you don't need that now or that wasn't? Okay.
You don't need like a separate motion for that. So if you agree with the findings, you're good to go.
Okay, but that was one of the pieces in getting for a waiver for that. Okay. All right, so how many, we'll do three motions. Do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan number 1, 2024-0120 with conditions by staff, with the recommended conditions by staff?
I move to approve the preliminary plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, 4-0. Do I have a motion to approve the sketch plan amendment and site plan number 8, 2024-0150 with the conditions recommended by staff?
I move for the approval of a sketch plan amendment and site plan.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, 4-0. Do I have a motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0810 with conditions by staff?
I move to approve the forest conservation plan.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the
Aye.
ayes have it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the applicant coming, presenting this project. Thank you for the folks that provided public testimony today. So we have one more item today. It's item number 11, Bill 3425, legislative process, where the planning board is requested to submit comments to the county council. Thank you so much.
Good evening. This is Mitra Peduim. I'm taking the last item for our chair, R.D. Harris. We are on item 11. Bill number 34-25, Legislative Process Climate Assessment Amendment. And we're going to hear from our staff, Ben Berber.
Thank you for that introduction. For the record, Ben Berbert with the Planning Department under the Design, Placemaking, and Policy team. I am bringing before the Planning Board today our analysis and recommendations for Bill 3425, Legislative Process Climate Assessments Amendments. Staff is recommending the board support this bill with a couple of amendments that I will talk about in a little more detail, but they would be to add some additional definitions to the legislation for greenhouse gas emissions, sequestration, and carbon drawdown, as well as to amend the definition of planning board to include a designee. Some background on this bill is introduced on November 4th, 2025 by Council members Balcom and Lutke and was co-sponsored by Councilmember Albornoz, and a council public hearing is coming up on December 2nd of this year. With a little bit of background, climate assessments are something that we started doing a couple of years ago as a result of some legislation, and it states that any bill, ZTA master plan or master plan amendment, should have a climate assessment. The Office of Legislative Oversight, which we will see as OLO throughout the presentation, does bills, and the Planning Department does ZTAs and master plans. With these climate assessments, there are some required analysis, and it includes analysis on impacts to greenhouse gas emissions, sequestration, carbon drawdown, community resiliency, and adaptive capacity. Bill 3425 was introduced to address a couple of concerns. The first and primary one is to standardize the definition of community resilience. The enabling legislation didn't define these terms that we look at as part of our analysis, and found that over time, OLO and planning had adopted similar but slightly separate definitions for how we looked at climate community resilience. And so this is trying to standardize that by creating a new term called the community climate resilience, as well as defining climate hazard, which is actually part of the definition of community climate resilience. In this combination, it became clear that adaptive capacity really is part of community climate resilience, and so it's going to remove adaptive capacity from the list of things that we study. In talking about these new terms, climate hazard would be defined as to mean a natural disaster or environmental consequence of climate change, such as flooding, extreme temperatures, severe storms, wind, or drought. And community climate resilience would mean the sustained ability of a network of people to use available resources to withstand, respond, recover, and adapt to future climate hazards. We will note that in kind of reconciling the difference between OLO and planning's terms, the term we landed on is almost identical to the one we were already using. So I think we see that as a positive, and that's why I recommend you support it. Moving on, again, as I alluded to, the contents themselves of climate assessments would change slightly. As you can see here, community resilience becomes community climate resilience. Adaptive capacity kind of is integrated into that, and it's removed as a separate list. And so this would be the new required analysis with each climate assessment, and we do recommend supporting that list. Something we do want the board to consider, we are now defining the community climate hazard and community climate assessment. We aren't defining greenhouse gas emissions, sequestration, or carbon drawdown, and we just felt it was important to also add definitions for these other required findings, for lack of a better word, that we do with climate assessments. There was concern and confusion about how we were doing the first part. I could see in the future maybe concerns arise on others, and so we are providing definitions that we recommend. Wonderful Mr. C. Finley in the audience here helped me come up with these definitions from him looking at some trusted international advice on what these terms are. So we are recommending that greenhouse gas emissions be defined as emissions of greenhouse gases, precursors of greenhouse gases, and aerosols caused by human activity. These activities include the burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, land use and land use change, livestock and fertilizer production, waste management, and industrial processes. And then we want to define sequestration. And also, I will note, sequestration and carbon drawdown have often been used interchangeably. This actually helps set the nuance between them. Sequestration is the natural process of uptaking and storing carbon into an existing carbon pool, whereas carbon drawdown sort of has that human effect on helping pull it down. So it either could be the human enhancement of natural sequestration processes or actual activities removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and durably storing it in geological, terrestrial, or ocean reservoirs. again, to help provide this additional clarity in the future, we're recommending the board support adding these definitions. The final sort of thought that we would like the board to consider, when looking at the legislation, the planning board is sort of used as the board, and it's defined as the Montgomery County Planning Board. Staff here is recommending that we also add "or the planning board's designee" to this definition. That would likely take the role of the planning director through sort of planning staff. What I will say, both in the interest of time and the fact that both our chair and vice chair are absent, we don't have to actually settle on the policy side of how we would implement this tonight if we don't want to. All I really am asking the board tonight is just to sort of agree that we might add "or designee" to the legislation. If for now we want to not change our policy, we can continue not doing that, and we can come back to you later this winter or in the spring, maybe with a little more information on how we would implement this, because this really provides the option for the board to let a designee act on their behalf. It doesn't require them to. I will say our plan would be that the board would still have the ability to comment on every climate assessment, but rather than commenting on them before they're transmitted, staff would transmit the climate assessment to the council. Because it has an earlier transmittal deadline than ZTA comments, we would then attach that to our ZTA staff report, and we could have this conversation like we're having right now. And if the planning board felt the climate assessment needed tweaks or clarification, or the board wanted to emphasize something, we could just add that to the comments that we're already transmitting to the council for the full ZTA. Again, that would be our recommendation, but I think we can come back to you guys to actually flesh out how that would work.
I just want to add, actually, Ben's being kind of a little conservative here. I'm going to say this is really important because when we took on the requirement of having to conduct these climate assessments, we lost a week of time in our evaluation of the actual zoning text amendment as a result. So because we need to transmit the climate assessment before we technically have to transmit the zoning text comments, but because it has to come from the board, not from a board's designee, we end up transmitting everything earlier, meaning we take ZTAs to you, giving Ben and other folks in our department one less day to figure out, one less week to figure out where we stand on the ZTA, one less week to talk to our partners about the ZTA and figure out what makes sense in our recommendations. So this is actually a very important, and Ben is right, we will, if we can get this change added in there, then we'll figure out the appropriate timeline and procedure and process. But it would be a very significant change for just a small few words.
So this designee, actually, I just want to understand what the planning board is going to give to the designee to submit to the council without the planning board review. And that is the climate action assessment for any ZTA. It's not a policy, it's just the assessment, correct?
Correct. So what would happen is we're asking the board to allow "or a designee." And again, as I said before, you could vote to add that to the legislation and then still choose not to use it, which is why I'm saying maybe for the right now, we won't change any of our policy. We're just asking you to at least let us have this flexibility in the future.
Yes.
What we would then be doing, or what the board would be doing, is allowing the planning director and staff to be the designee. We would go ahead and prepare the assessment and submit it to council rather than needing to run it to the board before submitting it to council.
And I'm fine with that as long as the designee, if it is the director, to make sure that the planning chair has seen it and is okay with sending that. It doesn't have necessarily to come to the planning board, but the idea is that the chair, at least for some time, to see it, and if he feels that he needs to bring it to planning board, then he has the option to bring it. But if he thinks that it could be just, it's just simple enough that doesn't need the planning board, then the designee can submit it to the county council. That's how I think we could do it.
And to Ben's point, all of those details we would work out afterwards, but we just don't even have the ability to
Okay.
have that conversation right now.
That would be good.
Yeah, and the point would still be that you would get that climate assessment as part of the ZTA package that we prepare, so you would be able to take the assessment into account when you review the ZTA. And you could also provide comments to the council about the climate assessment too.
Okay.
So you'll still have all of
Have
the
an opportunity to
yes,
make
yeah,
comments. Okay, I
exactly.
didn't know that. Okay, that's fine.
So I'll just go through. You can see I get an extra week of green on option 2. Planning staff is recommending the board transmit a memo to the county council supporting the bill with the amendments we discussed, adding the definition for the 3 requirements of greenhouse gas emissions, sequestration, and carbon drawdown, and to modify the definition, including a designee, not holding the board accountable to how we would implement the designee. We will come back to you when we have a full board in front of us to work through that later.
Okay, before I send it to other planning board, I'm perfectly fine with that. Actually, all of these definitions, I had to go to the, Webster, to the computer, and I had to understand what is the definition. So I think this is very helpful to have that there. So, well, I'm going to open up to the rest of the commissioners if they have any questions.
I just find it interesting that a clear definition of greenhouse gases wasn't previously available, and we had to do it for them. So good work.
It looks good. Yeah, it looks good to me. I find no problem with it at all.
Okay, great. So do you need to have a motion or, okay, so do we have a motion?
I so move.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all for aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, so 3-0, you got it. Approved. Okay, and that concludes our planning board for today until next week. In 2 weeks, yeah. Next week is Thanksgiving, so happy Thanksgiving, everyone. And we see you, I guess, in December.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
See y'all then.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye.